supposed to have the conversation with Frosty Delicious Nuggets from, I'm assuming, Denver. That's my guess. I guess I'll follow him on the stream. I'll be nice. You guys to be nice and follow people. Who is a Rasta? He's a leftist. Sorry. Cuckoo. So we'll see how long it takes for him to join in, and then we'll see if Brandon wants to join in. Ooh, itchy, itchy. Happy Memorial Day to all the vets out there, except for the Civil War people. Fuck them, they're traitorous, treasonous pieces of shit. Until July 9th. Oh, thank you. Expedition. Sign in, log in. No? I hate when I don't know the passwords. Do it like this then. To add security measures. Do. 3302. 330208.
Yo, what's up?
What's happening?
Chilling, man. How are you?
Shit, doing all right. Just got off work. Fucking ready to hang out and chat. I'm waiting for my buddy Brandon to see if he's gonna jump in too.
So, what's your name? Are you the guy that I spoke to on Reddit, or was
Yep.
it Brandon that I talked to?
No, that was me.
Oh, cool, man.
Yeah, that was
What's
me. Good, man. Fucking yeah, just fucking try to look for people to talk more political shit with. You know.
Awesome, dude.
I think
Yeah,
so.
I was just gaming a little bit, waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
What'd you
got
play?
my stuff started. Some Clair Obscur.
Okay, what's that?
Have you heard that one?
Nope. What's that like?
Clair Obscur Expedition 33. It's like I don't know. It's like somewhere between like Final Fantasy and maybe like Dark Souls.
Okay.
It's like kind of has some like it kind of has like some turn-based team aspects, but then there's some like reaction time, dodging, and skill timings and stuff like that.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a cool story too. It's pretty fun.
Fuck yeah, dude. I love Final Fantasy, and I don't play a lot of Dark Souls. I bought Elden Ring, and I got like halfway through it. I just gotta pound through it eventually one of these days and finish it.
Yeah, I'm more with you. I'm not the biggest Dark Souls guy. Um, I don't always love like really long single player stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I a lot of times like team player or like strategy kind of games.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. This one's kind of like a good in between.
That's hell yeah. I mean, I like strategy. I like anything that makes you have to think and try to figure shit out.
Yeah. Um, what kind of strategy games do you like, or have you played?
Let's see your strategy. I mean, I do like all like the Breath of the Wild games. I mean, pretty much like a lot of Legend of Zeldas and shit like that. Like I said, Final Fantasies. Uh,
Classic.
they are classics. I mean, recently I haven't been playing much video games. I'm trying to get back into it. I mean, only thing I really play like when I'm here hanging out with people, I usually play like Risk because it's easy, so I can actually have a conversation and
You're
zone out and
you're
things.
attempting to get you're sorry.
I
You're attempting to get back into video games. That's not a problem that I run into often.
No, yeah. Well, so I had a couple of kids, so I took a couple of years off because of fucking when they were really young.
Ah,
I didn't want to fucking get mad at them for
that'll do
causing
it.
my game to, like if they fucking maybe die in a game, I didn't want to fucking yell at them for that reason. So I was like, all right, because it happened a couple of times. I'm like, you know what? I'll just be done for a little bit.
I
So
need
I,
to take a yeah, I need to take a game break. I'm
well,
yelling at the babies for
yeah,
making me die.
basically. Well, yeah, because like I said, it's like anything. You're in the middle of a game and if you die for no reason, you're like fucking hey, you get mad and when they're like little, they don't understand. You're like I'm just mad at this, not you necessarily, even though they kind of caused it. But it's like like I said, so I
No,
took
no,
like a
I
couple of
totally
years.
relate. Just I relate, but it would be the wife for me. She would take the brunt of me being mad at dying.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, sometimes she gets kind of upset with me, but most times it's fine. There's just be once in a while she'd be like, "Are you gonna go hang out with your people and do stuff, or are you gonna hang out with me?" It's like I'll hang out with you tonight. So yeah, it's a fine line. You gotta kind of balance everything.
Right. No kids for us yet. So we're good on that.
Well, yeah, I'll say it's a
But
good
maybe
and
soon
bad
though.
thing, right? Kids are a good bad thing. They're a blessing in some ways. They make you grow up and have to do some things, and else it sucks because it takes away your personal freedoms and the things that you want to do. So
Right. And not exactly cheap either. But yeah,
no, never. No, no.
we we actually recently moved to Mexico, so we're we are closer than we were before
Oh, really? That's
as
pretty
far as
dope.
that goes because we're saving money.
Mexico, huh? How long? You said you moved there a couple of years ago?
Um, about 6 months ago actually,
Oh,
so
dope.
pretty recently.
Hell yeah. How are you liking it?
Yeah, yeah. We're loving it, man. Her like mi suegra, my mother-in-law
Mm-hmm.
is Mexican, so um her mom was born in Mexico, so we're gonna try to get citizenship through her.
Oh my God. Good luck.
Um, yeah, we're working on that, but yeah, we've really been liking it. We've been liking it a lot. We're in a little small town called San Cristobal,
Hmm.
uh, kind of close to Guatemala.
Okay. That's pretty dope. My mom
Uh,
went to
but
My
yeah,
mom, I grew up super religious, so my mom went to Guatemala and did the whole church ritual thing, whatever, all that kind of nonsense. But
so you're not you don't sound like you're um devoutly religious yourself these days.
no, not
Is that
anymore.
true or?
No, I probably got out like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Basically, once I started like actually
Oh,
like
okay.
studying like real science and not being scared of it and shit, or thinking like I knew better than scientists or whatever, there's like actually humbling myself and be like, let me just read what people say, the actual smart people, and then I started
Yeah,
like deconverting because then you read from there, and then I started reading it like, all right, let me look at the Gospels. Well, they're all 35 years after the point and stuff. It's like, all right, so you play telephone for 35 years, you can tell me that story's legit and this, and you just the more I studied about it, the more I just found out it's like
yeah.
99.8% sure it's fake. There is a slight
I
chance it could be
feel like
real.
I feel like trusting and learning from people that are smarter than you is a I don't know, strikingly rare skill these days.
Mm-hmm.
People do not do a good job of thinking that other people might might know more than them, especially people who have spent their entire lives studying a particular topic. Like trusting experts is really a rough thing for people.
I think it's like it comes down to you have to humble yourself. Like I said, that's what it took for me. I had to humble myself and just realize I'm how crazy is it to me to think that I'm smarter than the top biologists, the top astrophysicists, all these
Exactly.
things. Like, dude, like because I know it's one of those things like when people like I bartend, like if people could tell me they could do my job better than me and they never worked it, it's like, dude, you are dumb. Like you have no clue what the fuck I do. And then I started thinking like that,
Right.
But with like other things, like like why? How am I, who is an idiot, going to tell someone who's spent their 30, 40 years in life doing this one topic that I know more than them? I don't. I'm stupid. Like, and again, it comes down to humbling and just realizing like you're not the smartest person in the room. You have to take bits and parts from all these different people and hopefully make it your own. And broaden your own education level. But it's about the best you can do.
Sure, for sure.
But no, yeah, I grew up Catholic. I was Christian fucking my whole life till I was like 25 or so. First 25 years.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, my dad's Catholic, but I don't know. I never really was. I never really got. I don't know, too indoctrinated into the religion.
Hmm.
Um, my mom kind of liked sort of some like alternative Christianity stuff. Like she went to like a Unity church, which is kind of like more open minded.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, uh, I don't know. I don't think all religion is bad or anything. I can definitely think some examples of people who I don't know took the teachings of Jesus or whoever and good teachings and implied it in a positive way.
Hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. I guess religious fundamentalism tends to be really conservative and
True.
uh, starts to force their will onto others, and then I think you start getting into problems.
That's the thing.
A lot of guilt and shame programming and stuff.
Yeah, my thing is, it's like I don't have a personal problem with like anybody's like personal like religion or whatever the fuck. My only issue with it per se is that it's really fallacious thinking, and then if you could think like this is like the biggest question in the world, and if you could think this is true or false with this horrible epistemology and horrible thought processing, well, yeah, like you're talking about like politics stuff. Well, of course you're gonna believe in stupid people's thinking because you literally don't know how to think. You don't know actually how to comprehend and look at evidence and compare it to other things and use it, for your own good. Like that is my issue
Yeah, I
with
mean,
it per se.
especially religious fundamentalism like teaches people to not use reason, to not be critical thinkers,
Hmm.
right? Um, I think that's where you run into problems. And then,
That's where I
yeah,
think. Like I say, so like you're getting back. Like you,
but
it tends to be with
I've heard of like,
conservatives is that they just follow the leader. Like conservatives have like a leader. It was Bush is before, it was Reagan before, now it's Trump. Like they have the one guy, and they're really good at all following a line because I think like religion has taught them you just follow the leader and just one for one versus people who tend to be more liberal thinking, they try to like actually reason and think like the whole process of what the fuck they're doing versus just nope, this is what the good guy says to do, we got to do what the good guy says to do, and just that's it. There's no more thinking behind it.
right.
But
Yeah, um, I've heard of some example like, I think it's called liberation theology,
okay.
um, where they use Christianity in a way to kind of like push for human rights or, a way that, um, I don't know, more increasing people freedoms than taking away people's freedoms or judging them or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I mean, yeah, there's definitely people who are religious like individualistically or whatever that are very good people and like they actually listen to the
right,
all this. Like I'm not, that's what I'm saying, on an individualistic I totally get it, it's fine. But like I said, to me it's the mass thing. Like I said, the mass hysteria where you don't think of like these big questions with actual like reasoning and logic or like anything. So like I said, when you try to study other topics, well, I know you're not using reason and logic now because you don't use it for the big topics. Like it's not a good thing to do.
right.
But
What do you think about like, uh, I don't know, like the teachings of the Bible?
some of them are really great.
As a-
They're hypocritical in a sense. So like some are really fucking good and some are just really fucking bad. And that's kind of the problem because you have
Right.
the fundamentalists who read like the bad ones, like stone the gay people or whatever the fuck, all that kind of shit, and they take it literal and they follow it. And then you have people like feed the homeless and clothe the poor and shit like that, and they take that literal too, right? And that's good, so like it has the both extremes to both ends.
Well, it is definitely very hypocritical. Like I remember there's some part that says something along the lines of like, forcibly abort the baby from your wife if she is like in, in, uh if she's um unfaithful.
Yep, the cheating potion thing. Yep.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, so we're pro-abortion now, just in that particular
I know. I love.
circumstance.
I throw that in the
I don't know.
usually pro-abortion people all the time because they're always like, I'm like, dude, if you actually read your Bible, you'd find out that you're actually for abortion. God's for abortion. No, he's not. It's like, but he is. Like, he literally says that the wife cheats. You drink this potion, she aborts the fetus. Like, what is that? That is an abortion. But they don't know. That's the other thing that's
Yeah,
crazy
yeah.
about the, especially like a lot of Christians, not maybe like the fundamentals, but a lot of them never even read the Bible. They don't even know what the fuck's in the book. They just hear the priest or the whoever it is tell them the synopsis of what's in the Bible, and they just take it as it is instead of actually like knowing about it. You know, like again, these to me, it's like that would be like the
Right. And
most
they
important thing in the
twist it.
world is to know if you're right or wrong on this topic, and you don't even put the effort in to look into it.
Right. Yeah.
To look into it,
Right.
or like how like what is the proper way? What is the Bible? What does God, whoever, say about this topic? I need to actually know instead of listening to a
Yeah, but
priest
I
tell
feel
me.
like that curiosity is like I feel like that curiosity is what got you out of there, and their lack of curiosity is why they are there.
True, no, that
But
is.
yeah,
I do think that. Like I said, once you and again, the big thing for at least me, and I think it would be for a lot of people in general, is that you got to humble yourself and realize like I'm not the smartest person, especially when it comes to these topics. So like, let me look at like these 8 to 10 different fucking scholars, these professors or whoever, and let them explain to me why I'm stupid. And does it make sense? Does it not make sense? Let me look at another one and see if that one makes more sense. And then grow as an individual. But yeah, curiosity is a big thing. We don't have that
yeah,
no more.
right. I mean, I think you can't. I don't think you can know whether or not God exists. So
True.
I think it's egotistical to say like for sure there's no possibility of God.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's like
Yeah,
you're
that's what.
taking the math and you're taking the understanding that we have of physics in the universe, uh, and you're overestimating it. We have a very small understanding.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we don't even know. I've already about the ocean, but we're going to say that we know the majority about the entire universe and its
True.
origins, nature.
Mm-hmm.
We can't even see only a small part of the visual spectrum, and there's like all kinds of uh, like radio, or there's all kinds of frequencies that we can't perceive and stuff. I don't know.
No, I know. That's why I
It
always. That's why I preface like I always say I'm 99.8% sure. I just pick a number. I'm like I'm not 100%. I'm never gonna say I'm 100%. It's a no, but everything that I know right now says it's not. But
right.
like I said, there could be a like you're saying like in a different galaxy maybe things change or whatever the fuck, and now it's a whole different game. Like cool, but I'm not there yet.
Yeah, that's fair. I also think there's a lot of in betweens too.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think the idea of there being like a man in the sky that like smites you uh is, you know, probably very unlikely. Probably in the billions and billions of nothingness.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that there are, I don't know, maybe in between ideas of what a god could be, or what like basically what I'm trying to say. I think the idea of like collective consciousness or intertwining between um, consciousness is more probable. Like when you look at, for example, like the way that fungus and even trees are all like intertwined through their roots and mycelia,
Mm-hmm.
and like communicate with uh, chemicals and stuff. I think yeah, I think that um,
Like string
I
theory,
think
like
life can be
basically like string theory, like how like one ripple here affects the ripple like
right.
eight fucking
Or
light
maybe
years away or where the fuck, and we all kind of are intertwined somehow, whatever it is.
yeah, I think maybe there's a possibility that we are more interconnected than we realize.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and that like maybe like the I don't know, the will of the collective is something like a god, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Then you
Uh,
get into like evolving over time, and where does consciousness end up? I don't know.
yeah. I watched this one video recently. It kind of made me think. It was kind of so like if there is a God, right, whatever, right, they all omnipotent and omnipresent and all that kind of shit. It most likely would be the original programmer of our simulation. They made that kind of thought process, and it was like, that would kind of be, like the first simulator of a thing would probably be the God. He knows where everybody is, what everybody's doing, what everyone thinks and feels and stuff. Like, so like there could be like I would say like so like if simulation theory ends up being true, well then there is a God. That person would be a God. They know everything about us. Like so there are there
Right, or
there
you
are
could look at it.
chances or possibilities.
Right,
So there are there
right, or
there
you
are
could look at it.
chances or poss.
Yeah, or the way that I was looking at it, the way that it is that like basically time is somewhat not real, essentially. Um, something had always existed. Um, how can I explain this? Like, yeah, this is pretty hard.
I don't know.
Basically, like, I'm trying to say if, all right, I guess I'll try to come at this a different way. So, like, if like life eventually evolved to the point that it could, I don't know, get past the physical dimension or something like that. Uh, if you could unlock timelessness, then you could like create yourself. I know that's not a very good way of explaining it,
Mm-hmm.
but something like
Yeah.
that. Like, uh, do you understand what I mean by like time not really existing? I don't know if I can.
Yeah.
I'm
Kind
not
of. Yeah.
explaining it
Like
well.
I'm thinking of more like. So I would think of like if you were able to go the same speed as time, like like would you ever be moving
Right,
forward or backwards? Like you'd just be constantly like 24 years old for or whatever the fuck, like even though technically like time is
right, like
moving and you should be growing older, it appears you're growing older, you're not because you're moving along with time.
right. So, uh, that's like Albert Einstein. But then you also think about like how your brain, like kind of back to the simulation thing, where your brain can kind of create infinite time. Like you could have a dream that could seem like it was forever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, or yeah, like an out of body experience, and
Yep.
then you come back into your body, and it's only been like a second, and you're like, how could that have all occurred in that amount of time?
Right.
And yeah, so it's like
Yeah,
I
I
guess
don't
it
know how.
just makes me think
I don't know how. I mean, I
if
bet there's
there.
probably papers on this because, like, I always think like, it's like if you were doing like hallucinogenic drugs, you trip and shit, dude. 5 minutes feels like 5 hours. It's like fuck, man. There has to be something to
Right.
that where why does it only feel like it's 5 hours, but it's only been 2.5, 3 minutes? Like there has to be something to it, and it's probably all in our brain's perception of time.
Perception is
Like
very interesting. Yeah, perception is very interesting. And then it's also weird how you can sort of like simultaneously share a thought, or like you could have like, you bring up psychedelics, you could have like um a mutual hallucination,
mm-hmm.
and it's like it's not really there, but how are like different people seeing it without communicating it or whatever, like their brain is doing like able to do that.
Like
I
they're
don't know.
synced up or
uh,
something. Yeah.
Other things I think about are like, for example, like birds. uh, how do birds just like automatically fly in a V? I don't know, I mean, maybe that's
Oh,
not
I
the
know.
best example. One that I really, or go ahead, go
No, I
ahead.
was gonna say I don't know. I'm saying those are good. Those are always weird, like fascinating questions. Like why, like yeah, when you think about something like why is nature the way it is? Because sometimes it's like this seems so
Nature
weird.
is
Like
really
why
like
didn't they go?
everything on
Yeah,
the
like you're saying, like why didn't they go in circles? Why didn't birds fly in circles to the South Pole?
right.
Or like, but they go no. Yeah, like you
Why
say,
did
fly in
why
V's and shit.
why is nature so cooperative? I mean, obviously it eats itself, but like, but I mean, like, what about like schools of fish? Have you ever seen how they move in like um they move almost like a single organism. Is what I would say. They move almost like a single organism. They react to danger and things, um, and uh, there's evidence that they're communicating with like electrical impulses, I think.
Okay.
But what then? What then like makes the decision for the whole of the fish? Like they shouldn't
Yeah.
have the
I wonder if fish have like
brain
an
power
alpha,
to
like
tell
the
how the fish
like
is-
dogs and shit, where they
I don't.
communicate to the back. I don't know. Oh, no, that's a good question. Let me see if I can.
It's as if there's like collective genetic memory, which I would say is like something similar to God. Basically, there's something in their genes that is like kind of telling them all where to be, or like I don't know. I mean, that's like just one way, one theory, but
Mm-hmm.
um, I think there is, yeah, I don't know, instincts. I guess I just animal instincts are interesting to me, and yeah, um,
You
you
think?
could make that a very, you could think about that in a very scientific and non-spiritual way, and just say like, yeah, well, if there's something in the DNA that encodes past experiences and gives that to the offspring so that they have some starting point of like how to react to situations, that could very much just be ones and zeros. But I look at that as like kind of mystical. It means that there's a connection between all things. All life is intertwined and kind of working towards the goal of, you know, expanding, sustaining. Um, yeah, and that is, to me, a definition for God, or a way that I would view like, yeah, like there's something spiritual about that, I guess is what I would say.
Yeah, there's something fucking crazy with it.
Yeah,
Wow.
at the very least, it's beautiful. If it's uncomfortable to, you know, think of or like use the word God like it is for many people for many understandable reasons,
Mm-hmm.
I think at the very least you can say it's profound, it's beautiful,
Well, yeah, it's
it's
fascinating
fascinating.
because
We
again,
could
like you're saying, like
understand more about
you could have
it.
literally a million fish, and they move in unison, like and I'm reading about it, all
Right.
it is
That's
that like the fish is like when the fish in front of you's fin moves left or right, like they're just so good at fucking do do, and they just all keep like it's crazy, but it makes no real actual sense. Like still, like even just reading like the quick synopsis, it still doesn't really like explain it.
I don't know if we fully explain it. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. I'm not saying it's like conclusive or anything, but I am just saying that and maybe this is not even the best example, but I think there are
it's a good one though.
examples of nature doing fascinating things that we don't fully understand. How do ants know exactly like what their role is and like exactly where they need to like how do they work together so well?
Yeah,
Like they have tiny brains. Like they shouldn't have the brain to say, okay, everyone needs to be in this spot in order for us to move this giant thing or to achieve this uh, you know, to make this structure. Like how do they plan? I don't think we have a great answer. I don't know.
I don't know. We don't have the great. We have some capacity to understand, but not like full fledged. Because the thing is,
Right.
I don't think we could ever like fully like
Our,
do
our
like.
best our best answer is like they communicate with like chemicals and sensors and shit.
Hmm.
Um, like, but yeah, that's like that. But doesn't explain planning. It just explains like teamwork,
Yeah,
communicate. It means and we don't even really know how deep the communication is, but we're noticing more and more like the intelligence of animals. I think it's honestly probably underestimated because
I
I
think
keep
so.
seeing like, oh wow, we found out this animal is smarter than we thought. Oh, we thought this. Like I saw that for cuttlefish
Hmm.
and
Cuttlefish
like
are hella
that.
smart, dude.
Yeah, and that category in general, it's like includes octopus and squids as well. I
Hmm.
forget what it's called or something pods.
Yeah,
Um,
whatever.
crows are ridiculously smart. I found out recently, um, which is interesting. I didn't know that crows like and birds in general are very smart. Like
Yeah, crows and
um,
there's like three, four of them like that were fucking like the main like messengers and all that shit because they were smart. They knew exactly like you go to this building, drop out off to this person, and they knew like this person, this building. Oh, you know.
right, that's insane that we like we would send a bird to go to someone. Like I don't, that's just crazy.
I
I
know.
don't know how we figured that one out. It still blows my mind that we can even do that.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I always think of stuff like
Sorry.
no, that's fine. I was gonna say I always think of stuff like how do we tame wolves? Like like wolves are so fucking independent and so all this shit. Like how were we able to tame some of these first big ass animals that became like our mutual friends or things we ate or whatever the fuck, because it had to start somewhere. Somebody had to fucking be the first one and give it food
I
or
mean, that,
whatever, and then slowly just build up trust. But how do you build up trust and then you build it up like you're saying? Not just to this dog, but this wolf has to become so domesticated where it sends it to another one. Now another one. Now thousands of years later, are our pets and not just are fucking eating us and shit. Like I always think that kind of questioning
yeah.
is fascinating to figure out. Or I wish we had a better understanding of it because I've looked into it a few times. There's a few theories, but nobody like actually knows.
Well, a little bit about my history is I was a dog trainer for a good amount of time before I moved.
Okay.
Um, so I think about that kind of stuff, and I can conceptualize it a little bit because I understand um, how modern training works. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, obviously with food, but yeah, I
You think it
mean,
would be more than just food? That's always what I come back to. It had to be more than just that, because like again, they trust us. They ended up putting their lives for us. Like it became like a mutual fucking benefit for both of us. And I'm saying that had to take
right.
so
I mean, I would,
long and like I don't know the process is it always
right.
fascinates me.
Well, I would assume for a while, probably, maybe like hundreds of years, probably for a long time, it was just like animals or humans were like eating food and probably like leaving scraps or whatever, and the wolves like learned to follow behind them to get food.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah,
Yeah, because
how exactly it
the last I
jumps
so I read this
is
paper. I read this paper
yeah,
about this because these scientists try to figure it out. So they did a study. Yeah, they were doing stuff with like wolves, like wolves today's world, and they were trying to domesticate it. And they did it for like 2 years, and they said this wolf was not even 1% domesticated. So that's what made them be like, how the fuck do we domesticate dogs so openly? Because like it would take so many generations of having this
wow,
dog and do all this, to
way
do
more than
over and
we
over and
have.
over.
Yeah, I assume they were close to them for a while because they would eat the scraps or something, and then they start to become more used to each other, and then at some point there was, I don't know, some really rarely friendly wolf had an interaction with somebody. He gave him some food, and then they started feeding him more regularly, and yeah, but it's like you said, it's a guess, and it would take a long time. It did seem like it's very unlikely too. I don't know.
That's kind of where I get to because like I can see you doing it for like one dog, but again, because
A lot of
think
things
about how
have
many
to do
pet dogs we have in this world. Like they're all domesticated, so like they all had to be domestic. Like it's just crazy. Like I said, when you think about it, like the mass number, like we're going to like the mass numbers. There's the individual problems, which is cool. But then there's like I said, like the whole like, and it goes like with politics stuff. There's societal problems and individual problems. There's differences. Like like something might benefit you personally, but it also might
exactly.
hurt society as a whole. So is it a net positive? Is it not a net positive? Like and people don't think about these things. They just
Well,
think
I
about
think that
is
is,
you can go.
if you ask me, I think probably the biggest issue that especially America and maybe Western society in general faces is like heavy, heavy emphasis on the individual.
True.
Which, I mean, I know like that can be good. Individual freedom's great and all, but like
Hmm.
I think you actually make individual freedom lower if you focus too much on individual freedom, which is like ironic. Like
Yep.
it, it's an oxymoron. But for example, if you give billionaires too much power to do whatever they want, and they become like kings, and they buy the government, and they use the government to deregulate everything that affects their companies, then they go and pollute and
Yep.
like give cancer to people. Those people's individual freedoms is now limited by giving that guy so much individual freedom. It's like your individual freedom extends as far as uh, what is the phrase? I'm forgetting it. Hold on, let me look it up.
I'm trying to look up something else too. Hold on. There's a paradox. Or what is it like? The paradox of freedom. Basically, if you give or democracy, like if you give too much democracy to people in
Right.
general, they can vote to have take away your democracy. Therefore, you lose it. Like like I can't remember what it's called. It's a paradox or something. but it's true though. Like, yeah, yeah, individual freedom. Like, I'm down for individual freedom. Like, obviously, who the fuck doesn't want to be told what to do or whatever? Like, I get all that, but like I say, there's you also gotta there's a fine line between having just 100% maximum individual freedom. I can do whatever the fuck I want, and then not caring about society versus having maximum society. Like, that's problem too. You don't want to care about everything in society, not care about your individualism. So there's got to be a balance where like do what you want, but again, your responsibility also has to be to further all of society, like in America or the West or whatever. Like you shouldn't just
Right.
like I'm saying, like, so like if I made $2 billion tomorrow and all I did was hoard it and spend it on myself, I'm individually much better off. But as a society, the society lost as a whole. Like it's not good. I
Right.
would say.
And you're not reinvesting. You're not reinvesting. Like I would think that if you, I guess what it is there's this I don't know. It's kind of an American idea. I think it's sort of tied to American exceptionalism and I don't know, the idea of the American dream, but basically um say I kind of lost my thought. Well, let me tell you this though. This is what I was trying to think of. The right to extend my hand stops where your nose begins.
Yep.
It's like a good way of saying it.
Yeah, I like that one too.
Um, oh, I what I was trying to say is I would feel indebted to this society if I was able to earn, like it's really like I mean honestly I guess the people that get to that point are like narcissists feel those
Care.
feelings, but like because you would do something with the money other than hoard it if you had those feelings. But yeah, it's like um, there's sort of an obsession with like this idea of meritocracy that is not real, like that everybody that got there earned it, and so therefore, like certainly the people that did get there believe that they think like I earned this spot, right,
Hmm.
and therefore like I owe nothing back, right, which is like you should think, dude, even just for me to exist, it requires so many government resources, like
Hmm.
I cost the government way more than a poor person who doesn't need a fucking motorcade wherever they go or
Yep.
whatever. Like yeah,
So,
who can't like
uh,
individually create a rocket that goes to the outer space and could cause like debris and pollution. Like you have the ability to affect the world and need to be cleaned up after in such a more vast way than a poor person.
true. So yesterday, so I was talking to my one buddy. He's a Republican guy. So we were talking about that the new big beautiful bill that was passed out. So we were reading some things with it. Just going over line by like, all right, this is
Right.
one thing we're cutting. Do you
Right.
agree with it? Yes or no? Kind of going over there, right? And at one point, it was funny.
Okay.
So like, it was him and his buddy. They're both sitting there. They're both Trumpers, whatever. But at one point, I said something like,
Right.
if you basically have to re-up, you got to reapply for all these assistances all the time and all the time, and whatever, right? Or you could lose them, right? And one buddy was like,
Sure.
yeah, I'm cool with that. And the other guy, he's like, dude, that's like my aunt. Like my aunt's on epilepsy pills. Like, like if she loses her lapse in coverage, like she can't even walk up and down stairs. Like she could, this and this. And I started explaining this to my other buddy. And I'm just like, oh man. And then my buddy, literally all of his answers were government answers. He's like, well, they have these rides that only they'll take you there for like $5 for a trip. I'm like, dude, you know why they're $5? Because they're government subsidized, like, and then he mentions the other thing. Like, you know why it's cheap? Because it's government subsidized. Like, sounds like every answer you're giving me is you need the government to come help you when you have these fucking problems, but you don't realize it's the government. You just go, well, this company will let you, they'll tax you there for nothing. It's like, yeah, why do you think they do that? They don't do it out of the kindness of their hearts. It's because the government pays them a lot of money to fucking do it. Like, but for someone like
It's
him, but
because of the.
you can go,
Sorry. Sorry.
you can go. I'm
Uh,
saying, but they don't realize that their answer is actually a lot of times more government. They just don't realize it.
Right. Well, it's because of the trained. This is exactly what I was talking about. It's because of the trained tendency to blame the individual, right? So
Yep.
it's like, um, if somebody misses their thing, like even if it's like super unreasonable, and you have to like every day you have to provide documents just to stay on it.
Hmm.
And they're like, well, just do it. Like it's their fault if they don't do it.
That's what
Like
he was
it's
saying.
there's no empathy. There's not usually empathy, but
Yep.
in this situation, there's a rare example of knowing somebody personally who would
Hmm.
struggle with this,
That's
and
what made
and
it
and
real to
making
him
an
now.
attempt.
Yes.
Yeah, it made an attempt. Oh, hey, okay, maybe this is kind of scary actually. I could see my aunt having trouble with this. And then that's
Hmm.
like, oh, human emotions for like compassion, empathy for this person, for
Hmm.
the person that might be affected by this. That is what is usually lacking. It's usually just like, well,
Hmm.
I don't have that problem, so
Oh,
they probably earned it.
I had
It's
another chick.
meritocracy, like
Yeah, I was talking to
yeah,
this chick earlier or yesterday, and I was talking about like how we're not helping the people with the tornado shit. Like Trump said he's gonna do all this stuff, and he hasn't done nothing, right? And she's like, they're just asking for this. I'm like, oh yeah, do you have $19 billion just to hand out, like to, on hand to clean up a fucking state? And she's like, well, that's not my problem. I'm not asking for it. I'm like, and that's the fucking problem. That's the way you think. You just think,
yeah,
oh, it's North Carolina's problem. Why the fuck do I got to do it? Well, because they're your fellow citizen. Like, don't you? Wouldn't I always tell people like, if a tornado came and ruined your whole fucking house, would you want to fucking wait 2-3 months to get any help from the government? No, you wouldn't either. So why would you want another state, another human, to have these issues? Like, these are issues that they shouldn't have to deal with, and it literally it ruins
we have to work
ruins
together.
America.
It's it's so aggravating to me because I have very much like collectivist mindset. I just feel like we have abundance of everything, and um, we could yeah, like it's also like um, a lot of thoughts here. Basically, because of the fruits of everyone's labor, because of building upon past ideas and knowledge, all of which required everybody else to have, we have achieved incredible levels of technology and understanding that should be able to free humanity from mundane tasks and labor. And but because of basically, in my opinion, greedy capitalists, uh, we are using it instead to like um, do the creative jobs and yeah, like basically, I think that things like the internet, AI, robotics, like I think that this is something that we should share as a people because it required the fruits of everyone's labor to get here, and it should be able to um, provide abundance, like especially very soon, like when we're able to do all um, let's say
Manufacturing jobs
manufacturing
and shit. Yeah.
with automation, yeah, with automation, then um, I don't even see a point for making people do labor. I just feel like we should provide housing
Hmm.
and food at the very least
Yep, UBI.
because
That's me and my buddies talk about that all the time. Like when the robots take over all the world, are we gonna finally be cool with
good.
UBI? Because like what else are you gonna do?
You
Because
would hope so,
you're gonna
right? But
be
the
everyone
sad part
poor.
is right. The sad part is it feels like the people that are greedy that were given so much, it's still that still will they still won't do it, right? I mean, um, I mean we have autonomous. I mean, I guess there is to be fair, there is a cost, but we
Hmm.
have autonomous driving like
Yeah,
cabs right
cabs.
now in
Yep,
Los Angeles, right? And
yep.
it's like they're like the same price as Uber. They didn't even like take
I
off
know, right?
the labor cost. Like,
Yep,
forget it. I mean, I guess it's fair to have some maintenance and fuel costs, but
yep.
um, yeah, it seems like instead of sharing it, it's going to be used as like basically free slave labor, and then just fire everybody. But it's like the problem is like even if it's so short-sighted because even if you're a greedy capitalist, it's like I just want a slave army, and
Hmm.
also it will protect me militarily if anybody doesn't like it. That's
Hmm.
a scary thought already, but it's like, dude, okay, so who are you gonna exploit? Like, who are you gonna harvest the money off of then? If you don't, there's no workers anymore. Like, who's gonna buy your shitty products so you can
Well,
be
that's what I'm
even more
saying. You have to
rich?
give
Like,
people UBI, and you have to give them enough UBI where they can spend money on the things that the robots are building, right? Like that would be like the whole. I'm saying like that's gonna be a big issue. I don't know, 20 years down the
I mean,
road,
that's an
15 years
argument for
down.
making it. It's an argument for making it for it kind of being inevitable even through the greed,
Hmm.
like you're saying, because it's like they even like eventually they're gonna like they can't just fire everybody and then still keep harvesting money off of everybody.
Yeah, I'm saying
But
like they have to give you enough UBI money or some kind of money where you can go
right,
buy computer parts or fucking go to the movies or the fuck, like And the thing, there could be a good with it too. Like honestly, like so, like I always said, I try to like do the yin yang. Where like things that are good can have bad. It's like there could be good with this too. Like if things worked out in a utopian way, we'd have more time. Where maybe you get more people to be more creative, and more paintings, more fucking caring about your yard work, all this kind of shit. Like people would have freedom to actually do the things they want to do, and that would be great. I don't think it would be that way. That's my problem, but it could, and it would be
I mean,
wonderful.
I mean, it takes people having good conversations like this. Honestly, more people. But
Hmm.
I think, yeah, I think if there was a mass consciousness shift and people looked at things differently, we could have something like that. I have this thought personally. Like I look at video games, for example, and I say it costs, you know, it costs like something like $600 million, some
Hmm.
crazy price to make these games. If you look at how much people are paying, everyone's paying 60, $80 per game. They're selling millions of copies, right?
Yep.
Um, and so obviously people are valuing art, but like most of that money is going to a CEO. And then oftentimes they're underpaying, a few
Yep. Down the
developers,
line. Yep.
and
Down
they're,
the
they're
line. Down the
telling them
line.
to like push it out as fast as possible, and they're trying to squeeze as much profit as they can out of it. But if we had like a society, we got together and we said like, hey, look, we value art. Let's do grants. Let's make government grants paid for with our taxes. But instead of like, and we can even like vote on who should get it. Like, what are the projects that as a society we're most excited about creating? Vote on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we put, we spend way less. Let's say we spend 20 million instead of 600 million, and then we just pay developers and we say take as long as you want, make a masterpiece, make something that you want to share with the world, and we give it to every person in the society.
Mm-hmm.
Like that would be so much better.
Yeah, it would be dope.
Like we would all be able to.
I'm
Yeah,
for.
I
I
don't
would
know.
love
I think
a.
people are very far from that.
I would love to have some like. Where I think a government could have come in really handy with like big corporations and shit like we're talking about in general is like. I feel like there should be a mandate for like Amazon's like the. Let's say like your company makes I don't know. Let's say like your company could revenues like $100 billion a year. So you're a huge massive company. You should have some profit sharing with your fucking workers there. Like there should be like, all right, you get a
Yeah,
Christmas bonus. If we sell this much, everybody that works here gets 5 grand or 2 grand or 10 grand, whatever the fuck, like, because I always feel like that would incentivize the workers to fucking actually work their ass off, which the capitalist, the big guy wants. You want hard workers, so it incentivizes them, and then again, you would actually help that family do something with their fucking life. Like you give them a little bit more of an out. Because if you're
well,
an average
there would be a
income,
lot of resistance in America for sure.
no, I know there is a lot of
But I
resistance, but I'm just saying, like in my kind of world, like I wish there was a way where we could force, like I said, not companies in general, but like the mega corp, like I said, the mega fucking, you're making $100 billion a year, like that, that CEO's
right,
making like 120 to $200 million a year off that, like you
right.
should
So the
profit share.
problem is right. The problem. I mean, so there are cooperative companies, and that's basically what you're talking about, and those are amazing, and I
Mm-hmm.
think they're a good model for like what a society should be like. But and honestly, the way that companies are run are a good sort of um, metaphor for why our society is bad, if you ask me. But
Yep. I mean, it
what
does.
was I gonna say? Uh, yeah, basically, the way that you would force the way that you would force companies to do something like that would have to be through unionization. If all their workers are in a union and they won't, they'll strike, and they won't make the products unless you negotiate them and you force them into that. And but like the problem with government as a solution for this is that um, the companies in America have been able to lobby the politicians to protect their, and so the government wouldn't enforce something like that. And
I know, but
so you need uh, you need mass unionization, and we are like the unionization rates are really low.
yeah, they're breaking
So
them
that's
up as we
part of the
go.
problem.
Yeah, we break them up as we go.
Right, right. They've done a good job of um, reducing
It's so funny. So
unionization
like
rate
my
or union.
dad, my dad was in a union, right? Got all the benefits of getting free benefits and all. He enjoyed all the perks of the union, right? But he still hated fucking
Oh no,
unions. It's just funny to me. It's like
that's so
Pappy, like
yeah,
you
that's I knew.
literally, like you
I thought
lurked your whole life in these situations, and you're gonna say the unions are taking all our money. And all, like, what do you mean? You got to retire at a good age, and you got fucking pension money. You got this, like, what do you, like? You got so much
spend
great
mass
out of
on
this, and then you still bitch about it. It's just funny to me.
they spend masses on the propaganda. They like force you to watch like anti-union shit.
You know?
Like my my buddy who actually um invited me to visit him in Mexico, and I ended up living here in the same city as him. Old high school friend. He is going to move back to Oregon because he needs to uh, he needs work to make money,
Mm-hmm.
and he uh, does HVAC. It's
Okay.
like the most Republican
Yep.
as ever, and they uh, they the other workers were like basically brainwashing him with like company talking points about like anti-union. Like it's more the you'll lose money with the union fees and
That's what my dad says. I know.
you know you-
I know all
I don't
these.
know
That's what I'm.
whatever he said.
That's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah,
Pappy,
yeah.
you got all the benefits. Like you, like I always tell people, like, dude, like when my buddies working unions now, I'm like,
I
dude, I'm
just
like, you
think
get you
like
getting
everything
health
he said
care
was
and
untrue.
dental is saving you like $10,000 a year. Like you're getting paid $10,000 without even realizing it, just in health care
Yeah,
and dental
dental
care.
is so expensive. He has no idea. Probably has no idea how expensive dental is. Also, I looked it up and it was like you pay some union fees. It's like some the average is like you get paid 30% more on average or something
Yeah,
like that.
it's
And
like
the
you
other
might
thing
in
is
a
even
paycheck you might pay $40, but yeah, like I said, out of that $40 you get free health care, free dental, this. So like that the positives is like two
what's
hundred
even
dollars.
worse what's even worse is the company that my friend was at that was non-union.
Mm-hmm.
Even if that's the case, they benefit by there being unions nearby because
Raises their
the only reason
wage.
they're getting paid that amount is to
Yep.
try to compete with the
Yep.
unions
Yep.
pay. So it's like they would never have to raise it if there was no like
Yep.
it's like power concedes nothing without demand. Like your mega corporation is not going to just like be like, "Oh, you guys deserve better conditions and more pay
For
and
sure.
better safety regulation." Like
How
there's
about
just
think
not
about
going to
this? Like
be.
we bitch about like I don't know. At least where I live in Minnesota, fucking we a lot of people hire fucking like Latino people to do the roofs and shit. Like it's like why do you hire the Latino person? Because it's cheap, right?
Sure.
Well, if you took away regulations, like you're saying, like if we made it where anybody could work for whatever, I guarantee you it'd be your normal like roofing company. It would have to be charging what the Latinos charge. You know why? Because there's no regulation to fucking make them. Like I said, there's no unions or no people driving up the wage for you. The wage is going to be exactly the same for everyone. It's going to be nothing or minimal, and people don't realize that either.
Exactly. Well, that brings me. I mean, let me ask you this then. I know what I think.
Mhm.
What my solution is, but let me ask you then what you think about immigration.
Immigration. I
I
mean,
have a
honestly, so like, I always preface, if you're gonna kick out criminal people, I have no problem. But the thing is, most of these people aren't criminals and shit. Like, as long as you can vet these people and whatever,
you
just
know
give
the
them, just give
stats.
'em- just give
People
them
don't
amnesty.
know that.
Let them be citizens. They're already fucking paying taxes, doing all this good shit for you. Why stop it?
It's so frustrating. It's so all right. Yeah, that's you have a great. You're much better than average. All right, it's like not to get too crazy, but I just always go back to they literally had like a Jewish crime section in the Nazi
Mm-hmm.
Germany newspaper, and it feels like the media and especially Trump literally only like every time an illegal immigrant or even just like an immigrant that's
Yeah,
like a green card or something uh, does a crime, especially a bad crime, like
it's on the
you
news.
hear about it
Yeah,
so much, and it's like, but if you and most people just assume, oh, they're doing all these crimes,
sure,
partly because of racism and
for
partly
sure.
because of that. And
Yep,
but if you know, look at the stats like you did,
yep.
it's
It's not.
less crime than average.
I
I
know.
looked at like fentanyl is imported by usually white citizens,
Mm-hmm.
white American citizens. I saw the police chief, or it was like I think she was like an executive in the police union in San Francisco, was importing.
I know.
She was like a blonde lady
Remember when the FBI's
importing
daughter in Texas
fentanyl.
was
And
the one selling all
you
the
see that one?
drugs and
Yeah,
shit? Like that happens all the time. Little white girl in Texas. Her dad was the
yeah.
FBI agent, and she was the one. So it was a kingpin of Texas. Like, yeah, white people. That's the thing.
No, I didn't.
when you
I
show
haven't heard
all
about
the, it's the same thing I always jokingly tell people with like trans people. Like if trans people are fucking raping and doing all this shit in the bathrooms, why do we only have like one story in like 8 years? Because I know that if
it.
it
I
did happen
know.
as much as you said, there'd be a story. The
Everyone
story
would
would be
talk
out every
about it.
day. Like
Right. For sure, they want it to be true so badly.
that's why I always tell people like, dude, if this was true, everybody would hear about it. Like you're talking about with every Latino that does a crime is on the news on Fox News and shit. Yeah, that's what they would do with trans people too if they were raping women in the bathroom, but they're not, or in the locker rooms, whatever for kids and stuff. Like if this
Right.
was a
So
problem, we would know.
I'll give you my radical leftist take on how to solve this problem that America claims we have. Right. That there's these cartels, especially the cartels are bad. Everyone tells. I get it.
Hmm.
Nobody mentions that the cartels got their weapons from America and
Hmm.
American companies, but
Yep.
but sure, fine. Cartels bad. I agree.
Yep.
We're selling they're selling bad drugs. They're hurting people. Okay, how do you stop them? I say hurt
Income.
uh, their income, take away their money. Okay, how do they make money? They make money by importing drugs and human trafficking.
Yep.
Okay, so I say just make it easy for people to come legally. Like give
Yep.
them paperwork, allow them to work
Yep.
at minimum wage right when they come.
Hmm.
Okay, so then don't make it a bunch of money or don't make it a huge line. Just make it easy,
Hmm.
and then um, like you said, you have tax-paying workers. Okay, there's not enough jobs. Build infrastructure, build more trains, build more schools.
Yeah, all that shit. Which is
Water
more
treatment
money,
plants,
which is
things
more
that we need
GDP,
for
which is bigger
societies.
for the capitalist
Yeah,
society. Like that's actually a good
exactly.
thing. Like people don't realize like this all builds.
Leads
Like
the economy. 100%, 100%.
oh
Oh,
man.
this is we agree on a lot. I'm
Hmm.
surprised you're because it's rare that I find somebody that will go with me on all this stuff. But this is even a little bit further. I
Hmm.
would say then potentially you could legalize drugs. If you legalize drugs, and I don't think I'm not like saying legalize drugs because everyone should be on drugs. I
Hmm.
just think that
You're not gonna
like
stop it.
in like you're not going to stop it, right? Like similar to abortion, like
Yep.
people just do it more dangerously,
Yep.
and then like in like Norwegian countries and Amsterdam and things where they've done that, it's actually like rates have gone down because what you need to do though is you need to provide like testing facilities to make, and then you need to potentially even provide like safe, clean drugs
Hmm.
potentially
Yep.
at like cheap prices or whatever, and that way people are less likely to die from it if they do have a problem, and yeah, obviously provide therapy and and substance abuse, um, clinics or whatever, so help people get off of it. But yeah, don't like you stigmatize it, then people just like try to hide, and but yeah, it's also we should look at like the symptom of the problem. I don't know. Even Mexico doesn't have nearly the addiction problems that
It is
America has,
America.
but I
America
think
has the most by far. Like that's the thing. Like the
yeah,
reason
you
why
have
there's
to
a
look at
drug
the
problem
wealth
here is because
inequality
we do the
problem.
most drugs. Like that's it's as simple as that. Like if we didn't do as
Yeah.
many drugs as we thought,
But you
like there
can't
would be a
blame the other
problem.
countries that are paying. Yeah, no, exactly. You're creating the demand, but like I think you have to look at the the more base reasons for addiction, which is like
Mental issues.
mental health
Yep.
issues and desperation. So it's like people don't have a lot of outlook in their life. They can't get a job. They're poor.
I
They
mean,
can't
it
ever
starts even younger than
buy
that
a
for a lot
house
of
because
people. Like it starts with you had a shitty childhood and you don't.
don't have a lot of outlook in their life. They can't get a job. They're poor.
I
They
mean,
can't
it
ever
starts even younger than
buy
that
a
for a lot
house
of
because
people. Like it starts with you had a shitty childhood and you don't know how to
of
cope with
abuse.
things. You don't know how
Sure,
to.
yeah,
You're not mentally
right,
prepared to deal with being adult and having to deal with adult issues because you never were trained to be an actual like good citizen and adult.
100%.
Like, and people don't realize that they just think we're all born kids and our perfect lives and stuff like that. It's like most people, not most people. I mean, half the people don't have a good life to start, and you got to understand like it's not going to be nearly as simple and as easy as you think as it is for them. And that's because like yeah, it's like the homeless issue is usually drug addicts and war people or military people fucked up. Like like can we not figure this out? And I mean go back to
Or-
fucking like
yeah,
that's why I want healthcare to be fucking
that
some
seems
kind of
logical.
universal things. I want people to get fucking mental checks like once or
Yeah,
twice a year if they need to, and do all these things like
yeah,
it would stop fucking crime. At least it would
for
slow down
sure.
crime. I feel like long term.
Right, definitely. I mean, these things are all interconnected. First, none of these like solves anything by itself, but like
Nope.
together, it like greatly reduces.
Yeah.
Um,
Again, I always try to
yeah,
stress
for some reason I'm getting like
we in America are all about the me culture. It's me, 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 and we need to start thinking the we culture. We need to
right,
fucking adapt, and we need to change, and we need to do things together to actually make. Like I said, stop thinking of the individual. Well, again, it's a fine line. You need to be individual. You can't just be a robot. I get that. I'm not saying that, but just like have
sure, sure.
empathy. Like I said, it's basic empathy. Have empathy for your fellow man. Your man fucking is struggling. You should probably try to help them, right? Because you'd want help, right? Like it's not. A lot of
Right.
these things aren't complicated like that. It's really simple thinking, but just people lack empathy here. Like I said, like it's all about just fucking. I gotta get I gotta get mine. It's the grind culture. It's the hustle culture. Which I mean, I'm kind of a I do that shit too. Like I want to make money too, but it's like I'm not trying to make like billions and billions. I just want to make money where I can live comfortably and have my bills paid
You
and
have to
this and this. You
thrive
know.
in society. You have you have to get ahead. Everybody, it like forces you into that way of thinking. But
Yeah.
yeah,
But like I said,
um,
when I started breaking free of like my old thinking in a way, I started thinking more like this, where it's like, dude, we gotta do something like together. Like this can't keep going on.
right.
Right?
Is Brandon here now?
I
Yeah.
think so.
Hell yeah,
What's up,
Brandon. What's
Brandon?
up, Brandon?
Yo, what's up? What's your name? Are you we just gonna call you Frosty?
You can call me Alex if you want. It's my real name.
Oh well.
Either way. Um.
I mean, still.
Oh man. Yeah, we were getting to all kinds of stuff.
He's having one of our conversations where we go through like 18 different tangents, but it all links together like through a couple threads.
Yep.
Well, that's the thing though, because like I always try to stress to like Brandon and other people, like I always say, like you want big changes, and I get it. Everybody wants big changes, but these big changes are going to be 8 to 10 little changes that are going to be the big change that you want at the end. So like that's why you have to talk about all these little issues because they all have to intertwine because you have to get all these issues together to make the one big change that we're all trying to fucking make. You know, like to make the world better,
Mm-hmm.
make society better in general, all that kind of stuff. You know.
People need to be on the same page of like what kind of society do we want now? Like what is the future gonna look like? What do we need to fucking
True.
take care of before before it's too fucking late? Like the UBI with the fucking AI
Robots.
and robotics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked
We
about
were
that.
talking about that a little bit.
You know, it's true though. I mean, it's a big topic because, like I said, we were talking about like, okay, you fire everybody, right? Because there's all these fucking robots. Well, if you don't pay people enough money to go buy the things, what are you making things for? You know, like we can't even afford them. You know, like there has to be an answer to this. You know, we can't just fucking let people be
Mm-hmm.
poor. You know, because it's pretty much inevitable. Like these people, like what is it? Tesla made like 10,000 robots or 1,000 robots, one of the two. You know, it's like this is happening sooner than later.
Yep. We
Right.
gotta be fucking ready, or else all fucking
Until they
hell is gonna break loose.
until they use those robots to like militarily enslave the humans to just also be robots.
Right? I mean, they
Right.
already done that
We,
though.
we hope that
They
they
don't even
would.
need robots.
I
They
know.
already
We
done
hope
it.
that they would share the wealth, but
Yep.
Yeah, it's so many things, but it's the thing is like we were saying though, like you need to have conversations. You need to talk to people and fucking actually like we as a society need to figure this out. Like this is a problem, right? We all know these are problems. Like people got to stop staying
it's
still and just letting it happen. It's like I was reading this thing with like this person was talking about like how we're such in a constitutional crisis. Like it's like we can't just stand there and let it happen. Like if you're almost as bad as the people doing it if you just let it happen, and you know at least at a
right.
minimum
It's
talk
like,
up about it. You know, if not like protest or whatever. You know, like all these things.
but I think there's something important that like hey we're kind of a part of. Is there's a war for the mind of the average person, like of humanity, right?
Yep.
And they are spending like they're spending billions upon billions of dollars um, to try to win people's minds. There is for example, a endless podcast
Mm-hmm.
like
Machine.
ecosystem
Yep.
funded by billionaires, uh, meant to do exactly that. It push you into an individualistic mindset, a blame the individual, lack of empathy, um, separate and divide kind of a thing. I always see the like either paid propagandists or parrots of the LGB should split from the T organizations.
Yeah,
That's
they're
another one
trying
that
to
always
split
gets
them
me like that.
apart, yeah.
This is such a fucking op. Like this is such an op. You
Yep.
fucking kidding me? Who has more in common for like
Their
being
rights.
like yeah, like who should be closer in allyship than trans people and gay people and lesbian people and bi people? Like they hate all of you, okay? They don't want any of you to have
do.
to be allowed to be yourselves. Like you're not allowed to get married, you're not allowed to they want you all to be straight, cis,
Hmm. They
like
want you to be
white
closeted.
people. Like
Closeted. It's
they're
gonna be
right,
it's gonna be the
closeted.
40s
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's gonna be the 40s
Hide
and
it.
50s where
Right.
all the gay people are just, I'll meet you at midnight. Don't meet me here.
How
Don't
about
tell
this one?
nobody. It's just like, what? Why do you want to live? Make people
I
live
got
in
a good
fear?
one. I have a good one. Nobody ever like. I feel like nobody ever notices the like glaring contradiction in this. It's just like so obvious to me. It's just like, how do you people not pick up on this? The Elon Musks of the world go around saying, I've heard him say this multiple times, the number one most existential crisis that humanity faces. It's not global warming. It's not like war or nuclear bombs or like none of that. Okay,
Hmm.
the most existential crisis that humanity faces, according to him, uh, is falling birth rates.
Yep.
And there's just two ways I can hit that. Either one, okay, great, give more money to families. I'm sure they'll make more kids. Holy shit. You have you have infinite billions. You're $420 billion, you're the richest person in the world. You could single-handedly solve homelessness. It's like, fuck you for for saying that. And then
Right.
two, okay, so the problem essentially is that we don't have enough workers to continue to pay into the system and buy your shit. That's what you're complaining about.
Basically.
Okay, then let in brown people.
That's
What's
the
the
whole
problem
point.
with letting
I
in
know.
brown people?
I know.
They're brown. We need white people. It ties into this, right? It's for evidence for this. He also says at the same time the Democrats. He promotes this conspiracy. Democrats coordinated invasions from brown countries, illegal immigrant invasions on purpose. Biden did this. Millions of people,
Yeah.
specifically into blue states, to
Vote.
vote blue, which doesn't even make sense. They're illegal
course.
immigrants. They're
I know.
voting but
That's
but
part of
like
it, and
if
they're
you
voting in a blue
believe-
state. So why do the blue people need more votes? So I mean, there's two stupid. Yeah, go on. But I'm saying there's two dumb things.
No, I think he actually, to be fair, I think he actually said into red states to turn them blue.
Oh,
I think is
okay.
what he said.
All right, that makes a little
Okay,
more
but
sense.
same
But still,
shit. Like he like it's a mass op from the Democrats to turn the country, evil. Basically, it's what he, anti-Christian, right? But it's like, so you've exposed yourself there. You're not worried about lack of workers. You want right wing white, you want more white babies, which is also what he says. Like have if you're white, have more babies, basically.
That's what
But
Trump
it's just
said,
it's just
too.
like mass white supremacism. It's just mass white supremacism. But then like the funny thing also is like when he gets his white supremacist audience angry at him by saying there was a little mini split with MAGA on the H-1B1 visas, if you remember.
I do remember.
And it's because he's just racist enough that he's willing to like he wants more white babies, but he's not too racist that he doesn't want cheap brown labor. Like he wants to exploit labor more than he wants to have a white only country.
So yeah, no, I think he wants a white only country, but he wants all the brown people around the world to work for him or like build the stuff for him. Because it's out of sight, out of sight, out of mind kind of thing.
He wants slaves, right? Like he wants a white majority with brown slaves, right? That's pretty much what it is.
Oh, dude,
And,
a lot of these
it's just-
people you could tie
just-
straight to Confederate flag people.
not.
Like that's what's so crazy about it. That's why I
Right.
hate a lot of these people. It's like, dude, I could tie a string from MAGA to the fucking Dixiecrats to this and this, and you guys are all fucking part of the Confederate flag people from like the 1850s.
No,
like you
no,
realize that you guys are
no.
the evil from back then.
No, those are Democrats, bro. Those are
I know
Democrats,
they-
man.
oh, I
Don't
already
you,
know.
don't you love, don't you love that? Don't you love that argument?
love
How
it.
many times have you got that argument?
Every time. What
My,
was
my
it?
friend gave me.
The parties
Oh my
didn't switch,
God.
right? Not at all. Like, what's a Dixiecrat
yes.
then? Like, what's a Dixiecrat?
Yes.
Why did they make the term Dixiecrat if they didn't switch?
They were all living in the South. That's weird.
Right.
Like what? Strange.
I know. I had to
All
argue
the
this
all
shit.
the all the Democrats were living in the South.
Oh, And it gets
And
worse.
they
So
just
like
all
I
of a sudden,
argue with, so I was arguing with this chick about it, and she was like, "Can you show me evidence that this happened?" So I cited her like 2 papers, and she's like, "Oh, so like
plenty of evidence.
so it's gonna be so prefer like 2 papers," and she's like, "Oh, so like so professors who are all liberal and stuff." I'm like, "Oh my god!" Like, so you're gonna tell me he's right now because literally any
I just
professor,
trust all science and data. Yeah,
it's just it hurts my brain,
I
it
just
hurts my
trust all
soul.
science and data.
Kind of
Yeah,
get it because
sorry.
like I said, I used to think like that. Like I said, when I used to be fucking stupid and try to be like thought I was smarter than fucking scientists and do all that kind of dumb shit. I used to kind of think the same shit. So I kind of get it, but it's like because usually I started off nice when I talk to people. I try to be like nice and be like, bro, here's like the data, like you can just look at it, like we can go over it together, this. And when they start being like, no, like no, you're
Yeah,
just like I said the other day, I posted Trump's fucking executive order on it. Like this guy's arguing, like, no, this is his executive order, like this is his words, and he's like, you're gonna show me some fucking fake news bullshit. I'm like, this is his own fucking words, bro. Like this is him. Like how are you gonna tell me this is fake?
unbelievable.
Like this is his
Unbelievable.
own fucking
People,
WhiteHouse.com, his own shit. You're gonna tell me this is all fucking fake news bullshit. Like that's what I'm saying. Like that kind of shit. It's like now that's what pisses me off. It's like, dude, you are literally you can't. No matter what it is, it's always has to be your way. Like it just it's frustrating as fuck.
all right. Well, two quick things to that. One, I see this a lot with like the Israel supporters, where they are like, you can show them, like, I can tell them something that Israel said, and they'll say like that is
Didn't
Hamas
happen.
propaganda. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, and unbelievable. And then the other thing I was going to say is that I was going to ask you, how do you feel on if we're learning anything? So from the perspective of like my friend, for example, gave me some hope. Who he's got a MAGA dad, right? And
Mhm.
I've gone back and forth with him on like losing him to the right wing pipeline, but um, the other day he said something like Elon is really fucking up America and destroying the government. And I was like, yes, dude, yes, please, good
Yep.
job. Like, yes, exactly.
I have a couple buddies like
So
that
I
where
don't.
they give me random, but even then they still like don't fully like. They'll be like, I'm not really a fan of
Yeah,
these terrorists and this and this. I'm like, oh, are you trying to tell me that I was right when I tried to warn you that this shit's really fucking stupid? Well, I'm not gonna say that,
yeah.
but I'm
You
starting
go
to
that
look into
far,
it. It's
yeah.
looking really stupid in this. I'm like, bro, just admit that you were fucking wrong and that I was right on all these things that I tried to fucking warn you about. Like that's all you have to do. Just say thank you, like or like instead of they still try to hold on to the it's not that bad. I'm like, dude, it's fucking bad, bro. It's horrible. Like you don't realize. Like I said, the constitutional crisis. Like I said, you have a. This is the first time since fucking whatever his name is, Andrew Jackson. We had a president go, the Supreme Court did their ruling. Now let's see them enforce it. Like, no, dude, you're not supposed to do that. That's not normal. It's not like anything. Like this is really, really bad. You shouldn't have a president doing that. And then you guys are
Yeah,
defending. I
I
always
mean,
say what's worse is that you're defending it. Like you're saying, no, we like that kind of behavior. Like, no, that's the fucking opposite what you should be sending a message to.
right. Like, it's wild how far or how much of a cult it is, or how far people will go um, without questioning or thinking like this is too far from not fucking like you have a full Republican practically Supreme Court and he's like ignoring their rulings. Like that's not a problem for
Dude,
you,
the thing
dude. You
is,
don't think like that's racism
Amy Coney
that we
Barrett
wouldn't
is
want?
his own chick, and she's even being like, dude, you're fucking nuts. Like that's bad when you're even your own constituent
Right.
people are like, dude, come on, you're going a little too far. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like
I
people don't
had
realize
I had a
this.
I had my buddy. It was like sort of my friend, my best friend's high school buddy that I talk to on Discord as well sometimes,
Hmm.
who's pretty right wing, and I feel like he's pretty. I don't know. I feel like he's moved more to liking Trump, and he was like defending the tariffs, and it was like so sad and frustrating. He did not understand tariffs at all. He
Nobody
knew
does.
I just tried to walk him through it in so many different ways, and he just could not grasp it. I was like, dude. So like for one, he was saying that because we have trade deficits to these countries, we owe them. And I was like, that is not a trade
I
deficit.
know.
Okay, it's like a trade deficit. Like you go to the grocery store, you buy things. You now have a trade deficit with the grocery store. Are you
Yep.
upset with them? Do you
Yep.
tariff them? Like they're
Do you charge
producing
yourself 50
things that
more
you want to buy.
cents because of it?
Like,
Like, yeah.
if you wanna fix that, you should make more manufacturing. Like, why are you don't charge them? Like, doesn't, and then it really charges you because they put it onto the American consumer, so
Mhm.
you're paying it. It's a tax for you, not it doesn't stop the trade deficit. And then like they're confused because like, okay, yes, America has debt and we owe debt to other countries, but that's because like we took out loans from like the World Bank and then they like bought our debt, right?
Dude,
Like
there's a
that
lot. It's
Japan,
actually
I
easy. I
think.
mean, that's part of it too. Honestly, we owe half
But we're
the
spending too
national
much.
debt
It's
is
hard.
owed to ourselves. It's our bonds and shit.
Right.
Like
Okay.
people don't realize that. I'm always like, no,
Right.
dude. Like that's we owe ourselves. Like there is other countries. Like I said, the other half is other countries. But like, so what? 18 trillion of our debt is just regular people who bought bonds 20 years ago. They have to get paid out. Like it's not debt like you think, and not even that.
Oh,
Not all debt's bad. Some debt's good. You buy a
right.
house.
And it
You
doesn't
buy a
have
house,
to be
right?
immediate.
You're in debt. It's good, right?
It, does,
It's good to have a
it
house.
also doesn't immediately need to be fixed. And the thing too is like that people don't. It's like America is the hegemonic military power. Like, I
Yeah,
don't see
nobody's
a
fucking
world
with
where
us.
it's going to fall on its debt. Like it's almost silly to put it, I mean it is silly to try to pay back all that debt because what happens is all that money goes into the government and it increases inflation and none of it is going into the pockets of the average person unless you like give services or do something for them. And so it's just actually making the money worth less.
True.
Um
Like if you were gonna do
like
tariffs to raise money to have like universal health care, maybe I'd be more down with it. Because that'd be at least a just cause for
right,
having the thing. Like there are.
right.
That's why we started preface. Like tariffs are not a bad
What
thing.
about
They're not a
government
good thing. They're
spending
just
though?
a thing, and how you use it
We're
depends
not
if
even
it's
gonna
gonna.
look at sorry, like I the whole Doge thing and then like they're going after like the most smallest spending for like grandma. It's
Yeah.
just like the few things that help people. That's the wasteful spending. It's like I mean, maybe there's some
There's always
justification for some
some.
of
Yes, I'm not stupid.
USA
There's
being
always some fraud. There always gonna be some, but like to make it seem like 40% or 30%, like it's like 5% maybe, or even less than
Did you
that.
guys
Like,
catch the bait and switch too? Did you guys catch the bait and switch that Trump did as well? So like first of all, we're gonna audit all this shit, but we've never audited the Pentagon. Okay, what are we
no,
spending more on than the okay?
yeah,
And we have military bases every fucking country in the world. We have to spend millions of dollars flying aircrafts and up and down every country to police them and make sure they're
yeah,
doing what we want like outside China and like we get the Houthis are like killing like keep
yeah.
breaking 25-40 million dollar planes. Just like the amount of money that is spent on that is my point is just
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't even look at it. And so what I was going to say, the bait and switch, Trump when he came in or at some point said, "I'm going to cut the military budget in half." Did you guys hear that?
I remember him saying, yeah. I remember him saying he's gonna be less war and all that shit, even though he just raised it, what, like fucking
And he
It
specifically
was
trillion
said,
like
"I'm
200
cutting
dollars.
mil or something like that. Was it?
what?"
Oh, the debt ceiling or whatever the fuck.
We're talking
He
about military
specifically said,
specifically, but yeah,
I'm cutting the military
2
budget
trillion?
in
no, I think he was gonna cut it like, I think we spend like 700 billion, so I think he's gonna cut it like in half, so like to like 350 billion or 400 billion was his goal, but no, but he raised it to a
Right.
trillion. He just like his new
That's
bill
what I
thing
was
is
that was the
raising
bait
it to a
and switch.
trillion, so he raised it like another 300 billion, even though
Yeah.
he said he was gonna lower
I
it
literally
300 billion.
Fucking
I
going
literally
backwards.
I didn't believe him for a second, but I literally told the same Republican friend I'm talking about, the one my friend from high school named Josh, and I was like, look, man, I'm unbiased. If Trump does something good, I'll tell
Yep.
you. He says he's going to lower the military budget. If he does that, I think that's a
Cool.
wonderful thing.
Yep.
Dude, we're spending way too much money on that. Uh, you know, he said he was recognizing Gaza as a state, Palestine as a state. I thought, oh, that's a good thing, but
Then he didn't.
everybody went no, and everybody went so fast with we're gonna fucking like, oh, he's the fucking.
God.
I just saw a lot of people want to praise him and believe him immediately, and he's the champion of Arabs everywhere or something.
Mhm.
It's like, dude, first, I don't believe that for a second. And you didn't hear him say he was going to turn into a Riviera a second ago, and then
I know.
after that, I hear them like all these negotiations of like we're going to ship them to these different countries and we're
Mhm.
making deals with them. Like, buddy, that you're going to recognize the state and kick them all out. Oh, that's okay, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna be
That's
it's gonna be a state
so
of
good.
Israel.
That's
That's the thing. It's gonna be a state of Israel there.
no, yeah, it's gonna be a resort town for Israel. Yeah, Palestine, woohoo!
Right.
It's so I just it bothers me how just the expectations are so low for Trump. It's unbelievable. People
True.
will give him credit
Yeah, they
for
treat him
anything.
they treat
and
him like he's a
criticize
retard,
nothing.
which he is. But then they don't fucking like, dude. But you're president of the country. You're not a retard. You're like the most powerful person in the world. Like, you can't be both things. And the thing is, honestly, what pisses me off more than anything is that like his last election, we saw that he tested all the guardrails of like what holds America up, and everyone's like, "Oh, he wouldn't do that." It's like he just did it last time. He tested everything, and it barely hold up. Why would you think he's not going to test it and do all this crazy shit again? Like, what the fuck,
Back to
man?
this goes back to the learning lessons thing. Nobody learns lessons. It's just that's why I asked you. Do you think people are learning lessons? I see some examples.
Some
The Democratic Party also is very frustrating for me. I
true.
don't know how you guys feel about the Democratic Party, but
They just. I
yeah.
feel like the. So what sucks with the. I always say this. So the biggest problem with the Democratic Party, I feel like in general, is that they cast such a wide net because there's so many different people. There's Asians. There's whatever. All these different people. It's hard to get a unison voice. Like you're saying with the Republican, the echo chamber is Fox News says something. All the podcasters say something. Ben Shapiro says it. Everybody says it. With the Dems, there's a lot of infighting, which means you have a lot of differentiating. So it's hard to fucking get people to be a unison voice. I think that's
All
the
right.
big
So
issue.
my problem is again money in politics. I don't mind as much the Democrats or like I like Bernie and AOC. Like
Hmm.
they don't take that money, but the uh, the corporate Democrats are still obviously in the pocket of big capital, and their first interest is doing what the companies want, and they are too willing to abandon the left and cozy up to the right to try to get support, and they're not learning the lesson. Like I hoped that after this they would say, oh, that was a mistake. Not like I think Kamala should have distanced herself from Biden on a couple things.
Hmm.
On Gaza, she should have said, we're not going to give Israel any more weapons.
Yeah.
And then on the economy, she should have admitted, we could do better. It was like they both
I just
Biden and
don't. I
hers
don't blame
messaging
her
was
though. I don't blame any of them. Like that's the thing. People blame them, but it's just like, dude, you guys forget there's COVID. COVID fucked everything, and it fucked the whole world up. We came back better than anybody
I
else
don't
in the
think
world.
they
Like
no, I don't think I wouldn't say like they should just like I'm not like blaming them for the economy. I'm just saying like they were doing. I think it came off as insensitive to be like,
yes,
oh, we have the highest job numbers ever, and the economy's actually great. You're just like just experiencing it wrong. It's like it should have been like, look, we have some positive things about the economy. We've definitely improved things since COVID, but we still know you're hurting, and we need to make
help.
some
Yeah.
real policy changes. Like we need to. They didn't do left populism. I live in Mexico, and the president here is doing constant left populism, and I think that she has 80% support, and like that is how you build a movement. And you have to do left wing policies. You can't just say I'm left wing but I'm also right wing. I'm right wing light. Like she also said that we're going to build the Trump wall. Awful campaign.
Yeah.
Like I really did not like her campaign. Like we're going to finish the Trump wall. Made her look
So when
super
I think,
like feck.
so when I think
Let
happens,
me
okay,
hold
go on.
on 1 second. Sorry, quickly. Before I forget, Trump wall. Liz Cheney. I'm gonna bring Liz Cheney on my tour to appeal to moderate Republicans. Didn't like that, and it made her look feckless. And then fine with this, but I just do it for like she copied the no tax on tips thing, and it's just like, oh, okay, so you're doing Trump stuff. Like I like the idea. Okay, it takes pressure off of working people, but like it's only even I see even Trump people are upset. Like, oh, only they get no taxes and I don't get. What about me?
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say that I feel like I feel like it's almost a good thing now because I think there's a lot of never Trump Republicans. I think they're trying to get to the middle. They're trying to get more of that crowd because they're the people that could swing an election. Like if you can get 5-10% extra vote because you got like somewhat respectable Republicans, I always call them, like the ones that'll actually call out the corruption and bullshit. Like I think that if
Well, I
you
think
want to get those people, like I said, because again, the thing with the Dems is they cast big nets, and we're trying to get those people into that net. Be like, hey, man, we have a common enemy. These people, like, we love America, like the idea of it, like the law and order and this. Can we get on this board at least and understand that this side's evil, and we need you on our side, like. We need
I
because
think
because
I
Trump's such an egomaniac and so like popular because
right.
he's a megalomaniac type person with all of his game shows and shit that you need all hands on deck. I think against him, like I think that was the whole
So
thing.
I think that what you're saying is exactly the reasoning that the Democratic Party used. But I disagree on this one. Um,
That's
so
fine.
like I think that yeah, and I saw some things that were really concerning to me, like that basically I think it's Third Way is like a liberal think tank billionaire.
Okay.
They're kind of like the biggest strategizer for the Democrats,
Mm-hmm.
and they they had a meeting, and it was like basically like we're going to move more to the right, and
Mm-hmm.
that was really disappointing for me. But yeah, so my opinion is I understand the casting the wide net analogy, but I think they threw the left and the they threw you're talking about like um, uh, trying to get people over to morality or whatever. I think they threw over they threw the most moral people under the bus, and they I understand that the thought process, but I just think it's incorrect. Like
Mm-hmm.
um, there's a lot of people on the left that they lost
Mm-hmm.
well gaining maybe
Yep.
a few maybe a few moderate Republicans, but
Yep. No,
um,
we obviously we saw with the election it didn't work. I'm just saying that was the idea. I think that they had a
no,
common enemy.
yeah, 100%. I just hoped that when they lost the election, they would have said, okay, that didn't work. You know, um, there was like, yeah, and I think the numbers back me up. That they lost. There was massively less voter turnout, and
Yeah, it's like 7 million less,
yeah, and the people that don't vote,
or vote for Trump or whatever you
like
want to call it.
yeah,
Yeah.
or voter turnout is good better for Democrats
Yep.
in general.
Yep.
Like like Republicans show up more,
Yep.
and uh, I think that they alienated a lot of people. I think um, she had a much better chance of winning if she just said we're not going to give Israel any more weapons. Maybe you would have also lost some Zionist people, to be
Mm-hmm.
fair, but
True.
um, that certainly lost some of the momentum. And like I said, that's like the morally correct position.
I
If
get
you
that.
if you want to bring people to morality, then even if you do lose a little bit voters, it should be better to tell the truth. Like
Yeah.
because otherwise you come off as disingenuous or whatever. Like it like, but yeah, like I think it's the combination though. I think you had to say that, but then you also had to offer people something. So like you
Mm-hmm.
had to say, um, we're gonna not fund Israel anymore, and then we're gonna use that money that would go to Israel. We're gonna use it for things that help people, whatever it would be.
Mm-hmm.
I think healthcare for all would be a great
Yeah,
position.
that's where
But
I'm thinking.
like I said, the problem is a lot of these people take super PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry, right? Like
Yeah.
uh, it's there's a reason why they don't want to offer those things, and they would prefer to cozy up to the right and not threaten their donor, right? There's a reason why they don't want to do leftist or left wing populism.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, it requires. I mean, even just government, like, it's not even that threatening. Like the type of things that they're doing here is like building trains, building water treatment plants, like updating infrastructure, giving free internet in areas that didn't have internet before, like
Mm-hmm.
um,
But honestly,
yeah,
that's
improving
Biden.
healthcare,
I mean, people
improving,
forget. I always try to remind people that was all this infrastructure shit's Biden. That was his fucking plan. Like it wasn't Trump. Trump's gonna try to take credit
he did
for it,
some of that. Yeah.
but it's actually Biden. Like I'm just trying to remind people, maybe not you specifically, but like just in general. It's like, no, dude, this is all Biden's plan. He signed the infrastructure bill. Just because it's happening now doesn't mean is Trump's plan or he did it. You know, like I'm not trying to
Yeah,
give.
it's just so frustrating though, right? Like it's so like so I don't want to be too harsh, but like um for example, Biden gave some huge number, 50 billion or something, I don't know, some large number of money to go towards high-speed rail in California,
Okay.
and then Trump like reversed it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, I from a base level, I agree. Like Biden's investing in infrastructure, Trump wasn't, or Trump's not, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, it's not even inherently like anti-company to do public stuff that helps people. But the problem with that is, in my opinion, is the way that things are done in America. So like, I don't know. You don't have to do exactly like this. There's a reason. Like central planning does help. There's a reason why China has covered like every single major city in the country has high speed rail
Mm-hmm.
connected to it. Yeah, anywhere for like $50. Goes like hundreds of miles an hour. It's so sick. I
Mhm.
really wish we could have something like that.
That would be cool.
But it's like it's because they don't just like the way that it works in America. Like the biggest problem is that we just give all the public money to like private contractors that
Mhm.
just try to make it as cheaply as possible for as much profit as possible. And then on top of that, like I know in California, you have like legislation issues where it's like everybody gets a say, which is like that's not democratic and good. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't have that, but
Yeah.
there is something about like having like too many cooks in the kitchen where they were like they were overcomplicating the project by every mayor was like voting, we need to stop here, we need to stop here, and it's like we need a central plan that says like, sorry guys, we have to make the most important one first, or we have to prioritize. And not to say like China has everything perfect, but like another example of this would be like Vienna, Austria. I was
Mhm.
at one point I was thinking of trying to move there. I thought it was such a cool thing that they've done with their housing. Um, Found Mexico to also be great, but they have like something like 70% of the population is in public housing, really nice luxury public housing
Okay.
in Vienna, and they have a public construction company which doesn't make profit and just pays the workers to build the properties, and then they essentially give the properties out for just the base cost and the cost to maintain them, and no profit, no CEO getting all the money, and so they've been able to make luxury apartments for a few $100s in like a really modern city in Europe that's connected everywhere. Really cool.
Mhm.
And I really think it'd be a model to
Copy or
help,
whatever. Yeah.
like for American cities to be able to fix like their homelessness issues, or at least like lessen them.
I
So that's one I like to bring up a lot.
There's these capsule things. What are these? My buddy was trying to tell me capsule hotels. You ever heard of these things?
In Japan,
Yeah.
I think I've seen that. Yeah,
Yeah. My buddy was trying to get me into looking into this for like being a big thing for homeless people. Basically, you make like a mini house and it's like a little bunk where you can have people sleep. You know, just get them off the streets. Let them say so. You know, it's like it's just better than being homeless, and
better than
that little bit
nothing.
of tidiness can help hopefully turn their life around where they can fucking maybe get better mental health and do things.
Sure, it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
I've seen somebody doing a similar thing with like little mobile tiny homes, which I
Mhm.
thought was kind of cool.
Yeah.
I don't hate it, but it does feel like very, I don't know, it just feels a little bit inadequate, and it's sucks for people to to have such little space for themselves. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely better than nothing.
I'll
Definitely better
say
than the
at
street,
least,
and
yeah.
it's like
I'll
the
say
same,
as a start, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I can't
especially if
see
you're
it
trying
being
to
bad.
like if you're trying to get, especially if you're trying to get people to your side. It's like the people that go around like complaining all the time about, oh, this disgusting city. I have to look at the homeless people doing
Mhm.
drugs. It's dangerous. It's like, okay, if you care about those things, then how about like we at
Do
least give the
something.
minimum amount, like to make that not, to get them off the street. You care about that. You want the city to be cleaner. Okay, let's
Let's
At
do
least,
something about it.
at
That's the
least
thing.
that,
That's
right?
the
At
thing.
least that. You think you
Everybody
could,
bitches about things, but nobody ever actually wants to. Like I said, and the thing is, people say they want to do something about it, but once you tell them it's going to cost like, let's say like $10 billion, it's going to cost $10 billion to do this for this thing. Well, I don't want to do it no more because it costs too much. It's like, well, then you don't really care about the fucking issue. Then if you think it costs too much or whatever, then you don't actually care about the issue. It's just you have a fake plight. Because like I said, my buddy that I was talking about that had the aunt that fucking that's always his issue. I was like, my number one issue is homelessness. If I can cure anything, I cure homelessness. And then we talk about it. It's like, well, this costs, you know. And then he's like, oh, I don't know. It's like, dude, this is what I'm talking about. You can't say you want something, but then the price tag's too high, even though it's really not that high. When you do, like I said, when you go like 50 billion and it's fucking 350 million people paying for it, or whatever, 200 million people paying for it, it's not that much. It's like $150 extra a year for you to pay for someone not to be homeless. You know, like it's not that bad.
it's also like the problem with like people like that's attitude is it's like that's fine like if you I mean you're just basically you're not consistent and the problem is like the people that are running things are not they're not doing what you think they're doing, I guess.
True.
Because it's like if it was a big problem to spend $10 billion to solve a problem, then America wouldn't be like doing what it's doing. Like basically, like we just said, no problem putting 500 more billion into the
Defense.
Pentagon to make it $1 trillion. Like 500 billion. We just found that. No problem. Like we weren't worried about the deficit for that. Like I just
Never.
if you're a person that's worried about it and you think like, oh, but to use good spending, then probably the people that you agree with are not doing what they're not aligning with your your worldview.
Thoughts,
They're not
yeah.
they're not being really fiscally responsible or something.
Mhm.
That's not the case. And then on top of that, what about this is the other one that always gets me that I cannot believe, like how can you at one side of your mouth like justify we don't have enough money to help homeless people and the other side of your mouth we do have money for this.
Yep.
We subsidize billionaires like crazy. We
Yeah.
give them billions of dollars to people that are already billionaires, like for
Yeah.
their companies and government contracts. I don't understand why a billionaire. I don't understand why a single person should be able to have like rocket ships and go to Mars and shit, and especially not like we shouldn't be giving them money to do that. That's just like that seems crazy. Like what the fuck? This should be something that collectively we
Not for a
did
private
together.
organization, not like NASA doing it. I can live with NASA doing it because NASA is part
Sure,
of the government.
yeah, no, sure.
But like I said, yeah,
No, but it's like
private. It's Elon
like-
Musk or whatever. It's like, dude, you don't even. Technically, he doesn't even work for the government in the sense. It's like, dude, why the fuck are we giving you all this money?
It's another one of those pinnacle of human achievement things that I was talking about, where it's like we should share in this as humanity, this achievement. Like it should be something that we do together cooperatively. Because we could have never even gotten to this point without the help of others. And he just stole all that shit and like as well. And now it's just like taking credit for it, basically. Like I don't know. I just like, I just think the fact that we are able to be interplanetary or whatever is like something that is miraculous and took so many generations of people's work and knowledge and dedication.
Fuck yeah.
And it should be shared among the society. And but yeah, also I feel like we need to fix our planet first before we focus too
Oh, I
much
know.
on
That's a
abandoning
whole
it.
You're trying to get people to think that global warming's true that don't believe in it. Like, it's so frustrating because it's like, dude,
Yeah.
like every evidence I show you, it's fake. It's like, dude, because they always say it's fake. But like, I can show you a paper where it's like 800 scientists from literally around the world, from Italy, from Pakistan, from China, all these countries, and they're all in cahoots, right? Like they're all telling you it's
And
just
the
to make
worst
money.
part, every talking point that these sort of people will give you, they got from like a podcast or something.
Yep.
And every one of those talking points is directly paid for by oil lobby companies.
Yep.
I have a friend that was repeating some of this like anti-global warming propaganda, and I'm almost 90% he got it from Jordan Peterson, and I know for a fact that Jordan Peterson is a paid oil propagandist. Like you can look it up; it's not even hidden.
I know, dude. It's,
But it's just like you believe that someone who's literally paid by companies who are doing the thing that they say is not real. Like
well, so like I do the whole like,
Like, irony.
if 98% of people say that like gravity's true, but 2% say it's fake, does that make it real? Because because like, they always go to the 1 or 2 scientists. I'm like, yeah, 2% of scientists say that global warming is not true. But like I would say, like there's so many things. Like, if 98% of people say this, are you gonna trust the 98%? Or are you gonna go with the 2% that say you're fucking retarded? Like, no, you're probably gonna trust the 98%, right? Like, it's the same thing with these scientists. Like, all these scientists agree. There are the random fucking Joe Blows who are probably paid by somebody that disagree, for whatever. But it's like, that's it. Like, that's all it is. Everybody else, and again, it's a global thing. It's not just our government. It's governments are literally around the world. They all say the same thing. Like, how can we not get on the same page on this issue? Have you seen the movie Don't Look Up?
I don't think so. I want to say that brings me to my gripe about AI. You keep going. I just don't want to forget that.
No, that's fine. I was gonna say because the movie Don't Look Up is an analogy
Don't
of global warming, aka like in the movie it's a meteor that's coming that we all see is coming and we do nothing about it. It hits us, and it's an analogy of global warming. Like we all know this is things happening. We're all watching it come closer and closer and closer, and yet we keep coming up with bullshit excuses and reasons to not do anything about it, and it's gonna kill us all. Like just like in the movie where the
Right.
meteor hits us. That's why I love that movie. Like you guys don't even
That's
realize
perfect. Yeah.
it's just like people think it's a movie. Like, oh, it's a good movie. Like it is a good movie. You're right, but you don't even know why they made this movie. Like what the reasoning is. This is what they're talking about. Like
Oh my God.
we have a
All
problem.
right. Now
We
you're
see it coming. It doesn't make it. We don't do nothing about it.
now you bring me to another thought, which is the lack of media comprehension that right wingers have. It's astounding.
True.
They will watch the most anti-right wing shit in the world and be like, "That was the best movie ever. It supports everything that I believe."
I know.
No, it does
I
not.
already know.
You talk to the person. But all right, I want to say my AI thing.
Yep.
I forget it. So basically, that's a perfect example. It makes so my gripe with AI. I can even remember like a specific example. It doesn't basically what it is it doesn't have a way of differentiating a valuable source from a
Yep.
not valuable source.
Mm-hmm.
And so it will it was about like trans women or something. It was like and it was fucking stupid. Grok is even worse. And it was like I think that Elon like
Manipulated the algorithms or whatever.
manipulated Grok to try to like constantly say that like bring up the white genocide in South Africa and
Yep.
say that it's real. I thought that was crazy, but this was Grok. It was some right winger or somebody that on Twitter that was like asking Grok because they can't think for themselves. They have to ask Grok all the time. And so he said something like, are trans women women or something? And it was like every major medical association and scientists and psychiatrists and everything says yes.
Yep.
And that this is the best way to,
Deal with it or whatever we're gonna call it. Yeah.
yeah, whatever. But then it was like it literally it, and then it made it like it equated it with it was like every educated person and all the data and all the science and everything says yes. But there are also some other people that are are very sure on the other side, and so we really can't make a conclusion or say for sure either way.
Mhm.
Like it was
Yeah.
like it equates just random like people on Reddit with like science
Yes.
and says like, well, we can't really determine anything. It's like always a centrist on everything. Like,
No, that's the thing.
Or,
You
like,
can't-
on many
you have
things.
you have to bully it into giving you answers that you really want. Like, yeah, I've never used AI, but I've watched people like online use it. Like, and you have to like
Right.
manipulate it to get like an actual.
Don't
Because
use
it'll
this
always
shitty
play. It'll always,
source.
like you're saying, it'll play the middle ground. It'll always be like, man, I can't really talk about that, because I'm not supposed to talk about like these kind of issues, 'cause,
Right.
like, and it knows, because it's smart, it's AI, like fuck.
And so like my sister was looking up third wave feminism, and it like I guess it was like the Google AI
Mhm.
pulled up a like and basically like an anti-feminist meme from the men's rights activism Reddit as
Mhm.
like
Gospel.
here's an example of feminism. Like, it
Mhm.
was like, dude, this is not good sourcing. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Can somebody
I
teach
tell
these
my
AIs
kids, I
like
tell
what's
everybody,
trustworthy?
I don't. That's why I don't use AI. Like, I mean, I'll read like the quick Google thing, like the quick synopsis that it gives you, but after that, I
You
just
can
read
look
like
at the
real
sources.
articles because I'm like, I can't trust
Yeah,
any of
you
these
can look at the
things.
sources.
Yeah, dude. Like,
Yeah, you can look at the sources. Sometimes it helps, but
yeah, but even then, like you're saying, a lot of time it'll be like Reddit, it'll be like this Quora, or it'll be like Wikipedia, which Wikipedia is not bad. I'm not talking shit like that, but it's just like No, like I want to see
Sure,
like
sure.
the actual paper, or like because I'm looking at like into something like science or like the law. It's like no, I want to see lawyer shit. I want to see real motherfuckers
Right.
talking about
Yeah.
this. I don't want to see, like I said, like you said, Reddit. I don't care what a Reddit dude says. I don't care what my friend on Facebook says about the law. They're retarded. I want to fucking to know what the fuck the lawyers say. Like, here's the law. And that's what I always. So I get on Facebook bitching all day, and I always quote like the Constitution. These people always call me stupid and shit. I'm like, bro, it's the Constitution. It's literally the law of the land. How are you gonna fucking tell me this is wrong? Like, it's the
And these are the
Constitution
same people.
that
These are the
praise
same
it.
people that have like, fuck off my Constitution license or bumper sticker or some shit.
Oh, I
Or,
already know, dude.
like,
It's so
I'm a
silly to me.
constitutionalist. You're a constitutionalist, but you don't know anything in there, and you like they'll say the stupidest things.
Because they'll be like, yeah, Trump has the right to fucking not do what the judge says. I'm like, you know that the fucking courts are 1/3 of the government? Like, it's the government, like 1/3 of it equal, not different. It's equal third, like they have just as much say as the president or even like the Congress shit. Like, why are you going to say that these
But
people
they
have no
do
rights to
everything that-
anything or whatever? It's like, no, that's not how the government works.
But they don't do everything that Trump wants. Therefore, they are corrupt, and
Yep.
we should make the judicial system subservient to the executive branch.
I know.
That's what I've heard.
I know. I always, so like Trump appointed her, but I always have to give her props as Amy Coney Barrett. She fucking has gone against
Right.
Trump so many times, and she's a Trump. I was always saying, like, dude, even your own people are starting to be like, dude, it's going a little too far, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
Some semblance of a scrap of integrity left, I guess.
like I said, not much, but there's some. Like I said, I have to give them props when that happens. I always try to point out, like, you know what, there are some, not many, but there are some that like legitly are like, you actually do care about America. That's actually great. Thank you. That's all I ask.
I think
Like I have
do
a
that. I
low
think
bar of expectation for people. As long as you care about America and the rule, like what the actual rule of law is. Don't say you care about the rule of law when it's just your side or whatever the fuck. Like no. Call it out
Right.
everywhere. Like that's the thing. Like I always say, like when people like bring up shit to me, like Dems do that have done or whatever. Like, I always say, like, dude, I bite the bullet. I'm like, dude, yeah. That's retarded. That's stupid, dude. Like, yeah, they shouldn't have done that. Cool. But, like, unlike you, I don't fucking deep throat a dude who fucking, just because everything he says has to be gospel. Like, no, I can disagree with people within my party or whatever. Like, it's not that bad. Like, the thing is, we disagree
they
on, like,
say-
on nuanced things. You guys just, if a guy disagrees Republican-wise now, they're excommunicated from the whole party. Like, they don't exist. Like,
The left is so bad at infighting. I mean, that was part of my whole premise with the Democrats. I think they need to move to the left and make
embrace it all. I mean, maybe that's true. I mean, I'm not saying you're
they
wrong,
need to
but, like,
negotiate with them, listen to them.
I
But
do think
but no,
that-
but
I do think there's a spot in the middle with all those, like I said, the never Trump Republicans, because there's a lot of them. Because like, I do know some
maybe you
Republican
can get
people that are
both. Maybe
good.
you can get both, but you have to do some maybe you can get both, but you have to do some left wing shit. Like
True.
but like the thing that people don't get is everyone likes left wing
I know, it's popular
populism.
as fuck.
Everybody
Yeah, I
like
know.
you know
Universal
um,
healthcare, that's a big one. Everybody, well,
everyone's
not
gonna be
everybody,
happy
but
with that,
it's
for example.
it pulls like 60%, so it's very popular.
But that's before you get it, and then when they get it, and it's actually just great, and they don't have to worry about insurance ever again, and it's not all the propaganda that they heard about it is
I
not
know.
true. Then they're very convinced. But yeah, it's like if you give good things, then you can convince even
Do you think
moderate
about
people,
this?
Sure.
You know how many Republicans
that's
hated Obamacare? All the Republican people hate Obamacare, and Obamacare is horrible, right? But then when they said that they're going to, the pre-existing conditions that Trump says he's going to keep or whatever, and everyone's like, that's such a good idea. I'm like, that's Obamacare, you fucking tard. Like, what do you mean? Like, these are, all he's doing is giving you Obama policies one by one, and you're like, these are great policies, man. These are good ideas. Like, you guys are so stupid. Like, what the fuck, man? Like, it blows my mind sometimes, like, how you don't see it's basically a bait and switch. I'm telling you this is all horrible, but in the end I'm telling you it's great because I'm gonna give it to you anyways. Like, fuck.
Exactly.
And they do this
Oh
all
my
the
God.
time, over and over and over. It's so frustrating that people don't see it.
I'm so with you on that. What did you say before? I had a thought on something you said. Something about like, you were saying like, you. Oh, I was gonna say, I get so frustrated when they try to say that the Democrats are a cult or like the left is a cult or whatever. It's like,
I
dude,
know.
we can't agree. Are you kidding me? Like,
I know we can't agree on
you guys are
anything.
fucking plastered head to toe with this man's name, and you have 15 flags.
I
Like,
know.
you're gonna talk about about cultness?
I know.
About come on, dude. Like, the problem with the there are more left wing people. We can't win because we can't agree.
I know that's the thing. Like we are so democratic
We're
in the sense of like we're
thinkers.
like open. Yeah,
We're
like
self-reflecting. We're not afraid to criticize people we agree with.
yep.
Like, you don't do any of that,
That's what
dude.
I. That's what I said. I can bite the bullet. Like I said, when people are like, "Oh, what about this? This is stupid as fuck," right? I'm like, "Yeah." You see how easy that was for me?
Yeah,
Like, why can't you do
yeah.
that? That's why I always tell them, like, why can't you do that? I just did it. I showed you. It's not hard. Like, or the other one I
People
would say is,
bend over.
the other one I was gonna say is like I'll be arguing with somebody, right? And they'll show me a court case that I've never seen or heard of, right? And it like literally changes like the outcome of like what I was thinking, right? I'm like getting butthurt and saying like you're stupid and wrong, you don't know what you're talking about. I go, thank you, bro. I didn't know about this. Thank you for showing me something I didn't know. Like it's not hard just to appreciate fucking learning something from somebody else, like in the moment, like, oh man, I thought this was a rule,
Not to
but
mention,
I found out it's not
right.
because I didn't know about these courts things. Like, cool.
It either is or isn't. There is a reality, right? But the thing is, I'll just say too, just because like maybe somebody proves you wrong on a law or something, laws do not equal morality. Sometimes
Not
there
morality,
are immoral
just the
laws,
law.
right?
But yeah,
No, but I'm saying like it's fine to concede, hey, you're right, I didn't know that was a law, but I also don't need to agree with that law. Like
Mhm.
I may think that's an unjust law, and I think that we should change it. That things,
true. I
uh,
mean, for us, I always say it's cannabis. Like, dude, I don't know why cannabis is illegal. That's just stupid. Like, I know it's against the law, but it's the dumbest law. Like, one of the dumbest laws in the world.
right. If you think it's morally just to like for how some of these people that we put, and some people still in jail. Some of them have been let out. I think Biden even let some out. Um, but people, there are some people in certain states that are like still on like lifetime imprisonment
Mhm.
sentences for weed. What another huge waste of government resources too.
True.
We also have the highest prison population of any country,
I know.
and I think Louisiana has like unbelievably high rate of black people incarcerated, even compared to the population, and they have forced labor. So it's just like redoing slavery, and they're rolling back child labor laws, so that kids can work in factories and shit. It's just like it really is. I don't know. I don't know how anybody can be against progress. It's progressivism is like a great. I like to be called a progressive. I don't know why you would ever not want to be a
I
progressive,
know.
and it really is true. They just want to they want to erase progress. And,
I know.
I
Like,
just
I was still like, even like my
I would
buddies
have.
that are Republicans, we all love Teddy Roosevelt. And I'm like, always like, you know what he was, right? Teddy Roosevelt was a progressive. Like, he was a progressive of their time. Like, we all
And a
admitted he's a great
massive
president.
left wing populist. That's
Yeah.
what I'm talking about. He did all kinds of shit, made all kinds of agencies and government programs and things that help people that we still use. Wasn't
National
he
parks.
Social Security? Didn't he do Social Security?
Yep. No, that
I
was
don't know. I think so.
FDR.
Oh, that was FDR.
Yeah, but no, he did national parks. He broke up the big
Right,
business. He
right.
broke up Rockefeller money. He's like, dude, you guys are fucking bigger than the whole government, dude. You can't be this big. Like,
Right. Some of the anti-monopoly stuff.
yeah. I'm saying he did a lot of that kind of stuff, which is I'm saying like even my Republican friends, they agree like this is great. Like they love that guy as a president. I'm like, we all agree this guy's a great president, but then you hate progressive people, but he was a progressive. Like he was a Bull Moose Party. He's this like. That's what he was. Like, how do you not see that this is a good guy? And like, why would progressing in history be bad now? Like, I always tell people, like, why do you want to why do we want to act like we live in the 1950s? That world doesn't exist anymore. Like, that world doesn't, it's not here. So why are we gonna pretend that it
Progress was
is?
great. They're like this is like they literally hold this in their mind. They're like progress was great when we were getting rid of slavery and letting women vote. I guess maybe some of them don't even support
Yeah,
that,
I'll
but
say, I guess.
uh, yeah. But it was great when that progress was great, but now it's gone too far.
Yep.
I saw
Oh, I
I
know.
saw somebody saying somebody saying like blaming Russia on wokeness today on Twitter.
Oh my
He
god.
blamed Russia on wokeness. I was like, dude, what does this word even mean to you anymore,
They
man?
don't
Like,
even know.
what in the world could be woke
Honestly,
with Russia, dude?
it just means
Yeah, I
left
think
wing. That's all it means. They actually have no idea. They just go woke is left in their head.
but, I
That's
mean,
all it means.
they're not the USSR anymore. They're not the USSR anymore. They're a fucking oligarchy American puppet state that's anti-LGBT and
Yeah, they're horrible.
what are they doing? DEI? Like, I don't like what wokeness are they doing? They're invading sovereign countries.
They're
Like,
letting
what
other
is
white
that?
people come
Nothing
in.
about-
They're stopping other white people from working
I
at White
guess.
Cup. I'm saying like that's the DEI because they're all white as fuck. Like,
Yeah, yeah. Like,
Like-
what are they talking?
I know.
The,
It's
how
stupid.
the fantasies that so many people live in to come up, like the gymnastics they have to go through to make this
Yep.
worldview is like
So tie it back
too many
to what,
layers, man. Get
to
off
tie
the
it to
internet.
tie
I
it
don't-
back to what we talked about in the very beginning. To me, it stems from most of these people are religious, and when you have religious brains, you can do all these super mental gymnastics. You have to do it to believe in your God, like to stem it all back. That's my
Yeah,
beef with
oh,
religion is because
yeah.
these people breed these people, and these people vote and do dumb things. But it stems from this issue. Like I said, when you have a horrible epistemology to the biggest question in the world, well, yeah, I can believe that you fucking think that abortion's bad or that Trump's saving the world, whatever the fuck, because you believe that. Like I'm saying, like it's funny because to me it all stems back. That's why it always circles back to religion for me to the extent because that's why
Yeah.
that thought process. People, we don't think well. We don't know how to critically think in America. That is me and Brandon and all of us. We always talk
100%.
about like we don't teach philosophy and shit, like how to think and what to think, and like these things are very important, man. Like there's a reason why all the great civilizations throughout history had great thinkers and philosophers. Why? It's because you need to know how and what you're thinking to make sure you're even doing
You
it right.
You have to value that to be successful. Yeah, and there's a reason why we have fucking tech. But I mean, to tie it back even further, there's tons of people that literally say Trump is God,
I know.
and there's basically the idea that I think this ties back to my they give him so much grace, right? Like God works in mysterious way, Trump works in mysterious way. They literally that's
Yep.
the thought process, right?
Oh, you'll figure it out.
Just
Don't
have
worry.
faith. The
Yep.
tariffs come back around. Eventually, it's going to bring back American jobs. Just wait.
Yeah.
Sure,
Dude.
tax savings later.
Dude, it's the whole
like-
tariff
That is
thing.
the thing.
It's the whole
Everybody
tariff
says
thing.
that.
Tariffs are bad, so he got rid of them, right? But tariffs are good because they're going to keep the jobs here. But we don't care about the jobs, so we're going to take the tariffs away. Like, what do you mean mental gymnastics, dude? Like, how can it be both good and bad that we're doing these things? Like, you can't have it both ways. But in their head, they can. It can both be good when it needs to be, and it can be horrible when it needs to be too. And
Right,
it's just
right.
allowed, and we just like people don't even like I said they don't think about it, they don't care about it, they just accept it, I guess, or whatever the fuck. Like I said, if you knew epistemology, if you knew how to actually think, like premise 1, premise 2, premise 3, like just simple like that. If you could actually understand how to think, you would realize that you're having a big problem here when you try to say that these two A does not equal C at all. Premise 1, premise 2, premise 3, like just simple like that. If you could actually understand how to think, you would realize that you're having a big problem here when you try to say that these two A does not equal C at all. A equals F.
Right, and then, to get a little, well, I don't even know if this is conspiratorial, but to get a little bit conspiratorial, that just leads me to, okay, so then they're dismantling the Department of Education, and they're defunding science, right? And this is very fascist. Like this happens.
True.
in
Every
other
fascist
countries.
country does
But,
this, yes.
But it doesn't that just immediately? It's just like, okay, so you don't want people to learn epistemology. You don't want people to learn
You
reasoning.
don't want.
The decisions are being made in a way that makes that worse. Makes that worse.
As
It's
long
already
as you're,
bad
as
enough.
long as you're stupid, you have to rely on your god emperor, which is Trump now, or whoever the next. It was Reagan before. It was what I'm saying. Whoever your god emperor is, that's who you follow, right? It's just easier. I don't have to think about it. They think for me.
One positive note, that fascism is it's like you said, like great successful nations have to value and invest into intelligence and education and support science, right? And so if you're not doing that, you're doomed to fail. And I just think fascism in general is like it's like I can't think of a better way of saying it, but it's a ideology that's doomed to fail. It's self-defeating. Is what
It
I was
has to, yes.
self-defeating. And
Yes, and also
right,
it's
so I mean,
it's
the kid's got to get out of
anti-collectivism because like when you're anti-collectivism in the sense
right.
of like because I always tell people like in order for us to thrive as a society, like I can't build my house, I can't do my own plumbing, I can't do everything myself. I have to rely on somebody else to
Right.
help me in life, to help my life get better. Because guess what? When they help me, my life gets better, and then I can help them later in different things, in different ways, different like it could be any just all these things. It's not that hard. It comes down to just basic empathy. Again, it comes down to empathy. We don't care as long as I get mine. I don't give a fuck what you do or how you do or whatever the fuck like, and that's the issue. But fuck,
Yeah, but God, my friend told me a really good story about this, but um, it's kind of miraculous and at how um, unaware people are of all of the other people that they depend on, right? And they want to just they want to give themselves credit and be self-made.
Yep.
My friend told me some story. I don't know if I can do it justice, but basically, um, he had a whole list. It was so perfect, but like he was like telling a story about a man who went through his life on uh, and relied on so many different government services. Right, it was like a farmer or something. He was like testing his soil. It was like 20 different services and then he ended the story with saying like, um, the government's always fucking me over, and we have to like get rid of the government,
Yeah.
or whatever. And it's
Yeah.
like he didn't even realize like that how many things
Yep.
he took for granted that made his life possible from it.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I think it should do more. I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it's big government or small government.
No.
I think that's kind of like a bad argument that people talk about.
Yep.
I think it's about government that serves the people or not.
Yeah, it's appropriation.
Right?
It's about the appropriate amount. I always say like if I paid 80% of my money to taxes, right? Let's hypothetically go high end. If I had to pay this much, right? But everything I needed was already like cared for, like all my food, all my bills, everything, right? Is that a bad
That would be
world?
fine,
Like
yeah,
technically,
fine.
like yeah, is that a bad world?
Or you can
Like
take
no.
advantage of. Yeah, exactly. And that's big government, but it's like, yeah, as long as the government is helping people and providing for the people with the money, then bigger government is good. It's just doing more help. But if the government is tyrannical and is just spending all the money on enforcement and
Itself.
harming people and taking away their rights and protecting the interests of the few over the interests of the many, well, then you have a tyrannical state that's bad. Like that's worse
for
than
sure.
big government. I mean,
Yeah.
you can say that's bigger government, authoritarian. Like if we're just gonna
It's
say
the
big
biggest.
government is bad,
It literally is the
yeah,
biggest government.
then I would say, right, yeah, exactly. If it's like taking away your freedoms and shit and throwing you in jail for speaking against the grand leader, that's big government, but in a bad way.
Which
But
is
I just
happening
think,
now
I think
with
it's better to.
with
It's just better to say, is the government serving the will of the many or the few? It's just harder to say. It's the longer phrase.
yeah, the Mahmoud Khalil, like we're literally throwing people out of this country. You're trying to because they said something bad about Daddy Trump. Like it's crazy.
Or the
And again,
person,
and,
or the
peop- and
person
people
that
are championing it because he's not American. But it's like he's a legal citizen. He had a fucking right to be here, and you still are fucking hating on him. Like, what the fuck, man?
I
I
know
just
that's
don't get people.
crazy. There's also the one. There's also the one that I forget his.
He's not American, but it's like he's a legal citizen. He had a fucking right to be here, and you still are fucking hating on him. Like, what the fuck, man?
I know
just
that's
don't get people.
crazy. There's the other story. The other thing I thought it was related to was the maybe this is Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He has tattoos on his hand.
That's
And
him.
Trump. Is this the
That's
hairdresser?
No, that's
Or no,
Kilmar. You're right.
it's
For sure.
Kilmar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, forget that. But just the idea that Trump. I saw an interview with Trump where he said the man's hands said MS-13, and
I know.
the interviewer was like giving him pushback. It's like it didn't actually say that. It was symbols, and
he,
you guys
he did
you
it
did
like
you
the most
superimposed
softball
it.
way ever.
Right, and he was like just so gentle with it, and he was like, "All right, we can move on." And Trump was like, Trump would not let him move on. It was like, "No, it literally said MS-13. Those
Yep.
letters. You're lying. Fuck
I
you."
know.
Like,
Basically, I know.
I've seen the picture.
He's like, you don't think
and
these
it
are
was like a
these aren't
skull.
Photoshop pictures? He's like, no, they're not Photoshopped. It says it right there. Like, are you
Yeah,
stupid?
it's so obviously Photoshop. Like he is just playing the boomers. Like who's gonna even believe this? But it's literally like I remember like even the symbols are most of them. It was like a skull and like a marijuana leaf
Yep.
and
A
like a
cross
cross.
and
Yeah,
three
and, like,
three
you can
something
make
else.
the claim. Yeah, you can make the claim that that represents MS-13, but you're not gonna say that says MS-13. Like yeah, usually MS-13 tattoos are like super like a giant back tattoo with
Oh, I
MS-13
already
on it.
know,
Like
dude. I looked at a
yeah,
bunch of them one day because I was like, okay, this is what real gangsters wear, and you're gonna say this guy is the gangster? Like, what the fuck, man? Because yeah, that
people
blew my
buy that,
mind
and
too.
that's a justification. People buy that, and that's a justification. Like without trial, we're not even gonna like check
I
if this
know.
is true. We're just gonna say
And he
without trial,
and he
life
was
imprisonment, and it's not even
Chicago Bulls
deportation.
jerseys. He was wearing a Chicago Bulls jersey.
Right.
That was the other big
Oh
thing.
my,
Like, oh, okay, so he wears a
no,
jersey and he has
that's also
tattoos,
yeah, that's
and we're gonna, and not even
an
like I said,
American team.
like maybe arrest him or whatever you want to call it, maybe, but you're gonna deport this man for that? That's
Cool.
your just
At least
cause? Like, it's amazing.
right, arrest him and give him a fair trial, where
Yeah,
she will win because there's no evidence.
correct. I'm saying like
Yeah,
even that's kind of fucked up, but at
yeah,
least I can understand that. But I'm saying you're gonna deport this man and
yeah.
go, this man doesn't deserve to be, and not even that, send him to Seacock, which is one of the worst prisons. Like, dude, what?
Yeah, you know that. I won't even. I was going to go into that. You won't even go into that. It's a slave
Yeah,
torture prison.
yeah.
So,
I'm saying like
but
I'm
then
saying, oh my god, it's so horrible. And then you have
and
people
then
defend it. People defend it. That's what I
and then
always say.
I had the I had the nerve of the same, you know, tariff supporting, my best friend's buddy, uh, both named Josh. Very confusing. I have a Josh and he has a Josh. We
Yep,
both have a high school friend named Josh that's kind of Republican.
yep,
Very funny.
yep.
Um, so he had the nerve to say that like the fascist dictator of El Salvador, or well, no, he just said that. All right, the fascist dictator of El Salvador, Bukele,
Hmm.
is has a lot of evidence that he's in bed with MS-13,
Yep,
and Trump is like it's his best buddy, and
yep.
like so he imprisoned the leaders of MS-13, and then he released them all. He made agreements with them. You can even make a positive argument like, oh, it may have helped to lower violence. Like maybe he made an agreement with them to lower violence, but
Hmm.
certainly he's working directly with these gangs and releasing their leaders.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I had this guy tell me, one, it's like tariffs are good and they're justified because Mexico is
Sending
ruining the country with
fentanyl and drugs.
fentanyl,
Yeah, fentanyl. I know.
and the president is a in with the cartel. I was like, dude, okay, so somebody does left wing populism, and I had both my Josh and the other Josh try to tell me that she's like a cartel president, and it's like so frustrating. It's like the moment somebody does like helps the average working person, the right wing propaganda comes out, and we all have to assume that they're like in bed with criminal organizations. It's like one, she has vastly reduced homicides and lowered like arrested multiple cartel people. I actually know a drug spot that I would go. I went to personally. I was going there to buy weed
Hmm.
locally, and they sold all kinds of other drugs. And it was like illegal, and they shut it down. But it was just like at a market.
Hmm.
But it was sick, honestly. But it sucks they shut it down. But no. But my point is, they are if anything going after the drug people. And she for example, this is a great policy, building 1 million homes for poor people.
Hmm.
This is the type of left wing populism we should be doing. She's doing that, and then it's like, oh, she's in the cartel. She's a cartel president. And it's like my other guy, my friend who lives here, his reasoning. When I tried to explain this to him, and he said, his reasoning for why she's a cartel president. I was like, dude, but the numbers of crime are going down, and he's
Hmm.
like, well, those are fake, right? And I'm like,
Of course.
okay, they're fake. Sure, you don't trust the police. Okay, I don't trust the police either. But then like I didn't even go this far with him because it was just like I was just like my
Yeah,
mind was like,
whatever. Yeah.
what are you talking about? Yeah. But like later I'm just like, okay, so this is your reasoning. Um, AMLO is the previous president. He was in the same party as her, both on the left.
Hmm.
She's Claudia, Claudia Sheinbaum, right? You're telling me that one, all of the police are in a mass conspiracy to lie to make Claudia Scheinbaum look good.
Mhm.
First of all, that's a red flag for me. She's on the left. Police are mostly on the right. It seems very odd that they would all of a sudden want to support left-wing presidents and make them look good, and also make themselves look bad. Like we're not doing any crime. We're not like we're not catching a lot of people. Like crime's going down. Like they want to, if anything, they want to like put their numbers up and say we need more money. We have
Yeah.
all this crime,
Yeah.
right? So it's against their interest. They are conspiratorially saying that this left-wing president is doing a great job. Very strange already. And then beyond that, they changed just since the last president. So all of a sudden, when the new president came, who's in the same party, they just wanted to help her out and not help out the previous president.
Yeah.
Make it make sense, dude.
I
Please,
know. Yeah.
you have conspiracies, but like at least make them have some like
That's the
reason. Like I have some conspiracies I think are plausible, but
for
like,
sure. Oh, I know. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. But again, because it comes down to they have no epistemology. They never actually thought about
Right.
these things. They just hear talking points and go, "That makes sense." Okay, and then
Right.
that's all the thinking. The thinking's done when Ben Shapiro says this is the answer. That's the answer. They're done. They don't need no more. They got their answer. Ben Shapiro told them, or whoever, Steven Crowder, whoever the fuck you want to pick. Like. That's the problem. And again, I always tell people like everybody will come to me like, "Oh, you're just saying what CNN says or whatever." I'm like, I read the indictment, I read the paper or whatever the fuck. I'm like, you can read these things like they're on the internet, bro. They're not hard to fuck. Like I was saying, like I started reading that Big Beautiful Bitch bill the other day with my buddy. It's like, dude, you can find these
a little bit
bills
of it.
on like you can find them. Like, why do you listen to some dude
Yeah.
lie to you? And give you the propaganda or whatever, when you can just do it yourself. It's not hard.
I mean,
It just takes time. It sucks
Even when-
sometimes, but you know what? If you just take time, you learn.
You're 100% right. And even when I haven't read the bill, but I read Trump's tweet about it, and even you just have to have like a monochrome of skepticism to be like,
Yep.
okay, this
Sounds too good, right?
there's you're leaving some things out here.
Well,
There's like some of this
I always
makes
tell
sense.
people, remember that old adage: when something sounds too good, it's probably not real, right? Like when Trump
Yeah.
shows you the world and says
You're
we're going to do
so-
everything. He sells you this whole big
Right.
thing. At one point, do you go, he's probably bullshitting me because that sounds too fucking good to be true. Like, man, I don't get it. Like all
Trump-
these things that we're supposed to like have learned your whole life, when we just fail at it.
But Trump self-interested, I can't believe it.
He would never do such a thing. He's Trump.
Like they just can't come, and it's like you said, you're supposed to learn your whole life that like, things like sharing is caring, and
Yeah.
like
Oh, I know.
your boss is not on your team. Like,
Yeah, right. Oh, I know all these
I
things.
just can't get these simple concepts. All right, but what is your stream, dude?
Dang side
You mind
on
posting
YouTube.
it?
Yeah, I'll post it. Hold on. I'll send you.
Yeah,
a link.
post it. I want to.
I'm finishing
And,
my shit. But yeah, me, Brandon, my buddy Mitch sometimes shows up. We talk a lot of this shit. But yeah.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun, dude. I think I'm about ready to wrap it up, but I'd love to do it again, man. This was
Fuck yeah, dude.
great.
Yeah, dude. It was a good time.
Maybe we can get some more stronger disagreeers in here and
That's what I aim
Try
for.
to-
Like I said, I have a couple of buddies that join once in a while
Try
that
to
we
move it.
disagree with.
maybe we can.
The thing is,
We can
it's
do a
funny,
little-
going
little
back to anything. The people on the right, especially because they won now, they don't like to debate. I always try to send people debate. I'm like, hey, like I'll be arguing
Yeah,
with people on
especially
Facebook. I'm like,
if they
hey,
won.
bro, like we can talk right now. No, bro. It's like, dude, fuck off.
I already won. I don't gain anything by being made a fool of and having to look at facts that I know won't support me.
I know, because like I said, I'll show you like the actual like documents. So like, tell me what this says, and do you agree or not agree? Because it sounds bad, right? Because I said that's what I was doing. Like I said, I'm not that far. I'm only like 2 paragraphs into the bill, but it's like I was doing with my buddy. I was just going line by line, like, hey, tell me this. Is this good, bad, maybe? No, like, all right, let's go to the next one. Tell me this is good, bad, or not. Like, and eventually you'll find stuff that they disagree on. It's like, see, you found out there are things that that are not perfect or whatever you think. Your God
Yeah.
Emperor is not the best man in the world. I promise you. But hold on, let me see here. Let me go to my shit. Hold on, I gotta play my round of chess.
Let me think for a second. You were talking about. Oh yeah, I had a Twitter conversation with somebody. It was like there was like a bunch of socialists on my side, and then it was this guy who was trying to claim that Hitler was a socialist, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he just would not.
Because he's National
There were
Socialist. That's the
right.
reason
There
why.
were people. Right. I know. There were people that were more informed than I was, and but I know plenty about it. And he, I think this guy knows also that this is not true, but he wouldn't, of course, agree to like a Zoom call or a Discord or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and uh, he would prefer to continue to perpetuate a lie that he feels benefits him,
Mm-hmm.
right? He doesn't want the stink of uh, of Hitler being associated with far right authoritarianism, and he wants to associate it with the left,
Mm-hmm.
and he doesn't want to see the fact. And so, yeah, it's very true. It's just sometimes people are just not. Oh, hold on. They are not. They're disingenuous. They're not.
Oh yeah, like I said, it goes back to me always. They just haven't thought about it. Nobody actually is critically thought about their positions on anything, like any topic. Like pick a
Well,
topic, they
that's
never thought about
completely
it.
separate. Like, yeah, I think this guy thought about it, but he is he's disingenuous. Like he doesn't care about the truth. He wants to twist the truth to fit his narrative. But
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
in a nicer way, and for more probably for more people, is or more in that camp where they just haven't thought about it. They're just more
mm-hmm.
naive. There's
Yep,
naive camp, and then there's like a like I know
yeah, the
that things are fucked
malicious.
up and exploited in America. Yeah, but I think it benefits me, and so I'm gonna maintain the lie. Um, it's like a Nazi who's like does genocide denial. He knows that the genocide, he knows that the Holocaust is real, but he just doesn't. He wants to. He thinks if
Yeah,
he
no.
denies it, he'll get more people to join up.
Well, yeah. Again, I don't know how right wingers became Nazi. Like, I don't know what happened. Like, there's certain things like, how did you go so far? Just like, how are right wingers now pro Russia? Like, I always tell people, like, if you told a person in the '90s that was a Republican, like, you know, your side's gonna become like Putin lovers and all this shit, they lose their minds. Like, how did this switch happen? It's just Trump, I guess. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, literally, Trump broke the whole Republican Party and just made it like it's just basically QAnon, Reddit, fucking conspiracy theorists. That's basically the Republican Party now.
It is wild. I mean, you even look at like I mean, I am a big Reagan hater, but holy shit, like Reagan gave mass amnesty
He did.
and talked about immigrants in a much more humane way. Like
You know.
it's concerning, but that's like so like the Overton window is shifting to the right. But that's why like I get very upset and I want to hold Democrats accountable
Hmm.
because I think that they are also to blame for this. I think that by taking all this corporate money and moving more and more to the right, and they sound like how the Republicans used to sound, I think they are allowing a slow creep towards fascism. And I also don't think that like I don't know, maybe at this point it's too far gone to do incrementalism anyway, but I think that um, you have to be a strong opposition to fascism. It doesn't even make sense logically. They come off so weak. It's like, oh, these people are Nazis and they're fascists, but we're gonna come to a middle ground on all of their issues. It's like, no, dude, you can't like negotiate with some of these things. Like, it's either evil or not evil. I don't know. I mean, like, so, I'm gonna steal. I'm gonna go the other side and this is probably a little closer to you. I'm gonna go kind of maybe steelman your argument a little bit.
Hmm.
Uh, um, there's a lot of people on the left who I disagree with. I can see where they're coming from a little bit, but there are more radical left people than me that are even very critical of AOC and Bernie and say that they're controlled opposition and they're Zionist genocide supporters.
Hmm.
And I can get where they're coming from just from like, okay, um, Bernie has said things like, uh, and recently Hamas started this, and Israel has a right to defend itself.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, it's 2 years into a genocide. That the right to defend themselves is over. And it didn't start on October 7th. They forced 700,000 people out of their homes and killed like 30,000 when the country was created, and they never let them come back. And then they put 2 million people into essentially an open air prison where you can't come or leave. Your imports are controlled, your exports are controlled. Then they starve them now, but that was before, but that was after, to be fair. But
Mm-hmm.
in the meantime, they couldn't leave. They didn't have freedom of movement, and they don't have equal rights. And yeah, and Israel's ethno state. So basically, all these reasons um, happened first. And so yeah, you can't just say Hamas started it. But
I know, dude. I've done a
you can
lot of
say it was
research into
wrong.
that
But
area. Like
yeah,
it's so complicated. Like that's the thing when people try to give you a stupid, simple answer. I'm like, dude, this whole thing. I mean, first it goes back thousands of years, but even if you want to start with like the Ottoman Empire, like in the late 1800s, from that on, shit's been
hold on,
fucking
hold on.
crazy there.
Wait, hold on. Oh, you're okay. Sorry, my fault. I tangented us way too hard. I got to get back to the point,
I
and
got
before
you.
we go on any history. The point was that they're very harsh on AOC and Bernie,
Yeah.
whereas I understand AOC and Bernie, and I think I'm more empathetic to their position than these people are. I would even maybe agree with them that maybe maybe AOC and Bernie can't save us. Maybe the system's too far gone and it's too corrupted, and even if they mean well, even if they were to get elected or whatever, even if they mean well, it's uphill battle. Or maybe you could say they couldn't get elected because there's too much institutional money against them, and they won't take that money. But like essentially, um, I don't even necessarily agree with this, but I can get it. Like I don't think this means they're controlled opposition or they're like
Mm-hmm.
secretly have bad intentions.
Yeah.
For example, like AOC voted for some money for Israel's defense, like for their Iron Dome. I don't necessarily support that, but I think that is a more fair than sending them offensive weapons. And maybe she thought she could make a negotiation. She could get concessions out of it. Maybe she could get
Mm-hmm.
a peace deal or something if she gave them that.
Yeah.
Maybe Bernie thinks by using some of these kind of Zionist, you know, talking points or phrases, he will come off as more neutral and moderate and get more support. Apparently, Bernie is, most Americans think he's the most moderate politician. In reality, he's the most left
I'll
politician.
say he's the
So I
most.
think
I think
he's doing.
Republicans think he's the most left.
Apparently, he's voted the most moderate politician by Americans, which
Mm.
he really is the most left. And
Yep.
most Republicans probably would tell you he's a radical communist.
Yep.
So I would say that's a point for his argument that he's doing something right if he's considered the most moderate politician, while actually being more to the left and having a lot of ideas that are maybe would be considered radical leftist communism. All Republicans hate that. Somehow he's still making himself seem more reasonable and not extreme. And so I can understand where he's coming from. I don't necessarily agree with the strategy, but yeah, like kind of like you're saying for the Democrats, I would say I would agree with that even less. But they think that this is their best way to get power and then maybe do a little bit of good. If I'm being very charitable,
Mm-hmm.
I could make the other argument and say maybe that it's more like they are just trying to satisfy the masses just enough so they can continue the project of capitalism and exploitation and all the money coming in, and maybe they don't really care so much about the things that they say like LGBT, and maybe they just kind of use those things to have a good image, and maybe they don't care as much. I don't know, there are leftist parties in other countries that I trust more, and leftist candidates that I trust more, certainly, and they could do better, and if they would
Yeah.
if they would move more to the left, then they could maybe win me over more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said,
But
I
yeah,
think I think the
I
big
mean,
issue is we
I
gotta
personally
stop. We
still
gotta.
voted for it.
I don't know how we do it though, because this is not the way we roll. But we gotta somehow get more unified in our message and not have so much infighting. I think that's the thing. But I don't know how you solve that issue because, like I said, we are such a big net. So
I
it's
mean,
like,
I believe that. I mean, it's a he said she said or whatever kind of thing. But
yep,
I firmly believe the corporate Dems have to move more into the moral. You know, they have to move to us, not us move to them. I think us moving to them is a problem, and I don't know. I feel like the kind of lesser evil voting mentality has kind of empowered them into feeling that they don't have to satisfy their base. They don't have to really do things that help people in order to be to gain power. Now, they should have learned from this last election that that's not really the case, but I'm not sure they're learning.
Hmm.
So that discourages me. But yeah,
That does.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it will convince people into more radical action, whether that's like, uh, a revolution, or whether that's joining unions and mass work stoppages until we force the companies and the people in power to do the right thing. But yeah, I just like yeah, I think you have to you can't expect people to come from the morally correct position to your like not very moral position that's slightly less immoral. Like the morally correct position to your like not very moral position that's slightly expect to gain
Hmm.
enthusiasm. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
The
So
problem is what they fear is going to happen. That's the fucking problem. Is we got this
Fear based.
divide where they're not living in fucking reality. They don't
yeah, they
actually
got to come to
understand
reality. Though. You
that
can't expect
people
everyone to come
aren't bad. People aren't
right.
evil
Yeah.
in their essence, and it's their fear making them do evil shit essentially. Like,
Yeah, or like sort of like the argument that that Israel and Palestine can never live in peace because these people are just like inherently
Hmm.
violent or whatever.
Yeah. That's
yeah,
I get
it's
it.
like essentialism
Well, yeah.
basically.
Well, because again,
That's
it
the
comes down to
Like,
the
justification, I
them
guess.
they're not
versus.
looking at the causes.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, it's the
Psychology.
them versus us. Like I said, like as long as they're on the opposite team, like I said, we're all just humans. Like I always say, like can't we all agree that we want to leave a better life for like the next generation? Like that should be like the common thread. Like how do we do this now is different, but like we do have commonality. It's not them like per se. Like obviously they believe different stuff, but it's like we're all still humans. We should all try to fucking make this world a better place. Like it's
Yeah,
like we got to come to grips with that.
it's frustrating,
It is
dude.
frustrating.
Like, there's like the gap. Like there's like discourse is just like impossible with these people.
It is very hard, dude.
That's
Like I
where
said,
I've
that's what we've been
kind of
talking about it
like
too.
dropped out of it. Yeah.
Dude, like I said, like that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, I can show you Trump's own page saying this is what we're doing, and the guy will be like, "It's fake news." Like, what reality do you live in when you're a guy can say something and you still are like,
Yeah.
"No, this is fake as fuck." Like, I mean, that's so true. Like, 'cause it's almost like we are in different realities. Like, as long as God, Emperor, Trump, and these people say this, it's true, no matter what, to these people.
But
And how do
that's
you
what I'm
break people
Because
saying,
to
though.
they
believe
don't
that?
suffer. They don't suffer from these attitudes they have or their policies
But
they support.
it's like that's the problem too, though. It's like that's why you can't come you can't come to the side of a delusion. Like for example, like how would you compromise with an anti-vaxxer? You're not in reality. Like I can't compromise with you. I can't
Yeah.
give
Yeah.
anything to you. Your position is not based on evidence or reality. Like you have to come to me. I wish I could negotiate with you. I'm the one that's more willing to negotiate, but you can't give anything. Like
Yeah, like with vaccines, like I always tell people, like I can bend, like I can be like, yeah, kids probably shouldn't get it. There are probably people that are younger that are healthy, like older people should get it. Like there are people that should get it, probably people that don't necessarily need it. Like I can get down with that, but you're saying that nobody, and and worse, it kills people. It's literally I try to tell these people, like there's been like 6 billion shots given out worldwide. Wouldn't you think there'd be like
given, yeah.
like
How would
20 million
how
deaths
would
or
they
something like that? Like honestly, if it was really as evil and bad as you're saying it is, like come on now, think about it again. But they don't, it's like. But again, I can see ground. I can tell you like there's nuance
yeah,
to
I
this
mean
article. Like I can get to the nuance. That's fine. I there is nuance, but like they won't. They just it's all or nothing.
sure there's always a risk benefit analysis, and you can give me evidence and we can look at that. But it's like your reasoning is based on debunked fear. Like
Hmm.
for example, there's no link between um,
And then pride comes in.
autism and genes. My mom believed that. I know I looked up the person who like perpetuated that lie. Like,
Hmm.
it's thoroughly debunked. You know what I mean? And there is definitely reasoning with scientific backing and evidence and consensus on why each vaccine is necessary at each time. If you want to if you have a specific claim and you want to say, okay, this vaccine is not very, it's a vaccine against something that's not very dangerous, and it has these symptoms, and these symptoms outweigh the benefit of the vaccine. Okay, we can look at that, but like, it's not like they haven't looked at it. They've looked at it.
But they only looked at, yeah. Well, the thing
And
is
I
that
trust
you can give them you
I
give it
trust
to
the
them and they don't
consensus
look at it. That's
of
actually the
science.
issue.
Like,
That's the other issue.
yeah,
Like I'll cite you a paper.
right.
That's why
But it's like,
I always tell people, like, why would I cite you a paper? You're not even gonna read it. Like if you actually were to read it, I'll cite you fucking
yeah.
4 papers. But the thing is, I know you're not, so there's no point. Like,
And the thing is, it's like, look, there might be some vaccine that, is not, doesn't have the best cost benefit analysis, but like you're not capable of figuring that out. I'm going to be honest with you, man. Like I know that the consensus of the scientific community and of peer-reviewed science, where people are testing and doing, copying the experiments, looking at the reasoning, double checking, triple checking, I'm not going to be able to find a crack in that. Maybe somebody can. You can't either, bud. Why
Not
are you
me.
so confident?
yeah, that's my thing.
Relax.
Yeah.
Like, relax, dude.
Yeah, I try to
Anyway,
stress this to
all
people.
right, guys, I'm gonna
Confidence
head out.
level. But yeah, you gotta head out, brother.
Yeah, I use the bathroom, and it was a good talk anyway. So
No, yeah, brother.
I'll catch you next time. Let's plan another one.
Yeah, dude, I'll message you.
Take care, man.
Yeah, great to meet you guys. I really liked your takes. Solid stuff. I'm with it.
Yeah, man. Well, even like I
Hell
said,
yeah.
even the things we disagree on, we can still fucking find some common ground and figure it out. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very productive conversation. All right, later, guys.
Have a good one, brother.
Later.
So how was it, Brandon? He was a pretty good guy.
Oh, he's a good guy, yeah.
Yeah, I guess
Flavor dude.
He randomly fucking messaged. I've sent out a bunch of things, and he randomly messaged me. I'm like, cool, dude, come on through. Yeah, I found out.
Hell yeah.
He lives in fucking. He lives in Mexico. Mexico.
Mexico. Yep.
He's trying to fucking
Yeah.
his girlfriend, baby mama, or not baby mama, girlfriend, wife. I think it was wife actually. His wife, mom is from Mexico, and they're trying to get her citizenship. And I was like, oh, bro, I'm so sorry. Good luck in
Yeah,
Trump's
that
America. Like that's how we started this whole conversation. I was like, oh no. But hold on, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back.
Yep. Oh shit. Damn it.
Ooh. Hell yeah. Yeah, it was a good old time.
Yep.
Fuck yeah. I think I already did. Yeah, this guy's got a Twitch, so he's like, come give me a follow. I'm like, I think I already did, actually. But... To be cordial.
You already followed him?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, he's a white dude with Rastafari fucking hair to the max. Let me see here. I'll screen share.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of funny. Hold on.
Nice.
Let me screen share. This one, yeah. Do you see the Rasta? Or I guess have you looked at the Rasta?
See the Rasta.
That look right there.
Oh yeah. I would not have expected that at all.
No, did I?
From the way he sounded.
I know that's what I'm
He
saying.
sounded like he was like early 20s or something.
You know, I know, I get it, right? I think he's from like Washington or Oregon, somewhere in the West Coast originally.
Yeah.
And like I said,
So, that makes sense.
and then he married his chick, and like I said, chick's trying to fucking come to America, so he moved down there. He's been there, I think, since 6-8 months maybe. So
Okay.
I'm like,
That'd be nice though.
yeah. I mean,
Get
it's
the
like
fuck
anything.
out of this place.
It's like anything, honestly. Like you can make the best out of any situation. Like it's just how are you
Yeah.
willing to do it, or do you want to do it? If you have the want, you'll probably do it. If you don't want to, then it's going to be bad. It's like so much of it is your mentality.
Yeah, for
So,
sure.
I don't know.
Yep.
But I know tomorrow we got the Timberwolves game, so me and Josh will be on here watching the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
If we win tomorrow night, we're tied up 2-2.
Oh, okay. So we fucking won.
Dude, we won by 40 points last game. We stomped them.
Wow.
They put the JV team in with like 3 minutes left in the third quarter.
Fuck yeah, dude.
You know, we sent a statement like, "Bitch, Julius and all these people like this. We in our house now, bitch."
Hell yeah.
You can read their lips talking. And it's funny. I'm talking shit because you're at home now. Like, bitch, this is my house. We ain't in Oklahoma no more. Thing is, you still got to win a game. There. You have to win one game there in order to win the series. So it will be tough, but.
Wait, did you say we're 2-2 now, or we will be 2-2
Will
if we
be
win?
if we win. We're 2-1,
Will be.
2-1 right now.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I'm saying I gotta assume if we lose tomorrow, we're probably done. That's 3-1. But if we win tomorrow, we're back to a brand new series.
Yeah, dude.
And now we got home cooking, baby. We are, like I said, when you're at home, your bench players usually do better, and that's exactly what happened. Our bench was on fire, had like 45, 50 points to the like 8. That's why we won so much.
Okay.
But we will find out in 24 hours. In 24 hours from now, it will be the game is ending. So you are always welcome to come hang out and watch too. Like I said, I know me and Josh will be watching it. Probably Steph and Teddy.
Yeah, I'll probably show up for sure.
Yeah. We were talking about. You ever heard of capsule hotels or capsule houses?
He was talking about it in Japan, or what is it?
That's where it started in Japan in 2010. Yeah, they're just basically like little mini houses, or it's like a shelter. They have little pods that you can sleep in and stuff. So I can reshare. Not that. Hold on. Because we were talking about like homelessness. Like, you know, this is one of those things. Like, yeah, dude, this probably can help get rid of homelessness.
Like, that's gotta be fucking taken care of, dude.
I know.
We can't do this every man for himself bullshit
No.
anymore. That's fucking retarded. Like, there's no reason to.
This right here.
Get
like these
people
little
fucking-
pods.
Oh, okay. And people just go there to sleep and.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than being homeless, right?
Uh,
I mean, it's just
yeah,
something
yeah.
better than be like you give them actually like a real life, or not real life, but like, you know, shelter. Again, if you have that, that's one less stress. Like because most homeless people deal with mental issues. Like, you know what? If you can get rid of one thing, one less stress, maybe that
have their own
helps them.
space too, you know, like
Yeah, man.
not
just-
being fucking exposed to everybody.
I mean, and yeah, it's humanitarian
dude.
too. Like you feel like a real person again. You don't feel like a bum. I mean, there's so many things. I'm saying it's
exactly.
it's big into the mental health aspect where it's like, you know, like I said, it's one less stress. Dude. Like every day you have to stress about like where am I going to sleep that I don't have to stay out of the rain or the extreme heat or whatever the fuck. You know, like that's got to be a big stress if you're actually homeless like that. Like, yeah, like Germany's starting to do them now.
Absolutely.
That's good. I'm just saying, yeah, just like I can't believe like how there's like trailer parks and stuff. Why don't we have like thousands of these sitting places where like, oh, if you're homeless, come live here, you know, figure your shit out, you know, hopefully get out eventually, but like at least you can spend the night here. Just be safe.
I saw a dude covered in a tarp the other day,
Did
like
you?
on the little trails in the back of the trailer park here.
Yeah. I'm saying like that's
Dude's just
stupid.
covered by a tarp.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a thing. Shouldn't be a thing. It's fucking
Not in
retarded.
America. Like I said, this is America, dude. We're the richest, best country in the world. Like, how do we have so much of this happening? And like I said, we all know it's happening, but like, why can't we ever come to any kind of solution? Like, we just always bitch about the problem, but never go like, yeah, what's the answer? What's the riddle? Like, like there's got to be an answer, right?
There is an answer. It's just
Empathy.
people are fucking greedy,
Yeah,
man.
empathy. Like I said, I don't know if you saw on Facebook this chick. I was talking about how it's been like 2.5 months since this tornado, and Trump's trying to deny like 10-15% of their aid, to help fix it, And this chick's like, well, I'm not the one asking for it. It's like, like that's their whole thought process. Like, you think that you don't, it's not you dealing with it, so you don't give a fuck. It's like, that's the issue. Like, right there. Like, they're still your fellow person, right? Like, logically, empathetically, I would say, if I got in a tornado and I lost my house and everything, I would want someone to help me out as quick as they could, right? I wouldn't want to wait 3 months or 2 months for it, like, therefore, I don't think my neighbor would either, like, just simple, simple, simple. Well, yeah, we just can't do it.
Yeah.
And I don't know why.
It's fucking wild. Dude. I don't know. People are just so concerned about. What are people so concerned about? Is it because fucking
Money,
the
money, because I think
fucking
money
right
gives you.
wingers think that? Well, of course.
Because I'm saying money gives you
I just mean
freedom,
like
I
the
think.
people that already have enough, but then
Okay, them.
yeah.
I think it just comes down to
But yeah,
power.
like then there's the poor people that are concerned yeah, there's that, and then there's the bootstrap mindset and.
Oh, I know. Yeah, dude. There's a lot, there's a few issues, but I always say I think it comes down to everybody thinks that they're gonna be the millionaire, or like the billionaire. So I don't want to lose. I don't want to get taxed and lose my money when I'm rich. Like, dude, the odds
Yeah,
of you being rich
everybody's
are nothing. So it's like,
involved in
why
that
do you
rat
think that
race.
way? Yeah, it just.
Yeah.
I think that's a big part of it. Like, they think that I'm gonna be the boss. I don't want people telling me what to do. But you're probably never going to be the
See,
boss.
though, people have these external goals. They don't have internal goals. It's all
True.
stuff.
Yep.
Status.
That's the West, like we were talking about the other day. The East
That
versus
culture
West.
is.
That's the
Yeah,
West.
exactly.
West is all about
It is.
get mine. That's what I'm saying. That's part of it too. Like, as long as I get mine, I don't give a fuck what you get. Like, you can be homeless. I got mine, right? You can be whatever. I got mine. I guess that's the other part of it too.
Yeah.
Which, again, like I said, it just comes down to basic empathy. Like, you should start caring about other people. I try to tell people, like I said, if everyone in your neighborhood is doing good, you're probably doing good too. Like, it's really kind of like that whole idea. Like, I always argue with people. People always tell me, like, Minnesota, there's such a shitty state, this, and I look up all the stats. Like, dude, we're like top 6, 7 states to live in, dude. Like, we're actually like premium state to live in. Like, we have good schooling overall. Like, we're not like the best at anything, but we're like top 10 in like everything. Like, yes, we could be better on some things, but in a whole scale, we have good transportation. We have good fucking this. Like, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But again, people always see themselves like, well, my taxes are high. I'm like, okay, what about the guy living in Alexandria? What about the guy living in Grand Marais? What about the guy living in Mankato? Are their taxes going up? Like, you gotta. It's not just about you. Everybody has taxes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it should try to make it fair for everybody, not just you as a person, individualistically. That's where That's where me and my buddy EK, we always fight because he's always like, my taxes are high. I'm like, well, dude, okay, but what about everyone else? Like, I mean, it does suck, I guess, but I bet there's some people that need tax breaks, right? Or need whatever, right? Like, we're not all supposed to pay the same amount. His big thing is that he gets bonuses, and those bonuses are taxed higher than normal wages, which I'm like, well, I mean, that sucks, but that's part of the job. When you take that job, that's what you kind of sign up for, right? Like, you knew when you got the job that you're going to be paying way more in taxes for this, so I don't know. Some of it's got to be on you too.
Yeah.
You know,
There's got to be a way. I don't know, man. What's it gonna take other than like a collapse?
his thing
for
is
people to actually be
his
like, all right, yeah, where's the problem?
dude's thing was all about union, which is, I mean, I get down with that. Unions are always cool. Like, we need more bigger, more unions. Like, we need to build it. Like, we got to be able to like shut down companies and stuff if they're manipulating
People always
the
talk
workers.
about fucking union corruption.
I know. As we were talking about that too. Like, someone like my dad who was in the union for like 35 years, like his whole life, he's got all the benefits from all the medical, all the dental, all the shit, right? And he still talks shit about unions. Like, what? How are you gonna talk
Yeah.
shit about unions when you fucking literally benefited all the way from it? I don't get it.
My mom was talking about the fucking. Well, I don't know how true this is, but
Mhm.
like she was saying that the air traffic controllers are doing like 6-day schedules or whatever, and
They might be because they're understaffed, I suppose.
right, she blames it on the unions. I don't know why.
Well, the thing is, unions make
The
sure like.
country should be working on that.
Well, the thing
Like
is,
it should
even if
be.
they're in a union, that means that extra day that they're working, they're getting time and a half. So I mean, yeah, the union is making sure they benefit. If they're gonna have to work their ass off, they're making sure they benefit from it really good at least. So I mean, it's not the union's fault. It's shortage of people. If they have more people, I bet people could work 4 to 5 days a week, but they're understaffed because Trump keeps firing these motherfuckers. Like, it's not hard, guys. Like, I'm saying, like when people say these things, it's like, no, it's not the union's fault. Because they always go, the big wigs in the union are getting all the money, which, I mean, they might get more than they should. I'm not saying they're perfect, but it's like, but they give you some representation, right? It's better than zero representation at your job, like, right? And
Yeah.
then yeah, we were talking about like even like an independent contractor, like in Coon Rapids, right? That person's wages are higher because the person that works the union in that same area, you know. Like the union jobs actually help benefit even the private sector or like the little people because they have to compete with the union, so they have to pay these people even more money than they even would want to in the first place. Because I equate it to like Latino people, like you know, like the Latinos that do roofing and whatever in here, you know, everybody would be getting paid that same amount if there was no unions to make sure that people got paid a good amount. Because why wouldn't you?
Right.
You would get it cheaper. You'd want it cheaper always. So you just pay them that, but you don't have to because unions make sure that the wages set here. So you're gonna have to compete with these people for that job.
Yep.
So yeah, they're by far a net positive. But yeah, people talk shit like they're fucking scumbags and shit. It's just so silly to me. But again, that's what I'm saying. How do you get people out of the cult mindset? That is very
Propaganda,
hard.
basically. Like, yeah.
That is like the actual like issue. Like, how do you do that? Because it's fucking. I don't know, man. It's fucking
Like-
super hard.
Uh yeah. You can't because they just think they always know better, you know? Like, I don't know. Like it's gonna take something real. That's the only way.
Yeah, only thing I can hope for in the sense like right now is like I hope all these tariffs and shit fucking just fuck them over. Where it's like, you voted for this. Just remember, you did this. You know, like.
Yep.
But even then, I don't know if that'll actually do anything. It could. I don't know. Fuck. Like I said, I just wish more people were like me in the sense of like it's just if you just look at evidence and facts and knowledge and shit like that, you'll switch. Like once you have enough of it, like once you get beat down enough with actual evidence, like you have to change. That's what it kind of was for me. It's like I just kept reading and reading and reading all these things, and it's like, oh man, I am way off. Most people don't do that.
Yeah, dude,
I think
it's
part of it's laziness. Like I
just
said, they don't want to do the
society's
work.
better when you take care of everybody. It's
True.
kind of simple.
I mean, that is simple. Like I said, to me, if my neighbors are better, I'm probably better, right? Like it is simple. Like that part of it should be. And again, I can't do everything myself. I can't build my own car. I can't build my own house. I can't build the road. I can't, I can't do everything by myself or on my own. Therefore, I need to rely on people, and I have to trust other people to make sure that everything's going as swell as it can be. Like people take for
Yep.
granted all these things all the time, and it's just frustrating as fuck. Like I said, I was talking to EK. All of his answers were government answers without him knowing they were government answers. I'm like, bro, everything you're saying is telling me you want more government. No, no, no. I'm like, yeah, dude. You're saying like these people do this, give you rides for like $4. Well, yeah, because the government subsidizes them. That's why it's $4. If it wasn't for the government paying the other $50, it would cost you $55. You know, like all these things. It's like, no, man. All these, it's the government that makes these things even feasible for most people. Ugh. Even like having kids, they give you a tax write off, right? Like, geez, like things again like that. Like they're incentivizing you to even have kids,
Yeah.
which is fine. But it's just like, man, you guys don't even see that. You guys don't even realize that that's what's actually happening. They just think
Well,
that
they see it as probably, the government's. They see it as them not taking what's theirs instead of it being like an allowance or whatever, like an actual helping, like either way it's a helping hand, but it's
Mhm.
like,
yeah, fuck, man, there's so many things. That's what I'm saying. All these. That's why I always like I was telling the dude earlier. It's like I just hate when people act like simple ass thing or complicated things are so simple. It's not simple. Like, quit giving me cookie cutter answers to something that's very complicated. Either way,
shit.
that guy. I mean, that guy we were talking to, he liked philosophy and shit too. So I'm happy you showed up because we were talking about something like, oh yeah, this is what Brandon talks about all the time.
Oh, what was it?
I don't know, some of philosophy. I can't remember exactly. Like I said, we were bouncing from a billion different
Mentioned
conversations.
morality a lot.
Yeah, we were. I guess. Yeah, like I said, we were. Like that's when he showed up. Like, oh, Brandon, it's perfect. It's like our conversation where we talk about one thing and it's gone to 15 other things, and we kind of wrap it all back to this thing, and then just keep going. You know.
Yep. Everything is connected, man.
It really
There
is.
was some guy made a point, I guess, I don't know if I might have noticed it before, but like that part of the meaning crisis is like the reductionist aspect of science. Like that it sort of like cut reality into like fragments.
Mm-hmm.
Like yeah. Which I think does make sense. So like a more holistic understanding would remedy that, I guess.
Yeah.
But he proposed like a religion that isn't religion, basically, but not actual religion, obviously. But, I don't know, dude. Like, I kind of fell out of the whole political thing, and I feel like it kind of makes me think like maybe we do need ideology to an extent, to like even frame our fucking understandings, dude. It's fucking wild. It's like I don't even think that
you need
much
some
without
of it.
if I'm not thinking about politics, it's like I don't even like really do a lot of thinking. It's like it's fucking weird. Like I don't know if the politics side is just so critical and
Everything.
like all thought revolves around politics or what. Yeah, I mean it
I
seems
think it
like
does.
it.
I think it like
It really does seem
the
like
thing
it.
is, I don't think like so like on the outside, not necessarily like you can watch a movie and not have politics in it, but like the movie
Yeah.
has some like political symbolism in it, so it actually is in it, even if you're not aware of it. You know, like so I think that is like a dichotomy that's really weird and trying to like is really hard to understand because even though like
It
it isn't,
really
but it
seems like
is.
everything is reduced to politics.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Like
saying.
like or not reduced, but like
Even if it's not.
that's like the shell of all intellectual activity.
Yep. Well, it does form your
Like
whole
because
belief
I like
system and shit too, right?
I brought in the position that like I went to a position where I was like, dude, like discourse doesn't seem to work. Like, why am I even doing this? Like
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of disengaged from it
Yep,
altogether.
for sure.
And I feel like it's honestly been bad for my fucking mind not to think about it. You know, like I feel like it's kind of caused it to sort of, I don't want to say deteriorate, but like I'm not like all there. I'm not sharp if
Yep.
I don't have that political.
Also, it forces you to think, because as long as you're
inclination.
in that world, I suppose if you're in that world enough, you're usually getting pushed on your ideas and thoughts, which forces your brain to actually come up with good thought, good analogies, good whatever, on the fly, which is always good for your brain because it makes your brain work. So I mean, I
I
would
don't know. I have to figure out how to. Yeah.
it's like anything.
Fuck.
Even when I was like big into conspiracies and all this shit, my buddy gave me a good thing. He was like, just you always got to take breaks. Like you always have to. You can't let it
Yeah.
consume you, because once you let it consume you, it's different. It's done. Which I totally get, man. Like I said, especially when you like read like, that's kind of like my argument with
Shit.
like cops and shit. Like, sometimes I think cops should fucking have to like change every decade, because like if you see only negative things all the time, dude, it's gonna change your whole perception of life and everything. It's gonna make your whole being, like you're gonna see darkness
like-
everywhere versus where it's not.
Yeah, like I don't want to see people as just like, left wingers or right wingers.
For sure.
And like the frustration started to get at me, with that.
Dude, I know, dude. Like I said, I work in a bar where it's all mostly is right wingers, dude. I have to hear a lot of shit. Like I said, it takes a lot for me to usually not like snap off. I just let it go usually. Well, sometimes, like I said, when it's really bad, I'll fucking go off. But it's like, okay, they're just stupid. I can't really.
Well, you think about it, it's like it really is the default ideology in a sense. It depends on where you're at, where you're
True.
from, but
Yep.
like, I mean, they're conserving, so like, it's their ideology, it's their culture,
Yep, totally.
They
Oh,
don't
I
want
know.
to fucking change it.
That's like when you were talking about like people talk shit about progressives, like you're progressive, like even like what's bad about progressing? Like if you just think about it, like just what the world's changing, right? All every decade, every whatever, right? Like it's always an ever changing world. Why wouldn't you want to change with it? Like why would you? Like I said, I always use the analogy like why would I want to live in the 50s when the 50s don't exist anymore?
It's-
Like that world is not here no more. So why am I gonna pretend
See,
like
like,
it is?
the way I picture it is like, okay, so like a Venn diagram, right?
Yep.
We should have a thing like a Venn diagram between left and right, like a little overlapping section.
For
We
sure.
fucking don't. That's where
We used to, yeah, for
that's
sure.
the fucking. We used to.
And the thing is, I think we still
There are
do.
still people in the middle.
I would say we
but-
still do, but the thing is, as long as you don't tell people it's a left or right issue, as long as you just tell them the issue, most people will agree with you.
Yeah.
But once you go, oh, this is Trump's plan and or Kamala or whatever, right? Then you get the whole, oh, that's stupid or bad. It's like, dude, I just told you, like, what we were talking about. What it come? Obama did the whole no pre-existing conditions, right, for healthcare, right? That was a great thing. Trump and all these people said it was horrible, 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 but now he says he's gonna keep it in there, and now it's great, and everyone loves it. It's like, how can it be? How was it so horrible? But then you're gonna do it now. It's perfect, great. Like no, you can't. You can't do that, or like you can, I guess, 'cause it's just hypocritical. But it's just like, you don't see that you just literally flipped your whole fucking being 180 real quick because one guy said it was good. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
It comes down to they don't think.
let's
They don't
hope he
actually think for
keeps-
themselves. They just fucking do. Oh, Daddy Emperor says this, so we listen. It's
Yeah.
really as simple as that.
Tribalism. Yeah.
It is a lot of tribalism.
It is. Yeah, dude. It is like a father figure thing. I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking understand it.
It is. That's why I always people think I'm joking when I say all that. I'm like, no, he's your daddy. Like he literally says something, and you go, okay, daddy. Like there's no
Little
questioning,
retard
no fucking yeah. I'm just saying, there's no amount of questioning.
You can't even read. You can't even
Most people
fucking
don't,
read.
no.
Did you watch the thing where oh my god, where he got like a letter and he like opened it up, right? Opened the envelope and pulled out the letter, and he's like sitting there like pretend reading, and then he hands the letter to another guy, and he's like, "Will you read what that says right there for me?" Like he doesn't even.
Dude, how about
say
this?
it.
I try to tell people this too. Like all these executive orders, he didn't write them. He doesn't even know what they are. When the guy comes in and goes, "Hey,
Yeah.
President, this is a executive order about this." I guarantee that's the first time he's hearing it. He's like, oh, cool, and just signs it like a fucking child, like he's never actually. These aren't his ideas. These are like the Steve Millers, the Bannons, like the people that run the government for him. Like, oh man,
He's got the like, oh, the Mexicans are bad. This and that are bad.
Yep.
Whatever.
Yeah, he's
The
just a figure face.
trans people are bad. Whatever.
Yeah, like I said, he's the figurehead, but like the
Yeah,
people
he
running
really
him are
is.
the ones that are fucking doing it. Like I said, like so I hate Trump per se, but it's like I also understand that it's not even really him. It's the people running it behind him that are fucking. He's just the charismatic fucking piece of shit that nobody cares about, or that they love. Like
Yeah.
this guy says, like honestly, if Trump wasn't like a full fledged dummy, he could probably actually become a dictator. But he's stupid and can't do it because he doesn't actually know how government or nothing works. Like he legitimately doesn't know how anything works. But if he was actually smart, he could do real fucking damage. But luckily, he is actually stupid. And he can't do nothing about anything. So
God,
we kind of
part of me was like kind of hoping he'd like stupid into the right position eventually. Like,
I mean, I kind of
But
I think that's what
he's
I
got
think
this.
that's what a lot of people think, but it's just not going to be that way. I just don't think.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like the courts don't fucking matter, so.
I know. Oh, they're about to be, dude. That's what I'm saying. If this big beautiful bitch bill signs, dude, we get rid of all that shit, dude. That's what I'm saying. People don't realize like how bad this thing is.
I didn't look at it.
Like I said, I just started reading a little bit of it, but I was reading like what other people have been saying. It's like he's trying to make it where like if a smaller court goes against what the president says, like TSOs or whatever TROs and shit, he doesn't have to listen to it. The president supersedes the fucking judicial branch, or the judicial branch. It's like, no, bro, that's not how the government works. Like, if the court says something, you're supposed to follow it because you're the president. Like, they're the arbiters of fucking
Dude.
this shit. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah, it's a shit show.
And like I said, I always get. It's one thing that he's doing it, like doing these things. I get more mad. I always say, and you guys are defending it. Why are you defending this? Like, I don't get. That's what always frustrates me. Like the average person, like, what makes you go, this sounds like a good idea? Like,
Yep.
That's the part that always pisses me off.
Yeah, I'm sure you said it before, but yeah, or you've said it like multiple times, but yeah, if Biden was doing this shit, it would be fucking
The worst
hell
thing
on
ever.
earth. Yeah.
Well, I know, dude. We already know, dude. If Biden did any of this stuff, we'd be losing our mind. But we don't care. Oh, they don't care. That's the problem. Just don't give a fuck. Which is very sad. Like I said, where people like I'm gonna do saying like for people that say like don't tread on me, the Constitution's this. None of you guys even read a fucking word besides the second only amendment you guys care about is the second one. It's the only one that you guys care about. The rest of them don't matter to you. As long as you don't take my guns away, we're cool. But all the other amendments, fuck them. As long as Trump can do what he wants to do, they don't matter.
Yeah, the whole guns don't fucking matter anymore. Like we gotta fucking just give up on that whole.
Thing is, I don't even care. Like I'm all for people having guns.
governments.
Like there might, like I said, I'm more into like the red flag laws. Like, dude, if there's crazy people in your room, probably don't fucking have guns in your house. Like there's certain times, like.
People can go crazy too. I don't know, man.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, if you're hunting, like sure, like I don't know. There's a lot of nuance to that, but
for fucking sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I always try to preface.
People are
a gun is just a thing.
convinced
It's again, it's a mental issue. That's how you got to figure out.
dangerous.
It's mental, like in the sense of like.
We just have to cross that boundary of like treating like how are all these people Christian? They can't even see people as fucking basic ass humans. Everybody's just a fucking basic ass fucking human, just trying to fucking make their way.
Isn't it weird when he
I don't
says
understand how they
you feed the poor and you fucking give shelter and clothing to the other poor? Like, all these rules, right? Like, was this what you guys were taught to think and feel, right? What happened to those feelings? Like, you
It's
don't
just
want to
Jesus.
close.
It all stops at Jesus. They don't.
Yeah,
They don't cross into that
what he actually did.
terrain, that fucking like his territory. Like it's like Jesus is just supposed to be Jesus. You're not supposed to be like him. You can't. They actually think you can't. Like a lot of them think you can't actually become like Jesus, and that's the fucking problem. Like they see him as divinity. Like no, he's like divinity. Like well, according to their fucking bullshit,
Mm-hmm.
he's God in the flesh. Like if he can be in the flesh in that way, and be ultra empathic or whatever, so can you, right? Like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we should be. I don't understand. I
I don't know either. Like I said, yeah.
I feel like part of it is the capitalist ideology that corrupts Christianity. Like, and then it's like I guess. Well, of course it's the capitalist ideology, right? Because you think back, to what Nietzsche said. God is dead. We cannot wash his blood
Mm-hmm.
from our hands. Like they are awash in the material world. With where God is dead, basically, as far as our culture goes, and they have to assimilate into this fucking mechanistic, fucking profit-driven system, just like we do.
Mm-hmm. I know. That's what we were talking about earlier with the whole grind culture. Like, even I'm guilty of it. Like, obviously, but my thing is like I want to grind just so I can fucking live a good normal life, not a fucking like a lavish fucking $1 billion life. I just want to fucking have my bills paid, shit like that. Like, I don't gotta worry about little things. That's like all my goal is. But like I said, there's other people that have goals.
Yeah,
They like
you should be like
they
we
want to be a
should be able to
trillionaire.
live just fine off this bullshit, and then
Should
we're
be
gonna
able.
have robots fucking doing shit soon enough. So it's like,
Mm-hmm.
what the fuck are we supposed to do, man?
Well, like I said, that's what it's gonna be like. What are we gonna do with our UBI and shit? Because like I said, they got to give us enough money in order to do things. Because there's no point in making money or making items and stuff, and nobody can buy them.
Yeah, exactly.
And
That's
again,
why I thought, like, because my mom always says this shit, like, oh, they're gonna fucking create a mass famine and kill off all the fucking poor people or whatever.
oh for sure, I've been hearing that for
And
like
then,
a century. Like yeah, okay.
yeah,
The thing is,
and yeah,
okay, even if they, I mean,
they need their production, but I mean, I guess,
yeah,
but even then, like, you're not gonna get fucking 8 billion robots fucking rolled out to fucking replace the working people. It's not gonna fucking happen.
true.
Not in like 100 years, if not more than that.
Yeah, fucking, it's silly.
We got so many problems, and
There is, and like you're saying, like
it's just not
honestly,
gonna be taken care of by these fucking morons who just they're
not on that
fucking
side.
children.
Not on that side for fucking sure.
We need actual intelligent people in power,
It would
like
help.
intelligent advisors that are fucking there, bringing up the issues, telling you how to solve them, to bring in the data. Like
Mm-hmm. Like I said, I would just start with fucking. Let's start using. Let's teach people how to think. Like that is the real key. How do you think? How do you think? Like.
but the problem is, it's just the ideology, man. Like
Mm-hmm.
escaping the ideology. I don't know. Yeah, it's ideology, and then the fact that they're comfortable in their life situation. Well, actually, most of them aren't, though. That's the fucking.
You know why they are though? They are because the government helps them. The problem is they don't even appreciate it or even know that it's true.
That's true.
Like that's a big part. Like I said, most people who talk shit about the government are the ones that rely on it the most and don't even realize it. Like, so think about all your farmers, dude. All that subsidies. Like, we supply farmers with all their money. Well, not all of it, but a lot of it.
Yeah.
In order to have cheap goods, like, because that benefits the people too. Like, you spend money on these people in order to make cheap food for us, the consumers and the citizens and stuff. Like, it makes sense, perfect. But like I'm saying, but like if I'm the farmer and I'm voting for a dude that's against my whole fucking existence, but I keep voting for him because he keeps saying the bullshit that lies about to make me think that he's for me. Well, I don't know, man. That's kind of a you problem. You got to figure this out. Like, why is it every time that Republicans get in, they got to make a new subsidy to help the farmers? Well, because they fucked them over first, and they're like, oh shit, we better fix that and re-put it back in. Like, don't you guys notice this happens over and over and over? At some point, you got to be like, fool me once, but you fooled me 500 times. Eventually, I got to learn.
Yep.
Yeah, going back to like the guy was the unions, like, dude, why do people talk shit about unions when they're the ones helping your wages, helping you fucking have health care and dental and all these cool things that are like very important and cost a lot of money, like you benefit so much from it, but yet you're gonna vote and talk bad about something that benefits you, like
Even if like a workplace isn't unionized, people benefit from unions existing
true.
because there's the threat of a union coming in if they aren't getting benefits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and it raises the prices of everybody that's around them. Like I said, I'm not even a part. I don't have to be a part of the union, but the union in my city will make sure my wages go up a little bit more. And again, people don't realize that. They just go, "Oh no, government is always bad." They can be bad. I'm not saying they're not, but they're not inherently a bad thing. It's like you said, taxes aren't bad. It's just how you spend it. As long as you spend it the correct way, I have no problem with you taking a lot of taxes or whatever. But you spend it stupidly, then yeah, I'm gonna have a fucking problem. But yeah, the ideology is huge. Like I said, I don't know. It's cults. Like I said, we gotta somehow figure out how to break people from cults, and that's gonna be a very difficult topic.
Yep.
Because that's what it is. I mean, especially right now, it became a cult. Maybe it wasn't always a cult, but it is now. But even then, it was before. Like I said, Ronald Reagan was a cult too. The whole Reaganomics shit, like trickle down works. It's never worked in history of the world where the poor people or the rich people give poor people money for no reason. Like without a pressure, no rich person goes, you know what, you deserve way more money.
Yeah.
Like I said, for no pressure, no, that shit doesn't happen. That's like movie shit. Like, you're such a good employee, you deserve a $5 raise.
Like overconfidence is just dude. Fuck.
Overconfidence, yeah.
Like,
I agree.
it fucking sucks.
Well, that's why I always say, like, people are so overconfident what they know when they don't know it. Like I said, you need to have appropriate.
My older brother is like the primo example of that.
Yeah, I have an older brother like that too, where he fucking, whenever we talk about things, he's always fucking trying to. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, you don't even know. And then he tries to argue. It's like, okay, whatever, bro. I always try to tell people, like, if he wasn't my brother, I'd probably go off more, especially in public. At home, I will go off and fucking call him stupid ass names all the time. Like, dude, you're fucking retarded. You are stupid as shit. Like, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if he still is, because he hasn't brought it up to me in a long time, but I'm pretty sure at one point my brother was a flat earther. Because he said it to me something about it once. I was like, David, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you really.
One
He's
of my
like,
little brothers is.
oh, God. It's like, you guys are really that far gone where you're starting to think the world's fucking flat? That's a bad level, bro.
Yeah.
That's a bad level.
They don't want to be affiliated with anything
Power,
left
government, whatever you want to call it.
whatsoever. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. A flat earther is just a person that believes in every single conspiracy. Like, that's all it is. They think they have the knowledge of everything. Like,
well, then there's like the skepticism aspect too. They're like, oh, how do you know? How do you did you see that? Did you Did you do the experiment?
Yep.
Did
Sure.
you see the results? You know,
Which to an
whatever.
extent is fine, but
Did you read it?
the problem is though, like these people can show you like the studies and the shit, and then they won't believe them. It's like, okay, well, like when
Yeah.
you ask me for the goods and then I show you the goods, well, obviously the goods didn't matter. It was just you're stuck on this ideology that all government, all science, all whatever is corrupt and evil and bad. Like that is the issue. It has nothing to do with the paper or the numbers or the like this has nothing to do with it. It's just your thought process. You think that everybody's corrupt and bad or evil. Like
Yep.
how do we get that? How do we get you out of that thinking? Because that's the key.
Yeah, that is really a problem.
Like I said, because then you think that your fellow man.
I honestly just don't know if you can though. Like that's where I'm like hopeless. Like
I
because
get
so,
that. I
so many
do
people are
think
so
that
far gone.
sometimes.
And
I
I
just
don't
try to
know. Maybe
remember
you
I
just
did it.
have to do the little bit of work to get the people you can. I don't know.
True. So like EK,
That's
like
all
I
you
said,
can
I'll
do.
give EK props. There's been a couple of times where he's even mentioned like, I'm not a fan of this with Trump. I'm like, dude, you know what? I'll take that little win. You know what? It matters that you said that because at least you're saying that you can at least see flaws in what the fuck your side's doing. That's all I ask. Just try to be objective. Like I would say, if you have a principle, or whatever morality, you should got to stand on that. You can't fucking flimsy flop every time that somebody else that you disagree with makes a good point or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you're against homelessness and you're not willing to fucking add money to help fix homelessness, well, then you're really not against homelessness. Like, you can't use that as your answer or whatever you want to call it, like.
Yeah.
Oh, BB.
What am I thinking?
Meow, meow. I don't know. But yeah, it's like I said. It just takes.
So
Honestly,
many-
I think the more people would, like I said, that's the other part. People want to stay in their echo chambers again. Like, we need more dialogue with every kind of person to try to bridge the gap in general. That's the other big thing. You got to make people not be so us and them. Like, they're different than us. But
Yes,
yeah, they
absolutely.
are. Who cares? Like, that's cool. Be
The
different.
thing is, it's like, well, right, like for them and like whoever, like for
Mhm.
them, yeah, the like otherization is fucking huge. Like
Yep.
they look at the common leftist as just like the most extreme example. That's
Well,
always
they're all Hitlers. They're all
shown to
fucking
them.
Stalins. They're all fucking, whatever. Like.
Yeah.
It's like one dude we were talking. He's like people call Hitler a socialist because of National Socialist Party, but he's not a socialist at all. Like, not what he is.
Yeah. He only adopted that name to fucking win over the
Yes.
socialists and communists.
Correct. That's kind of the point. It's like, yeah, he did it. It was like this guy named Doug. I posted a thing about what was it, the Civil War, what is it, the South, the Confederates. They're treasonous pieces of shit, right? They don't deserve on Memorial Day. Like, we don't praise them. They're fucking pieces of scum, right? And he's like, well, they're technically American vets because we recognize them. Like, yeah, you know why we recognize them? Because we try to put the country back together. We didn't want to keep being at war, so we kind of let them back in nicely. We gently let them back in. But really, we all know these people are treasonous pieces of shit, right? Like, they literally fought a war against our government and our whole like being. So yeah, that is like by definition they are treasonous scum. But yes, technically we did let them back in, so we try to be nice and let them be veterans and get veterans benefits and stuff. But fuck them, they're still pieces of shit in my eyes. I don't forget. I mean, honestly, dude, that's huge. Nobody cares. Like I said, people still like think about the idea that people still rock Confederate flags all the time and like love it, and do all this shit. It's like, dude, you guys know that that's the losing side. The pieces of shit this whole time was that side, right? They were the ones for slavery, right? And doing all this craziness. How can you support that? Like think about this, like, dude, you can't go to Germany and just rock fucking like Nazi, symbol, Nazi swastikas and shit. That ain't cool. So why the fuck would you think that rocking Confederate flags and shit would be cool here? Like, you could do it legally, but I'm just saying it's still stupid
Yep.
to throw your support to that. Like, yeah, I'm a racist piece of shit. Ding.
It's so weird. People just don't even have like the moral intuition, and it is just it is just fucking being misinformed.
A lot of it is.
Really, it's that simple because a lot of these people like they can be decent
Yeah.
people to be around,
True.
and then as soon as politics comes up, it's like fucking
They're stupid all of a sudden.
yeah.
Like, it's really just that. Like I said, like, I have to explain how. Like I said, having kids go to school is a good thing. You know why? Because they build your technology, do all these things. Like, you know how hard it is. It's not that it shouldn't be that hard to explain to somebody, but yet these people are like, that's bad. I don't have to pay taxes. Like, bro, okay, okay. If that's
It's
what
definitely a detachment from reality, and that the ideology is that more or less like
true.
just I don't know, like you just I don't know. I don't even know how
It's
to say
complicated.
it. Like
I know.
you go for a drive, and it's like you should see kind of why we need to pay taxes and shit. Like you go to
Yeah,
work,
that'd be
just in your daily life, it should be plain.
that'd be like if you're gonna go on like a countrywide vacation, right? I'm gonna go across 10 states. I should have a plan, right? I shouldn't just fucking willy nilly it, right? Like, you should have some concept of like broad issues that you should have figured out. Like, this is where I'm gonna kind of stop. This is where our hotel's gonna be. This is where we're gonna do this. Like, you just and these people just wing it, dude. And then when they wing it, they literally just come up with bullshit out of the thin air. All their answers, all their reasonings, and their things are all just made up on the spot, basically. Or I heard it one time on a podcast or something. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ugh. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's gonna be a difficult. Like I said, we gotta win. We gotta keep hoping the courts push everything till past 2026, and we can win the midterms and crush these motherfuckers and stop it. At least put a big,
So we need
most big stop. I guess
some kind of media reform. Some kind of I don't know how we're
Media
gonna do it,
reforms.
but
You know what I always say? So you know how people talk about money in politics, which is true, whatever, right? Like, we should get rid of it, whatever. It's the same thing with the media members. Like, dude, if like, dude, what was it? Tim Pool and all these fuckers got paid by Russia. Like, we know this happened. Like, people should all know that this guy was a Russian paid asset. Like that should be public knowledge. And same with anybody else. Like, all these other media people, we should know where you're getting your money from. Like, that's very important for us as a society to know, because you're the one dictating how we think and feel a lot of times. So, what? Like, what? Who's paying you? Like I said, I don't even care if you get paid. Just tell me who's paying you. That's all I care about.
oh shit, I fucked up. I'm playing this game.
That's right.
Um,
I'm playing Risk, dude. Don't worry.
yeah, media reform, some way to fucking penetrate the ideology. I mean, those obviously go hand. We need like the left really does need to argue differently. I don't know how the fuck we're gonna do it.
I don't know either. That's what me and dude argue about. But yeah, I agree, kind of. We're so big. That's why I use the net thing. We're so big of a net, though. It's so hard to get us to agree on a single issue, which is a good
I
thing.
guess I don't talk to that many. Well, I guess there's there's like the fucking tankies, the
Yes.
hardline communists. You
Them
got
too. You got the centrist lefties. You got the fucking. You got the Bernie Bros. You got the fucking. Yeah, I'm just saying, it's so many different versions of it. So it's hard to get everybody to be like. That's what I'm saying. That's where Republicans, since the beginning of time, they started with fucking talk radio. They've all been lockstep in everything they think or feel and believe. Forever. It's been like this since the beginning of time. Well, since the beginning of radio.
right.
That's where they won. They won the guy I mentioned at one point. He was talking about like InfoWars shit. Like, this is information war. Like, we fight wars like this now. We send out fake news all the time, and most people can't cover it all, so therefore some of it gets by. Mm. But yeah, I
So
think
much
we
to
I
think
think we should know,
about.
I think we should know where people are getting paid for, like even like big YouTube people and big fucking all that shit. Like even like big Twitter accounts. Like who's paying for you to be spewing this propaganda? Like I don't even like as long as you tell me who pays you, I don't even care if you spew it. You can still spew your bullshit. Just let me know who's paying you so I know why you're thinking this way, and I could call you out
Mhm.
later. You know, be like, oh, it makes sense that you're doing Russia talking points. Russia paid for you. Yeah, makes total sense. Or you know, like I don't know, all these things.
It just does not take a rocket scientist to see
It should not. It
that
should
we are
like it shouldn't.
that we are just headed into we're headed into a disaster right now.
Slowly but surely, we are. Like I said, people don't even see it. Like I said, this dude. What do you have? Like I said, a, to have a president go against a 9-0 judicial fucking vote is crazy. Like people don't realize how like nuts of an idea that is, and again, people defend it. It's like, dude, that is a very big deal. Like I
Yeah, you
said,
set that precedent, and then yeah, that's the end of our democracy. Oh,
pretty
but they
much.
say we're not a democracy; we're a republic.
Yep,
You
true.
see, like that's
Yep, yep.
how dumb they are, and how
Even
dumb they
though
argue.
I always tell people, you're right. Guess what? It's a democratic republic, right? It's Democrats voted on, right? So it's both. I don't give a fuck about your argument. That's a stupid argument. Yeah, it's a dumb thing to say when people are, oh, it's a republic.
Literally a non sequitur.
It is. That's all it is. You're just trying to get. You're just trying to play semantics with a word that doesn't mean anything. Doesn't change your argument
Yeah.
at all. But yeah, it's. There's, like I said, there has to be a way. I don't know. I Trump's about to be like 79. He's got to be. He's got to be at the end soon, right? Like,
Yeah,
you don't get that many more
it
years.
sure does seem like it.
You would. I'm just saying he's old as fuck, man. And like I said, I don't think JD has the same charisma, so I don't think JD can do it exactly the same. I think people still get on JD and want him to be president or whatever, but I don't think he's gonna have the same like outpost and outturn and
Oh, dude, yeah, there's
you
no
know.
way.
I think JD's more dangerous because he's smarter, but he doesn't have the charisma, and Trump's more dangerous, but he's dumb, so he won't do nothing. So it's like it's slightly different.
Hmm.
Because JD's a lawyer, so yeah, he's smart enough to know how to fucking pull strings and do corrupt ass shit and cover it up. Trump's just an idiot. He just does it
Yep.
as boisterous as he
Denies
can.
everything.
He doesn't even
And,
deny.
yeah.
He's just boisterous. Like, nope, I'm gonna do it. I don't give a fuck. What are you gonna do?
But I just mean, you know.
Yeah, I'm just saying the ball's in someone to go. Yeah, the Supreme Court, the biggest court in the world, or one of them, says I can't do something. I'm gonna fucking do it. Like, dude, no. And like I always got to preface, and people defend it. That's what really pisses me off. It's like, how do you defend this? How do you? It's literally that's why I'm just now my new thing is I just call people un-American. I'm like, bro, you're just un-American. That's cool. You just admit from now on, just say I don't believe in America like at all. Like, just it'd be easier to admit it. You don't stand for
See,
the
like there is within their system some degree of consistency. That's the fucking hard part, man.
in their idea. Their consistency is fear based. That's the only thing that's consistent. The thing that's consistent between all their ideology is fear. I
Yeah.
fear either Latinos, I fear drugs, I fear poor people making money, I fear fucking whatever. It's anything. It's a fear based.
But that's the hard part is you can't prove it to them that these people aren't dangerous. Like,
No, they're
I mean, you can give them
schizophrenics.
stats or whatever.
Yeah, they're
but
schizophrenic, dude. Basically, they're fucking a mental patient. They just don't realize it.
yeah, basically.
It is like that's where you're talking about. We were talking when you mentioned the other dude. Like we live in different realities. It is true.
Yeah.
That is the
Yeah.
honestly the one of the hardest things to deal with in today's world because I can give you facts and whatever, and you don't even believe it because it's not real to you. Like even though it's real to everybody else in the world, we can all read these papers or read these scientific studies or whatever and know what it says, but you can't do it. Why? Like what's holding you
I guess
back?
it is that simple. Like, the only people they really see as human are the people that they know and recognize as one of their own. You know, like their family, their friends,
Mm-hmm.
some of their coworkers, and then people that are like them,
Yep.
and that's it.
True.
And this is why people call them racist, because that's a big part of it.
It is.
And they can't even
Maybe not willing.
they,
Maybe
just
some of them.
because
I don't think some of them even know they're
it's because they're
racist.
not saying the N word or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's because they're not saying the N word or whatever, you know, or like openly or just
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, they're not openly racist.
yeah.
I don't have. I've never had slaves, bro. Why do I care what black? You know, like why should black people don't have anything bad because they haven't been slaves for like 100 years. Like even though Jim Crow was just 50 years ago, and like all this shit's like, but they don't care about that. They just go, oh, just it ended with slavery. When slavery happened in 1864, black people and white people became exactly even, like in
I feel
their
like
head.
if you're not at a certain intelligence or like introspective level, by the time you're like somewhere between early 20s or not your late teens to like early 20s, you know, or whatever,
Yep,
you're kind of fucked, you know, like your brain just isn't going to be wired to actually
that is part of it for
critically
fucking
think
sure.
about your beliefs.
No, that's what.
Like they're just stuck at this low level of consciousness.
Yeah, like I said, that's where we always talk about like we need fucking or not psychology, not maybe not, philosophy and shit in schools. Like we need to start teaching people how and what to think. Like this is how you think, and this is why you do it this way. I'm gonna show you. So hopefully in life, when people bring you bullshit later, you can realize it's bullshit because you'll see how you're supposed to think and how to process information and do this. You know, like it's such a
I
big
got lucky
thing.
because I had things like punk rock,
Yeah.
comedy, you know, George Carlin, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, there was a Daily Show growing up still, you know, like there's so many things
Yep.
that I took part in that these people didn't,
Yep. For sure.
basically. You know?
Well, yeah, dude. That's why, like my parents, like I said, so I grew up super religious. We didn't have cable until I was like 16, 15, like because they're afraid of fucking, you're gonna watch chicks in bikinis on fucking MTV and do this and this and this and the, like all the shit that that's fear. Again, comes back to fear based. It's all fear
Yeah.
based shit, like, but they shelter you from that shit so you don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of it is just plain ignorance because if you don't know these things even exist, well, I can't really get mad at you. You're not stupid at this point. Only time you're stupid is when I show you the information or I give you like the process to get out, and then you still do it. It's like, well, now you're choosing to be dumb, so now I can call you stupid. There's a
Yeah.
difference. Being ignorant of something and not knowing it is completely fine and whatever. Like that's cool, especially if you can admit it. But ugh.
Yeah, I guess. The media thing, that's huge.
It
The
is very
just
huge.
the access, the not being introduced to any kind of intelligence at a young age.
That's another big one. But I think honestly, one big step, like honestly, like my big ticket item would be the media thing. We should know who's paying for you and how you're getting your money and why you're doing what you do. Like, here's your propaganda. All right, I can see the direct line. Like this oil guy paid you, therefore it makes sense why you're fucking spouting this bullshit. Okay, okay. Like I said, just enough for me to call you out or anybody else. Like
Yeah, like I don't even know like what all systems are in place for tracking that shit. Like obviously sponsors would be
yeah, that's about it. I
public
mean,
information,
unless
but
you're a publicly traded stock, they can keep that shit all private. So if there's no stocks in your company, they don't technically have to tell you anything about anything. You
hmm,
can guesstimate. I mean, people make guesstimations on how much people are worth or whatever, but they don't actually know because you can't get in their books.
yeah.
think about it like the church, dude. Like we all know the church makes billions of dollars, but we have no actual clue how much the church actually has. Like they're not taxable, or we can't look at their tax forms and shit. Like
Hmm.
it would be nice though. Like let's see actually how corrupt you are. Oh wow, who'd have thought? Yeah, and be media literate too. Like just learning how media works and slash like learning how sources work. Like this is a bad source. Why? Well, because he goes against everybody's thought process. Like all scientists and shit. Like 98%. Like if you're going against everybody's scientific beliefs all the time, you're probably a fucking charlatan. Like simple as
Yeah.
that. Like I said, especially if you're doing it consistently, like every drug, you're always saying this is the worst drug. Every fucking pill, this is the worst pill. Every fucking this is, like, okay, you're probably fucking a liar, dude. Because and people have no concept of literacy. Like they just go, well, this guy says this is bad. Like, yeah, he also says fucking like you can grow mushrooms on moon right now. Is that true? No. So why do you believe him on this thing now? Like.
Hmm.
Because they have no literacy. They don't understand like a good source versus a bad source. Like, and it's really, I always tell people like, weren't you guys supposed to do this like in high school? When you wrote papers and shit. You're supposed to like cite your sources and make sure it had said .org or .edu.gov. Like, didn't you learn this in high school? Like that was what you went to high school for. I can tell you guys all were
Yep.
fucking C students at best. And that's at best.
At best.
Because I'm saying that's not that hard. Like I'm saying, we all learned how to fucking cite sources. That's one of the biggest things you had to do when you wrote any kind of paper in any of your high school shit. And our shit was harder because at least I'm older than you. I had to do from like encyclopedia. I had to go like encyclopedia P, page this. I had to like really cite. Whereas today, where you just click and save like the link and the fucking writer, it's a little bit easier in today's world.
Hmm. I didn't do my fucking homework.
I didn't do it a lot, but I did my big projects because that's where your grade came from. A lot of times, but like daily homework shit, no, dude, I never did that. I do my homework the hour before. If math was second period, I would do my math first period. Kind of shit.
Hmm.
That's why I always tell people, like, dude, honestly, like I'm not the smartest or nothing like that, but like I didn't try in high school and I could still get like B's without even trying. Like me and my buddy always talk about, like, dude, if I can go back, dude, I wish I could have tried in high school. And like, dude, I could have probably been like super smart. Like we always joke and say like we worked harder to get out of school than just doing school. Like as kids, like so stupid.
Yeah, I wish I tried, man.
That's what I'm saying. It's so like yeah, it's just one of those you have regrets as when you're older. Like man,
Hmm.
I really wish I would have listened to parents and people when they said, "Hey man, take this shit serious. It's gonna make a big difference." But here we are.
Hmm.
But
Is what it is. Life's
no,
not
it is.
over.
No, of course not. But like, so to me, it's like, dude, as someone who didn't try, and I can get B's, and you guys are like CD students, dude. Like that makes me really feel like, man, how stupid actually were you in school? Like like again, it comes back to the media literacy. You don't know how to do any sourcing and stuff because I know this stuff, and I'm only a B student. If you were a CD student, I guess you might not know about this because I don't know. You didn't do your homework ever, obviously. I don't know. Yeah, that's why I love when the people on Facebook like they like share me like a reel from Facebook of somebody talking or whatever. It's like, dude, can you show me an actual source, not just a commentator talking on Facebook or a TikToker or whatever? Like, oh, this TikToker says it. Like, oh, cool, a TikToker. I'm asking for like a paper or a document. Like, we're not the same, dude. You take bullshit claims and you take them to heart. I look at real claims. I'm trying to look
Yeah.
for real evidence. Like,
'Cause there are none.
there are
There
none.
are no papers.
Not for their information, usually. Not normally. Like I said, I tell people all the time, like, dude, I've read more in probably 2 weeks of my being here fucking around, I probably read more about like indictments and papers and stuff than you've read in your whole fucking life. Like, that's not
Yep.
good, sir. That is not good. Like, then they're always gonna tell me you don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, dude, I've read way more of the Constitution. I mean, I've read the whole Constitution literally one time, like front to back, because I like all the time in the world. We were in Michigan on one of our Michigan trips. Me and Doug were arguing about something stupid. I was like, Doug, you know what, Doug? I'm gonna read this to you because we're in the car for 18 hours, so you have nowhere to go. Like, we're gonna read the Constitution, and I'm gonna just prove to you that you know what the fuck you're talking about. When you try to say something stupid about like, oh, that's in the Constitution here, I'm like, no, it absolutely is fucking not. And then I read it, and I was like, hey, Doug, when did it ever say what you said? Oh, okay, it didn't. It was so funny.
Which one's Doug? Is that the?
That's Becky's husband. He's an older guy.
Oh, okay, not the one guy.
Mm-mm.
Not the one chick.
Nope. No, that's Stefan Teddy.
Oh, okay, Teddy.
Yeah, he's Teddy Bear. He's funny because he's a guy that has no filter. He'll make you laugh because he just says things. You know, everyone's always like, Teddy. He's like, well, I told you. I don't know how to fucking shut the fuck up. So it's like, okay, Teddy. I just think it's funny. Like, I just laugh my ass off. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's fucking hilarious. He's like, I know. And people say I'm mean. He's like, I'm just trying to be funny. So, yeah, it's just. He says some stupid, but you know what? At least he usually agrees with me. Not all the time. Sometimes he'll be like, you know what? I'm like, you know what? At least I can appreciate your little pushback. You know. I always tell people like, you don't have to agree with me all the way, as long as we can find some common ground in the disagreement. Like, we disagree here. All right, how can we try to merge those two together? How? You know, like, there's got to be a way. Some commonality. I don't know. All I know is in my risk game, I own all of Africa.
People judging instead of thinking, right? Like those are two distinct things, and like the judging is more like, oh, that doesn't make sense to me.
Are you talking about people or ideas?
Or both,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
So it's like judging, not thinking, and like
Yep.
they're like that doesn't make sense because they don't have the information that
True.
is required for it to make sense.
And the thing is, a lot of times you might not even have the information. Like I always tell people, I can't explain to you science a lot, like to an extent, like the person that I learned it from. Like, I get the overall like concept, and I can tell you that. But like when you go like, how do you really know? Like, well, no, I can't tell you like the math behind the gravity behind this and this and this to fucking show you. But I know people that can, and when they explain it to me, it makes perfect sense, and it's logical, and it, you know, like they give you demonstrations. Like, here, I'll show you how, and they'll do a little fucking physics test, or you know, like I don't personally know it, but I don't have to personally know it all the way. I just have to get the concept and the idea of it, and I can grow from there and learn and build. You know.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I say. I think a lot of people think they're supposed to know everything, like, and you're not. Like I said, like the person living in I don't know, fucking Fargo, North Dakota. He doesn't need to know fucking math to the max. You know why? Because there's a guy in fucking California that knows it. So you know what? They need to trade ideas, aka he can grow food and do the things that this guy can't do, or fix things because he doesn't know how to fucking fix things and do things. He's not meant to be that way. You know, and they can trade off all these goods and you know, all their shit. You know, like that's the world we're supposed to live in. Like, in a nutshell, we just keep fighting it for some reason. We just need to do better, man, as like humanity in general.
Yep. I'm about to fucking die. God damn it.
Bro, that's not nice.
It's not nice.
It's not nice. I have to put the dude's name in my descriptions eventually. Alex, I think his name was. You know what his name? His name was Frosty Mountain Nugget or whatever. I thought he was gonna be from like Denver. I was like, oh, that's a Denver Nuggets name. Then he's like, oh, I'm from. He's like, right now I live in Mexico. I'm like, whoa, you were completely opposite what the fuck I thought going in. Like,
That's funny.
it's like you're saying with his face, or like when he saw us, like that's not what I've been. I know. When I talked to him, I didn't envision this either. This is kind of just how it happened. Like, oh, all right, thank you. Crazy. I had someone completely different in my brain.
Yep.
But
Okay. Potion. Bro, I got potions now. What the fuck? Where's my potion? Oh, oh yeah, those potions.
Damn, that's nice. Yeah, you know it's funny because I didn't do nothing to my internet, but my internet's been perfect for like 2 days in a row. So me threatening to change the internet and shit
Ooh.
made my internet work.
They're listening.
It was. It's weird. Like, you know what? The last 2 days I've had been like pretty flawless internet. I'm really confused. Like, I didn't change shit.
My fucking internet sucks. I'm gonna cancel this shit.
Yep. See, if you just say it out loud, it speaks it back into reality. It's like, oh no, 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 no. Stay here.
Fucking hope so.
Oh, another thing I love throwing in Republican people's faces. What happened to those whole Epstein files he's going to release day one, too?
Yeah,
It's
I
only
know.
been 100 days, right? 120 days or so. What happened to those? That was a big deal, I thought. We're going to get the Epstein files. We're going to find out. We're going to find out that our God Emperor fuck kids, probably. Oh, no, we can't
Yeah,
release it.
exactly.
Like, oh. It's so
Yep,
funny.
the dude. That's all the dude. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Like,
It's so
can't
funny.
people fucking wake up and see that this is all a fucking sham?
Dude, when you have like
For
little girls
once.
in the pageant saying like this guy was really creepy and weird and all this, like, dude, there's so many different stories of people saying the same thing. Like at one point, it's kind of like the whole like Bill Cosby and all this other shit. Like, dude, like when you have like 100 women saying that you were a rapist, even if 2% of them are true, you're still a rapist. Like, you know, like okay, like yeah, you've done this 100 times. 100 different people say you're a pedo because they look, you look or touch. Guess what? You probably are. Even if 1% of them are telling the truth, you still are. So, but yeah, it's just funny because they always try to say Biden and shit. It's like, dude, cool. Was Biden on the Epstein list? Oh, he wasn't. You know who was? Oh, isn't that weird? How strange is it? But it doesn't matter because Daddy can't do nothing wrong. It's just that's what like I said. It just comes down to cult. It's a cult, and I don't know how you break people free of a cult. I'm trying. It's really hard. It's a hard riddle to solve
Yeah, it is.
because that's what I'm saying. That's really what it all comes down to.
Yeah, they've always got some way to wiggle out of the dissonance.
They sadly they don't, but they don't even know it's a dissonant. They just think it's like
Well, you know, it. What I mean is like, so that's when the fallacies come in. Like they
True.
use fallacies instead of actually processing that they're wrong. You know, that they go, you know, they express their fallacy as a way to deflect the anxiety of being wrong. It's like
Oh,
a way
yeah.
to resolve their system.
For sure. That's where you gotta humble yourself. Like I said, that's why I was stressed when I was talking to you. I'm like, people just need to learn to humble themselves. Like, you're not supposed to be the smartest in every room. You're not supposed to be this in every situation. Just learn to be like,
Yep.
you know what? I'll sit back. Like I said, I always say when you and Patrick are talking about philosophy, I usually just try to sit back and wait and add my little bit because I know it's not my realm. But guess what? When it's my realm, I'll jump in and be more boisterous and stuff because it's my world. But else, you got to know when to pick and choose and when what's your time to shine and what's not your time to shine. You know, like.
Absolutely.
Ugh. Just people just need to be better. Like, there's so many little things, man. And it, like I said, that's why I say it's like a lot of little things, but they make the big thing. And it's so true.
Yep, it is a lot of little things. That's like part of why it is the way it is because there's so many
Yep.
things contributing.
Yep. But also, that's why it's so frustrating. That's why I think a lot of people think things are failures or see things as failures because they don't see the big change. Because, again, it takes 8 little things. You're not going to see the big change right away. So they get disappointed. Oh. Like, no, you gotta keep you gotta keep at it. The more you keep at it, the more you believe in it, the more all this, the better off you're gonna be. But I don't know. I was listening. These people are saying that on Trump's birthday, since he wants to do the whole fucking military parade bullshit shit, that Beyonce, Taylor Swift, and Bruce Springsteen should do a concert and just have the biggest concert in the world. But like, you know what? Fuck
That'd be
Trump.
funny. Get a bigger crowd.
I'm just saying that would be a huge crowd.
Oh yeah, for sure. Dude, yeah, I'm so sick of it though. I'm so sick of the
I know, I get it. I really do to an extent.
uh
But like you said, like the whole thing
I
is,
mean, I'm not sick of it. I'm sick of them not being able to fucking just see what's
Mhm.
actually going on.
Yeah,
Like just the fact like this guy's spending how much 100 million or whatever for his fucking birthday party.
yeah, I know.
Like this is insane.
Isn't it? I, dude,
It's absolutely
the last time
insane.
we did a military parade thing was during the Cold War with JFK, basically to show off our power. Like, dude, Russia, don't fuck with us, we'll kill you.
Yeah.
like that. It wasn't cool back then. Like, I wouldn't have been a fan of it probably back then either. But at least I can somewhat understand. You know, like, oh, okay.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, you're trying to show might to your fucking enemies. Thing is, in America,
Yeah, he's
everybody in the world knows
yeah.
we're already the biggest and best, so we don't have enemies like that anymore. They just don't
He's just
exist.
trying to legitimize himself because
No, because
he's not
he
really
likes dictators.
legitimate.
He likes these things. Like, he thinks they're cool. Like, he loves it. He loves when Hitler and all these people have fucking parades for him. You know, like,
Yeah.
I think that's all it is. Like, he loves it. He's like, when I go to the History Channel and I watch Hitler have all these cool things, I always think, why can't that be me? You know, like, I think it's simple as that, honestly.
Might be.
I mean,
Yeah, I
I think
mean,
he likes
he's
he likes
so
all the
obsessed with
power and shit
himself,
with it
right?
too.
Yeah.
I think he likes all the power and shit. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not saying that, but I think it's
Yeah.
just as simple as these people got cool things for them. I'm Trump. I deserve the cool things, right? Because I'm Trump. You know, like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it goes down to why does he have to have his name on every fucking building and shit? You know, like, because he's Trump. Like, he's a narcissist. Everything has to be all about him.
Yep.
So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think it's like I
Definitely
said,
right.
it's a combo. Obviously, I mean, like, obviously because like I said, he's a horrible human being. So I mean, part of it he's just doing it because he knows he can. But like I said, the other part is just I think he likes the notoriety. I'm Trump, bitch. All that kind of shit. But
Yeah, it's so fucking disappointing.
isn't it? Like, think about it, dude. How did America go to the point where, like, you know what? A guy that has his name on every building, that's the guy I trust to care about my needs and my wants. You know, like, that's such a crazy way to thinking.
Exactly.
You know, like, Just when you actually think about it, it's nuts.
Yep. Supposed to be the greatest country on earth or whatever,
You
so
would
to say.
You would think, right?
And yeah, people are letting their country down.
They are. That's why, just like I said, when people start telling me shit about like, like they're illegal, they don't get due rights, due process, and shit. It's like, dude, you're un-American. Like, you're just a piece of shit now. Like, that's what sucks. So, like you said, if you don't get out of politics, like, I start thinking those things sometimes about people, and but I feel like it's true though. But it sucks thinking that way because like I just look at people. It's like you literally do not stand for anything America actually stands for. Like at all, and you guys don't
Yep.
even realize it. You guys think that you guys are like the most patriotic pieces of shit. No, you guys are far. You guys are like the furthest from fucking being patriotic, and it hurts me. It hurts my soul, deep down.
Yeah.
Because like I said, it's just. I always say, like whenever people read history, they always go, "What would I have done?" I'm watching people do what they would have done, and it's so bad. Like, I can't believe it sometimes. Like we give away to authoritarians. We ditch our allies for dictators and war people and all this horrible stuff. I just can't believe we're at that point in history. Like in 100 years, when people read about America, I just try to think of like what people are. I always say people are gonna love Biden. Biden's gonna go down as one of the greatest presidents ever in history books. He will not be in his lifetime, but in 100 years from now, they're gonna love him. But like this period right now that we're going through, when I try to think about like what history is gonna write about us, dude, I can't even fathom. Like
Yeah.
how dumb we are, and like how close we are to the precipice of being straight up legitly authoritarian. We're trying to get rid of the judges and shit right now. Like, come on now, people. We're so close to giving up 250, 60 years of fucking American things that we've taken for granted, I guess, or whatever the fuck.
All just because people can't think critically.
That's a big part of it. I mean, that is a huge part of it. Like I said, it's that and a lack of empathy. Like I said, it's not my problem.
Yeah.
The tornado didn't hit my house. Why do I give a fuck if you lost? If you don't get your payment, well, because you should, right? They're your fellow man. They're your fellow human being, whatever the fuck you want to call it. That's why. I don't know why we have to argue much more than that, but sadly we do. We have to like make arguments to have basic empathy.
Well, it's like if you don't even care about the people that live in the country you live in, you don't love your country.
True. That's why I would say you're un-American. That's why I've just been calling people un-American scum. I'm like, you're an un-American scum. You don't believe in Fourth Amendment. You don't believe in the Fifth Amendment. You don't believe in First Amendment. You don't believe in the 14th Amendment. You don't believe in the 25th. Tell me how you're for American rights and America as a country as a whole, because you don't believe in anything it stands for. So, how the fuck are you gonna tell me you're an American or like you're, pro-American? This. It's like no, you are literally the furthest from it, dude. Ugh. Like I said, due process, dude. How do we not know? How do we not understand the thought process of habeas corpus? It's really simple. Like it's not hard. It's simple as
Exactly.
shit, and we can't even get that right anymore. And I'm saying like, this is America, man. These shouldn't be things that we should have to question anymore in America. I just don't feel that way. I don't feel like that should be the topic, but it is. I don't know why.
Ah, man. If only the media wasn't this way. I swear to fucking God.
I do agree with you fully about a lot of it is that though. Like I said,
It's like we just keep going in circles with the explanations. Like
well,
media,
yeah,
empathy,
that's also
critical thinking,
it's what's his name?
tribalism,
Who is it? I think it's
ego.
Bill that brings up always the fucking Reagan with the whole they allow Fox and them to be they're not news organizations, they're entertainers, and they let them get away with
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
lying on TV
Yep.
because they're entertainment and they're not news organizations. They're entertainment. You know, like
I
that
definitely
is
brought
that
it
is a
up.
big fucking thing. That's a big problem that we allowed for no fucking reason. You know, like I totally agree with him on that too. See, the thing is, like you're saying, we keep going around and around. You know why? Because all these things are all intertwined. That's the problem.
They are.
Like I
Yeah.
said, if you don't have empathy, well, guess what? You're not going to have these things. You're not going to actually
Oh,
think about your
empathy
consequences.
down.
You're not going to think about, all these other things.
Okay, so I got empathy, critical thinking, media, ego/pride, tribalism, culture/upbringing. What else do we got?
I mean, that's a good start, but let me think here. If I were to try to break it down. Because, like, a lot of it's just, I was going to say, a lot of things we're thinking are pride, because it's just pride. Like, I'm smarter than everyone, I'm better, but it's already been talked about. But, man, what else? What else would make someone stay in this echo chamber?
Um,
Well, yeah, people grift, but like buddies at the bar. Why do they follow Trump? I think honestly, a
uh,
part of it's just being cool. Trump's a cool candidate, you know. I'm in with the in
okay,
crowd.
I get that.
I'm with the
Yeah.
in crowd now, man. Like I said, it dawned on me the other day. I remember when I told you this, but like punk rock kids rep Trump, which is funny because Trump is like the politician. Like, why would you rep the guy? You know, like he is the least thing from punk is anything. You know, like
Oh yeah,
but
anti-establishment. Yeah.
yeah, but he's tricked people into thinking that voting for him is anti-establishment, which is weird. It's funny.
Yeah, because he's anti, I don't know, science, anti.
Everything he's anti.
I
Just
mean,
yeah,
that's what he said. Like as far as drain the swamp and all that bullshit.
true. Yeah, I'm saying
I mean,
I think that
people.
plays a part of it.
That's the thing. This is what people don't fucking get. Is people want to change. People are tired of people in power. Or not. I shouldn't say people in power. The ruling class, the
Yes.
wealthy.
Yeah.
But they go with the wrong fucking group to alleviate that issue.
Mhm.
They're not for the working man. They're just never. Well, I mean, maybe. Well, no. I would say.
I would say they think they are, but they're not. Like I feel like they like in their heads they think that like I'm the working man and this is gonna help me, therefore it's gonna help all working man, even though you don't have the same life and situation as everybody else. But but in your head you think you're all the same.
Put. Okay, there's taxes, and then there's. What do I want to say?
We got tribalism. We
Like
got
the thing that everybody wants to be rich.
yeah.
American Dream. Let's go
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably good. Yeah, like I said, I think everybody has a concept like this, all like ego and shit. That's what I'm saying. They're all kind of intertwined, but it's like everybody thinks that someday I'm gonna be the boss. I'm the boss. Like I'm gonna be the boss. Like everyone's gonna have to listen to me, and there's gonna be no government. There's gonna be nobody telling me what to regulate, what to do with my company, my business, and my money, and this. Like individualism. How about like people have an over dependence on thinking that individualism is
Oh yeah,
100%
individual is big.
correct.
Yeah.
Like, because it's not like I said, individualism is great, and obviously I like it, and it's
With,
all that
well,
stuff.
hyper individualism.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like
Yeah.
to the max, like you believe individualism to the highest degree. Like that's not good. People shouldn't own nuclear bombs, right? Okay, there's a reason why. It
Well,
goes
it's like okay, so like people talk about like social Darwinism, right?
Yep.
Like if you're poor, oh well, I guess you just didn't make it, and it's like we're out of the state of nature, dude. We have people hoarding resources. It has
I know.
nothing to do with
I know.
fitness in any sense.
Do you think of how much food do you think America throws away every year, like at restaurants and
Oh my god.
like dude, you could feed so many people and do whatever. You know, like
Yep.
it could be done. Let me actually now I want to know what. Okay, before I look it up, how much food do you think we throw away in America?
That's got to be disgusting.
I know. Take a guess. I'm gonna guess too. I'm gonna guess 10. I'm gonna guess 25 million pounds of food a year. That's gonna be my guess.
Okay, that's a very conservative estimate.
You think so? Okay, I have no clue. Like I said,
Oh, not conservative. I don't mean that.
no,
but,
I know, but I'm saying I don't know. I'm saying I have no clue. So I mean, I was just guessing a number like, what seems high, but not like too
it
high.
sounds right to me. That's kind of it's not too high. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It seems not too high. I mean, I didn't want to say conservative.
I know you're good, dude. No matter. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta play. I gotta finish my move in my game. Hold on. This motherfucker try to fuck on me, so now I'm gonna try to fuck on him. You try to fuck on me? All right.
Yeah.
Food.
Like
is
that should
American?
have been taken care of like forever ago. Like honestly,
There's
anybody.
a lot of things like this.
I swear to God, dude. Like I said the other day, like individual liberty ended up like essentially
Dude.
putting us all like in this position of like there's nobody in charge,
Bro.
and everybody who is put in a position to represent us is bought and paid for by people who don't give a fuck about us.
So in America, every year we throw away 120 billion pounds of food a year.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I know, right? I guess like Jesus, China and them obviously the most. They throw away like 109 million metric tons of food a year.
Yikes.
It's just isn't that crazy? And then again, like, so like, can we not like send like frozen food to like Africa or like these poor people, like something like that? Like there's this. It makes you just really think, man. Like there's so much food and shit
Might
being
be too
thrown
much
away.
power. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
I don't know either. I don't know. Like, not a real good answer. I mean, because there's price. Because obviously, like in our food, like we can't just if food was about to go bad, because you hold it for like 4 or 5 days. I mean, you can't really just like deliver it to Africa or whatever. But like, they're just even just sending like to like the should be a better way of sending like to food places or like locally and shit. Like, oh, here, cool.
Yeah, there should be. You would think it wouldn't be like super inefficient, but it might be.
It probably is. I'm saying there should be a better way to be like, hey man, like, this restaurant, their wings are gonna go bad, and like tomorrow, maybe you can donate them to this cause for the food for the night for these people. Like,
Yeah.
we'll take 1 day before they go bad food, for free, and then maybe give them a tax write off for for charity or something. Then you incentivize. Again, that's where the government can do good things because you incentivize people to do good things. Like.
It's like we need a system for that. We need like an app. I don't know. I feel like these are things like I don't know. Maybe it is like too difficult for like maybe this is like an AI thing in the future when it's like not stupid.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I think a lot of it just comes down to we have no empathy for our fellow people. I think a lot of things are potentially could actually be done. We just can't do it because.
Think about this though. Like people at work, what do they want to do more than anything? Get out of work.
Get done. Get done with work.
Yeah, and that's like a part of it. Like it's not just individual. Like it's everybody. Nobody likes being at work, and
well, I mean that kind of
because it's been made to be a certain way. That's like, well, I don't mean nobody, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no,
like,
yeah, I get what you're saying, but yeah. But even then, you might have the best job in the world, but I bet it's only good for like maybe 5 years. After 5 years, you're probably like, all right, I'm done. Like I always think, like, like how about this? Like, how many kids dream about being professional football, basketball, whatever player, right? And once they get there and they're in the league for a while, they all say like, it's not that cool. It's not what is like all this stuff. Like, what do you literally have like To everybody in the world, you have like the best job ever. And even you thought it was the best job ever. But once you're in the grind and now it's a job, it's not just for fun. And you're not, it
Yep.
loses its lust. It loses its flavor, whatever the fuck,
Yeah.
like
Yep.
even the best jobs, I'm saying, like, yeah, I mean, think about it. How many kids grow up to be astronauts? I bet if you asked an astronaut if work is great after doing it for like 20 years, they're going to say, probably not. I want to get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't want to do this no more.
They're in the inside, like when you're on the outside looking in, it's way different.
Grass is always greener on the other side, right? Same shit.
Yeah.
You know? Go upstairs.
Why?
Go upstairs. Go upstairs. You're not coming down here. Mom already said you get away from her. You don't need nothing. It's midnight. Go to bed.
Fucker.
Right? I know it's not school tomorrow, but she has a friend sleeping over. They keep fucking trying to annoy her and wake her up and shit. Like, you just leave her the fuck alone. Like, there's nothing you need. Nothing you need. Nothing. You want food? There's food in the fridge. Go eat. You want this? It's all up there. Like it was like 2 hours ago. They're like, me and Armani are gonna take a shower. Like, absolutely the fuck not. You're not taking a shower at our house with your friend and stuff. Like, no. Like, and try to use our shower and shit. It's like, no, you're not gonna do none of this shit. Like, what the fuck?
Trying to shower for fun? What the fuck?
Yeah, I was like, ooh, maybe she's doing her first dyke moment, like tested. It's kids these
Oh,
days, so you
man.
can do that stuff. Nobody judges, which is a good thing, I would say, in general.
Yeah.
Like, test while you're young, so when you find out later, you're like, ain't my jam. It's not my jam. I know. I want to buy. Eventually, my next stock I buy into is going to be this China electrical car company called Biddy. They're going to take over the world instead of Tesla because Tesla fucked up because everyone knows he's a racist.
What does Biddy stand for? I think I heard about it.
I don't know
Does
what
it
it
stand for
stands.
something?
I don't know what it stands for. It's Chinese, so
I
it's.
was Richard Wolf was talking about it.
Oh, they?
in this one
Okay.
video. Yeah.
BI. Let's see what it stands for. The company is called just BYD Company. Beard? Bide?
BYD.
BYD. The ticker is Biddy, like BYDDY, but
Build your dreams.
is that what it stands for? Okay.
Apparently.
Yeah. It's a Chinese multinational manufacturing conglomerate in Shenzhen, Yangdong, China.
Well, maybe China will take us over.
No, I mean, if anyone is, it's going to be. See, the lead thing is, China can't only because we have the best military. They're trying to catch up, but it's going to take like 50 to 100 years to catch up. So, as long as you have the biggest fucking military, you're always the top dog.
I heard something about Trump using rhetoric of like, oh, we need each other, us and China. But like that's the thing is we do need each other. We need that attitude.
No,
But he's not going to fucking stick with it.
No, he's right, but he's wrong because what Trump wants to do, I think he wants to make like a little like how Republicans always talk about globalism and shit, like globalism, they own the shit. He legitimately wants to do it. He wants to have America own like all of America. He wants El Salvador to be like the South America rep. He wants China to own all that shit. He wants Russia to own all of Europe. Like I can see it all being like broken down. Like he wants 5 countries to own everything, and China's one of them, so he doesn't hate them. Like I guarantee,
He's just got this empire mindset.
he does he not though? I mean,
Our
he's the one talking about taking
Dictator
Panama.
buddies.
Well, I'm saying he's the one talking about taking over Panama, Canada, Greenland, all these places in North America, right? And
I think you're right that he does see himself as a dictator, and he probably wants dictator buddies.
Yes. Well, he knows also the world's too big. He can't own it all himself, like personally. But
Yeah.
if you get like Putin, if Putin's on your side and Xi Jinping and all the other like elite, top dogs of the world, it becomes a lot easier and a lot more likely that you could actually get what you want. Like think about Trump. If Trump's like, if Trump were to be like, "Hey, we're gonna take over Greenland," you're not gonna give a fuck, right? Cool. Russia's not gonna care. Nobody's gonna care. Cool. And then when China's like, "Hey, we're gonna take over Australia and Taiwan," you don't care. Oh yeah, we don't give a fuck. Take over. And when Russia goes, "Hey, we want to take over Ukraine," you don't care. We don't care, right? Like that's how it's going. We're letting these people all gonna take over little parts of land. It's gonna be 5 major empires. That's gonna be the world in Trump's world.
China's
If
actually
it happens.
developing markets where they invest though. Like they're not just like taking over. They're like actually trying to build up other countries.
Who is?
China.
But I think they're doing it
They're not
like
just
I think they're doing it like we are to build infrastructure. So if they take over, they have shit to run.
I don't know. I think that they're more
They're-
more advanced than we are.
In some ways, and I'm not even talking
Like
shit
they
like
have their totalitarian aspects, but
True.
like
That's all I'm saying.
I don't think
they
that
all
they're
do.
bad.
They're not necessarily bad. Like I said, not necessarily. Like they have good things. I'm not saying they don't. But like I'm saying, in the world that I could see playing, I'm saying this would be like my conspiracy, but I can see it playing out this way because I just see who
Yeah.
we're aligning with. We're aligning with this guy from South America. What is he? He's a dictator, piece of shit, kind of this person. You know, we're aligning with these people. We're aligning with these people, and they're all very similar mindset. We're like, hey, we need minerals and shit. We're gonna take over this country because we need the resources, and we're talking about taking over this country for the reason. They're talking about taking, and as long as because we have the biggest military, and these people, other people have like the top 4 militaries. As long as we're not gonna fucking stop each other and don't give a fuck, who's gonna stop us? Nobody. You know,
Right.
like I said, if we don't stop China from taking over Taiwan, well, cool. When we take over Greenland, I bet they're not gonna stop us from taking over there. And if we don't stop them taking Ukraine, you know, like they're all intertwined. And I think
Yeah.
Trump, and like I said, Trump has have a very dictatorish mentality. Like I said, this could very well become a World War II / Civil War. Like all these. I'm not saying it's gonna, but there's a chance for it. And it used to be a 0% chance. Now it's became a
Mhm.
chance. Like that's not good, people. Like I just don't get that. Like I always say, like no matter how bad Biden was or Obama, whoever, right? I don't think there was ever a moment where you're like, you know what? I legitly think that we're on the side of the evil ones. We're on the axis of evil. Like we're trying to empire with people. Like that was like what they did. Japan and Italy. Like, hey, let's build an empire. Cool. That's what all these people, Ottoman Turks, all these people. There's always been empire building, and we had like 100 years of peace post World War II. But America seems to be on the side that's gonna cause it, or at least be a part of it, instead of ending it like we're supposed to be doing. And I don't get it.
Shit.
That's what I say, dude. Like, man, if you told people back in the fucking 90s this is what the world we'd be living in, I think they'd lose their shit. We had it all. We had it all, man. The 90s and early 2000s were fucking overall peace. There was up until 9/11. 9/11 changed everything, but like there was some like Desert Storm shit. There was some little shit, but there was no fucking big fucking. We thought the world could actually change in a super negative way.
Oh, yeah. Internet. Or I mean,
It's a
even
big
though that
one.
comes.
I know. I get it. It's a fucking big one.
I had to add that, but yeah, internet has made a huge fucking
Echo
difference.
chambers, baby. I agree. I talk about it all the time. Try to. That's why I even do is like.
When you think about it, so the internet opened up people to talk more openly and share ideas more openly, and I think
That's
that
great.
probably pushed right-wing media to be even more extreme, and then
Once it became
know.
algorithms, I think that's when that started. Because you had to start saying more outlandish, crazy
Yeah.
shit to get clicks and views. Because people are like, what? Oh, Michelle Obama's a man? Let me see. And they click, you know, or whatever, you know? They couldn't just be like, here's the news and here's the things, you know, like algorithms, AI.
shit.
That's where AI started. And that's actually probably like one of the worst things AI has done is made echo chambers for all of us with our social media and shit like that. Like think about like back in the day, dude. You get like random fucking like musicians on your pages or like, you know, popping up and stuff. You don't get none of that stuff. If you haven't listened to the song like that sounds similar to it, you're not gonna find that song again or you know anything.
yeah,
I don't know. It's a lot of
world
shenanigans.
has gone crazy.
Mhm. But like I said, I don't know. Like I always try to equate things to like, if this is a civil war, dude, you know that the right wing would people would be the Confederates, and this is fucking, if this is World War II, they're the people on the other side. Like, they're always on the side of the bad people. It's just, how do people not see this?
I know.
Oh man,
I mean, that's been my thinking since I was a kid. Like they're always on the bad side, and they always got some bullshit to fucking justify
Yeah, I don't
their
know.
positions.
It's crazy. It's insane in the membrane. Like I said, well, the thing is, I think you, the platform of fear has been ran since the beginning of time. So as long as you know how to manipulate people with
Yeah.
fear, you can win political things. You can always there's always going to be a moment where the political right's going to win because people are always scared of everything because people are pussies most of the time. And honestly, they're pussies because they don't even understand. They don't even know what they're scared of. They just know the talking points. Like I'm scared of this boogeyman. Has they ever like all these people? This person always bitching me about trans athletes. I'm like, has your daughter ever actually played against a trans kid in her life? No. So this is like an imaginary boogeyman to you, right? Like, I know it's an issue, but you make it seem like it's your issue. Like it affects you all the time. It's never even affected you once. Why are you so passionate
Yep.
about it? Like, ugh. Well, my daughter plays sports and she might have to play she might have to. Yes. Has she? No. So every game she's ever played, it's been all chicks and all chicks. So again, what the fuck's the problem? Like I don't know, man. Doesn't seem like that's a big issue to me. It might be an
Yeah, they make
issue.
it out.
It might be
They
an
make it
issue, but it's not.
seem like they're like losing their childhood. Like they're having their whole life robbed from them by
Yeah,
some
sure,
fucking
sure, but like,
biological male and a fucking
but
it's like
why
who gives
though?
a shit.
Like I'm saying, but why though? Like, why are you
Uh
scared of something that's never affected you? Like honestly, so like if you live like in rural America, right, and it's all white people, blah blah blah, right? Why would you be scared of
I
black people?
think
Why would you
okay,
be scared of
so
black people in the hood when you don't go to the hood and you don't even deal with
so
these
it's like
people?
victim groups that like compete with each other, it's
Mm-hmm.
like there's power, there's like a power
Power in numbers, yeah.
struggle.
Mhm.
Yeah. No, I just mean like
Oh,
so people
commonality.
no, so people who are of like different victim groups, like they well, I saw like I don't know if it was there was even there's like a study apparently
Mm-hmm.
where so people who have been, victimized in whatever way, um they compete, like people of different um I don't know how you say it, like people who have been victimized in different ways, like basically compete,
Mm-hmm.
according to like who's been wronged more,
Yep.
and because there's a power to,
Power dynamic. Yep.
you know, yeah, there's like a power thing to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that probably relates in that, like these
The thing is, they
people,
all relate. That's why things are so complicated. Because,
yeah.
like I said, people try to give you it's one answer words, whatever. It's like, no, dude. There's probably like
I'm just
40.
putting up for that situation,
Yeah, yeah, I get what
like
you're saying. But dude, it definitely is. Like, I don't know. We gotta fucking. We gotta educate. Like I said, we gotta get people. All these things matter, but I think the media thing's a big thing because that's where it stems from. Like people are getting their news. Like you said, your mom gets your news from My Pillow. That guy's been indicted so many times and got caught lying so many times. Like his credibility should be so shredded that people should laugh at him. But yet here we are, and people still listen and follow. Like, why is this a thing?
yeah.
Like, and I'm saying that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
It
if it
comes out of the
wasn't,
it comes out of the
Yo,
media.
yeah,
What up?
what's
What
up?
up?
If it wasn't social media, and like him owning a news channel.
Mm.
We're talking about
Everything.
the divides between ideologies,
Mm.
political ideologies,
Okay.
all the different
We're kind of going
factors,
over like
and
what kind of
we're
makes a right winger
meandering.
be right wing. Like we're going over like the fear base, the fucking the pride base, like
What
all
we
these
got?
things that kind of like that tend to lean
What we
into
got here?
that echo chamber of people.
We got
Mm.
lack of empathy, lack of critical thinking, media, ego/pride, tribalism, culture/upbringing, Trump equals cool, not nerdy.
Mhm.
Anti-establishment, taxes, American dream, hyper-individualism, internet, victim power, competition.
Okay.
That's the last thing I said. I don't know how to quite phrase that.
Yeah, I'd just go with victim higher or not higher. What are those? There's a word for it. I can't think of it either. I lost it.
Yeah.
But
I'll
either
know
way,
what I mean when I look at it
I
again.
know what you're saying. But yeah, and then
Hmm.
then earlier we were arguing about like the left, which most of us tend to lean, I guess per se, but like our problem tends to be that we cast such a big wide net and we infight amongst ourselves. And why do we continue to infight instead of actually like bridging together and actually like making the changes that we need to do? Because we're a much more better voice when we're united, but we just, like I said, we infight a lot. We got to figure that out too.
Different
Well,
sects.
Yeah.
well, I think it's a recursive process, right? Because a singularity can't be a singularity without without being a duality first, right? There has to be some sort of comparison in order for them to get to that singularity again. But if you really look at it and you look at that the process that they're trying to complete, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have one side that um, they're the ones that are trying to solidify something, right? You can look at it as guess the West, for instance. The West is an overly rigid structure,
Mm-hmm.
where you have the East. The East is the ones that challenge it. It challenges the structure to evolve into something new.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the dynamic it has going on, where every process has a reinforcing part to it, a recursion. So every time it's reciprocated, kind of like a ping pong table, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're just hitting it back and forth. Well, if you continue that ping pong dynamic, eventually you get a result, right? The
Yeah.
result is going to be a duality. You're either going to get a positive result or a negative result.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always going to be that uncertainty, that you have certainty versus uncertainty. So I think that dynamic that you guys are referring to is just a way to progress forward. It's like never allowing the structure to remain stagnant, to remain uh, without motion, right? It's progressing forward. So these dynamics that we have is just keeping things in motion. I hope I didn't jumble around too much, but
No, you're all good. Yeah.
No.
Um.
because think about it. I like to think about logic as emotional signature, right? Because what we're creating logically, what we're producing to the world, is a production of our own emotional chaos. It's
Mm-hmm.
what we're trying to reinforce, right? So, I mean, even if you're looking at mathematics they're like emotional signatures, right? These people, they come up with these equations um, that they're trying to look for a specific answer,
Yeah.
and those equations represent what they're trying to reinforce internally, right? They're trying to fill that gap, that void. So yeah, I like to look at it that way. A lot of people, they either reinforce the signature, reinforce the memory of what we're trying to create, and then other people are the people that expand on it. The ones that challenge it and
Yeah.
uh, force it to be, I guess, more logical.
So how about this? This guy wrote a book. It was like 700 pages to show that 1+1 = 2.
Yeah, that's Russell.
Yeah.
Bertrand Russell.
Yeah, Russ. Yep.
Russell and
saw that.
Whitehead.
I'm just saying that. So going back to like where you're talking about, like some people expand on knowledge versus just are complacent or just like listen to it and take it like face value. Like that's the difference. Like, some people are very like intuitively want to fucking learn and better themselves. Like they want to understand better than just surface level. And
Mm.
we need more of those people. Like that is a big part of it too. Like we need more people in love with learning and being curious and wanting to expand their personal consciousness or whatever you want to call it. Like
No, absolutely.
but
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
be
We need those
open
people
to
that
it
put boundaries.
and just be open.
Yeah.
But I'm saying open to like if this person shows me something I don't know or disagree with, maybe I should actually just read it instead of just like laughing at them and saying they're stupid or whatever. Like, can you give it like a 5-minute read and just take the time? I bet you'll I bet you'll even if you still disagree, you'll at least enhance your understanding of the topic and see where someone's coming from or whatever. You know, like there's things to it. You know.
Yeah, and I look at that, sort of the way you were looking at it, but I think the issue is that the lack of emotional connection, because
Yep.
a lot of times people don't realize how sensitive these logical perspectives these people have, right? Because they're solidifying it with their identity.
Hmm.
They're trying. This is their way of surviving, right? Hey, this is the process I know. This is what I'm gonna believe in because this is what makes me feel real.
Yeah.
But if you approach that situation with a logical process, you're never going to make that connection. And me and Brandon were talking about this a while ago, where
Yeah.
it's important to have that emotional connection first. Okay, try to understand where you're coming from.
Hmm.
Or, and you can usually tell if you analyze how someone speaks or,
The tones,
their
everything.
emotional intensity within a moment. You can tell when something is a lot more emotional than it is logical.
Hmm.
And I think that's the key indicator right there, being aware of the situation, and that comes with emotional intelligence. The only way you can connect to someone or connect with someone is through emotional intelligence, and then that's when you can integrate the logical perspective. Okay, we're on even footing now. Let's build from here.
Hmm. Yeah.
So like I can see it both ways. So I feel like some of them would be like how do I put this? They wouldn't be very open to like an emotional connection. They might see you as sort of
The
like
enemy. That's
weak or something.
that too.
Yeah,
Or
but
that
that's
too.
that's it.
Yeah.
And that's
So
okay. So
different
that's where it
strategies
comes
for
down.
different. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, so
Sorry.
that's perfect. I love that you brought up that example. So that right there, that's an example of too much emotional intensity. Right
Yep.
now, see the thing is with emotional intelligence, there's intensity levels, right? You have to make a connection with someone at a specific tension. If you come in too hot and it's too sensitive for them, well then you're fucked.
Hmm.
You're gonna trigger them and they're gonna
Shut
be
down.
in fight or flight mode.
Yep. Shut down.
So it's very, very specific. That's why it's important to listen first, get all your ducks in a row, because you can separate what they're trying to say, and you can look at the imbalance between, okay, is this more logical or is this more emotional?
Hmm.
And you can always dictate what if it's leaning more left or more right.
Yeah.
Once you have that connection and you understand, okay, I have to approach this, in a fragile way,
Hmm.
well, then you do that. But it, again, that's why it comes down to the emotional intelligence for you to be able to recognize, okay, how do I approach this? Do I approach this with this
Yeah.
or that?
It's also you can't be when you have a hammer everything's a nail because some people can only figure out and fix things in one way because they only know one way because of emotional reasons or whatever the kind of thing, you know, like you're saying, like some people you got to kind of gently do things to people, some people you got to be stern, some people you got to do this, but a lot of people can't read those situations and know. Some people just go, well, this is how I am, this is how I'm going to be, and they treat everybody the same, which is fine to an extent, but it's like you're not understanding that you have to like kind of adapt and morph to different people in different situations at different times.
Yeah,
You know.
it's like masking, right?
Yeah.
You have to become a master masker,
Yep. Yeah.
but fully embrace it.
Well,
Really understand. Really,
yeah. So I was telling Brandon at one point, like, you know, like when people go like, you know, like, are you a leader or a follower? It's like, you know, from certain time to time, I could be both. Like that's the actual answer. Like when it comes down to situations, I will speak up or be the leader because it's my what I know. That's what I'm good at. Whatever. But I also need to have enough ability or whatever to fucking sit back and go, okay, well, these people are much better at this topic or these things than me. I need to sit back and just shut up and let people cook and let people do what they need to fucking do because it's their time to shine and everyone needs to fucking understand that you're not supposed to, nobody's one thing. Like that's basically what I'm getting to. When people think they're one thing, it's like no, you're very fluid. Me and this girl were
yep.
arguing or talk, not really arguing. We were talking the other day about something like this, but it was like men have feminine traits and masculine traits. Like why do people think that we have to be all masculine? Like no, you can have feminine traits, and that's fine. Same as a woman. A woman can have fucking very masculine traits, and that's fine too. Like you don't. Nobody's supposed to be
Yeah.
like you're not supposed to be
I-
a man. Therefore, everything has got to do is masculine, and you're a bitch. You can't. Everything. It doesn't have to be that way, you're not supposed to be this way. You're supposed to have
You shouldn't be
fluidity of
thinking
both.
about how. Yeah. You
Yeah,
should be
it's supposed to be a
comfortable-
balance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But
Like,
I think
nobody
it's-
should be thinking like, oh, was that feminine? Oh, my bad. You know,
They do.
like
A lot of
I'm
people
gonna
do,
not do it
sadly,
that way
though.
again. Yeah.
What is insecurity?
It is
Yeah.
Listen,
insecurities.
if you
It's
if
your
you meet me
upbringing.
in person, if you meet me in person, there's people that I'm very feminine, but I'm also extremely masculine.
Sure.
But the way I approach life is very feminine. It's like I'm kind. I'm not an asshole. I have that
Mhm.
nurture
Yep.
mentality.
Yep.
And the thing is, that's it's deep rooted insecurity.
That
That's
can be
boiling
considered
it.
masculine too, though. There's people
It
that
can
will
be.
consider that like sort of
Well, it all
leadership,
depends on the
you know,
situation,
like
right? If you're
It does.
assertive
yeah.
and you don't have an insecurity, well, then it's masculine, right? Because
It's all
I
framing.
can
I
walk
think it's all
around and I'm
fucking
not going to be
framing.
threatened
A
by
lot
that.
of it is framing. A lot of it is framing.
Yeah. Well, it's confidence too, because not a lot of men could go around, being feminine, being the nurturer, or being the kind-hearted person, because they
I'm the
see that
same
as a
way,
weakness.
Most people can't handle ridicule. So I use the analogy of this.
Yep.
Caleb Williams, that plays football, he paints his nails. He's really good at football, but all these people talk shit about him, like, oh, he's a fucking fag, whatever. You look at him, he paints his nails and this. I'm like, dude, this guy's like the most masculine. He would murder almost anybody you know. Because he's bigger, stronger, and all this shit. And you're gonna call him a bitch because he has his nails painted? It doesn't even matter. Guess what? Why can't he have his nails painted and be like that and be cool with it? And be the most masculine motherfucker in the world, and then be like a leader of men in football and shit. Like, what happened to the idea that a person can be multiple things at the same time? Like,
People want the singularity, right? They're
Oh,
uncomfortable with that duality,
it's so fucking.
and that's that uncertainty. That's the uncertainty. It's not knowing that there's one single answer.
There is
And
no one
that's what
answer.
challenges people.
That's what
Yeah.
that's what I was telling Brandon earlier all the time with all these like things like with all these politics things. Like, dude, there's no one answer. When people say there's one answer, it pisses me off so much because it's like, dude, these things are so complex. Like, in order to fix one thing, me and Brandon, this other dude earlier, were talking about like 8-10 different topics because that's what it is. Like, you have to fix 8 to 10 little things in order to get one change that you want for real, And people think it's not that way. People just go, "Oh, immigration's bad. Get rid of them." Like, really? It's that simple? Like, there's no complexity, no nuance, no nothing. It's just that. Okay. Like, that's just so stupid to me.
Well, it's pain, right? Pain. They're trying to avoid pain. That's what they're trying to do. Because
I get that.
if you
but
think about it, in order for someone to understand that, they need to go through a specific fragmentation to understand that. They need to be able to break themselves to see that sort of perspective, right? Because if someone doesn't see how fucked up it is to have your family torn apart and deported and fucking you never get to see them again, like they don't understand that pain because that shit hurts.
right.
But they're choosing to avoid it. It's like the same way people would rather see fog than the clarity, and they accept it because it's safer. And that's the thing with people who have that specific singularity mentality, is like the people that are extremely logical. They're like, this is the safest way for me, so this is what I'm gonna stick to.
Yeah.
And it's just denial all over.
Mm-hmm.
It repeats itself.
Yep. Over and over. It's a cycle for fucking sure.
Yeah, you should have saw this video I posted in a group chat. It was Jordan Peterson versus 20 atheists.
Yeah, I seen that.
It
I
was-
actually popped on my Facebook. I haven't
dude.
seen it yet.
It was so hilarious. These people were so emotional, and like, even like they were saying how he didn't know what the hell he was saying. It's like, dude, he's making sense. You guys just don't understand him.
I mean, I would love to debate him on religion. I can debate. I'm pretty confident in my religion debates. I've debated a lot of people on this topic.
So what? You're atheist?
Yeah. It's too hard of a word. I always say I'm an agnostic atheist because I don't actually know, because you can't know 100%. But
Okay.
it lacks evidence. Like everybody's version of a god that's been presented to humans as of right now, they're all fake. Well, I lied. There's one that's coming out. I even tell Brandon the one that I could see is a god, the omnipresent, whatever, is the first programmer of our simulation. That could be true. That you could call that person a god because they know everything and created everything. So like, if you want to say that person is a god, then there could be a god. Like that's what I could see right now.
Yeah, well, God can be God is a spectrum essentially. If you really think about it,
True, it can
you
be.
know, you have if you just think about the singularity again,
Hmm.
right? A singularity can be split into a duality, and that duality is going to have a spectrum. You're
Yep.
either going to have the extremely rigid, which is whatever the most extreme religion is, and then most fluid religion,
Hmm.
which is maybe devil worshiping.
Yeah.
But there's a spectrum, there's a dynamic to it. But if you really think about it and look at everything else, right? Let's say fuck the labels.
Yep.
Let's look at that singularity again.
Hmm.
Hold on. This is a lot because I was thinking about it earlier, but I don't want to go in too many different directions. But
I got you.
hold on, let me try to get my thoughts together. Let's look at church and state, for instance.
Yep.
What exactly do those structures maintain? What are they trying to contain? If you look at church and state, what are they trying to contain?
You talking about the separation of church and state, or are you just talking about in general?
Yes, church and state. Let's generalize it.
Okay.
What is church and what is state?
The church is the theological belief in a deity, and the state is man's attempt to make laws and regulations to help dictate how society should move forward, I guess.
Okay, now let's scrap
I
all
would
the.
agree with
Okay,
just said,
now
that
that's
part.
perfect. That's perfect because that's exactly how it's supposed to be explained. Now let's scrap the colors and feathers.
Hmm.
What's beneath it? What's beneath it? What exactly is it trying to contain?
Control.
Okay, control. And what's the other side?
So I'm saying they both kind of, because both forms can be
So
used for control, and both forms could be used to. Let me think here. To manipulate thought, I guess, could be the other way. I guess I could try to think of another form.
okay, so think about chaos and control,
Okay.
or chaos and order,
Yeah.
church and state.
Yep.
Okay, now when you look at those two, there's a spectrum to order, right? Because order has micro tension within the
Mhm.
tiers of
Yep.
it, right? It's just like the military versus prison.
Yep.
You know, you have the military, which is extremely rigid. You don't really have a lot of power.
Mhm.
I mean, and you have the extreme opposite. You know,
Yep.
prison. Prison is for the chaotic,
Yep.
to contain that chaos.
Yep.
Now, if you look at the opposite side, where you have chaos, or church needs to have structure. Chaos needs to have internal structure, right? It's the same way that when we're trying to produce something, you can't just throw out a whole bunch of words and expect it to make sense. You need to have internal structure in order for it to be solidified, in order for it to have some coherence, right?
And you have
And
to,
it's the same.
and everybody has to have the same knowledge of what the words mean. Like if I were to say like cat, and I think what a cat is, and you think of like the moon, we can't have a conversation or actual dialogue because we don't have the same fucking terminology. Like that matters too.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Exactly. So how would we create a structure that's extremely fluid? What syntax would we use? What language would we use?
Language. I would say the most
Or
fluid.
strip everything down to the most fluid yet structured point.
I would say like the law is the most fluid because it can change, and it's kind of our attempt at morality and doing things best that we can think of at the time.
Okay, so the law is still rigid. You're refining it even more. So if you take away the law, you still have something. Let's look at that, right? Because
Morality,
What's up?
right?
Morality?
Or emotions,
again.
spirit.
So what you okay? Scratch all the words. Scratch everything else. If you look at the development of how we communicate
Shit.
from ancient times to current times,
Hmm.
what's the major difference?
Technology. That's
Think
about
about if you were on Earth. If you were on Earth and you never spoke to anyone before, and you had to communicate in a specific way,
it.
how would you communicate?
Sign language, pointing. Sign language sounds like you'd be like, oh, oh, and you point at things and
Okay.
make facial structures, facial expressions. You make
Okay, so that's feeling, right? You have to be able to feel. You have to be able to touch, or it, so first is, let's say me and you are in an empty room, nothing's around us.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that we're gonna come into interaction with is the tension, right? Because well, I'm gonna approach you and I'm like, who the fuck is this guy?
Mm-hmm.
And again, we're either gonna have that good interaction or negative interaction, but we won't know until it happens.
Yep.
But we do know the tension between us exists.
Yep.
And that right there, that tension, that's the feeling. That's what we're feeling first. Now, we approach each other. And now this interaction, and I'm good, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we determine if it's good? Well, you have to align the rest of the five senses, right? You got to look at that.
I was gonna say, I
So
think it comes out of your past. So like you have to go on past experiences to know, like, if I see you coming up to me, and I know like you're walking at me with like this swag or whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? I've seen it before, and it's usually always been a good situation. Like, oh, my homie walks like this, my girlfriend walks like this, whatever, right? So I kind of trust you more. But if you come at me like swollen up shoulders or whatever, right? And it looks like because I've dealt with fighting situations, so like, oh, this motherfucker's looking at me like he's about to fight. I gotta be on my p's and q's, like, yeah, it's different.
mhm.
I get what you're saying.
so that's perfect. So what does that tell us? It tells us that chaos is the first state, right?
Yeah.
The first interaction with another person is never going to be perfect.
No, I
So
can see that.
that event
Always ignorance.
challenges you.
Yeah.
It challenges you
Fear.
to self-reflect.
It is
So it
fear and
challenges you
ignorance.
to self-reflect,
Yep.
and it tells
Yeah.
you, hey,
State of
how can we make this interaction more beneficial or more positive next time?
Well,
there has to be
the real key is how do we stop having that initial fear of the unknown. Like I tell Brendan this all the time. Like, the reason why I think we have like heaven and hell and all these other things is because we fear of not knowing something, and it
Well-
scares us because we as humans want to know everything and we just can't.
it's submission, right? It
Yep.
comes down to submission.
Yeah.
You need to be able to submit to it and
Yep.
accept that there's nothing that you can truly know.
Yep. That's where I use the word humble. Like, we gotta humble ourselves.
Well,
Like,
how long does it
comes
take
down
to
to
get to
people
that?
and individuals. All right, I'm gonna go path and roll.
From
For a
the
second, see, I'll talk.
How long
Brandon,
does
what
it
you
take
said?
to that state, though, from original state of ignorance and fear?
Yeah, I like to think about it as exactly what you just said. It's chaos state, ignorance, but what I was trying to
Yeah.
get to before is symbolism. That's the core. That's our language at the core of it, right? Because there needs to be something that needs to be presented, that needs to be imprinted in the fabric of reality, right? Because if you're not creating
Okay.
a production of your language or a representation of what you're trying to say to somebody, right? A visual representation, or verbal, whatever. It needs to have some sort of substance, and that substance is symbolic first.
There was okay, so we have to bring in the notion of reductionism versus holism, and how reductionism may fragment the human experience and like subjectivity,
Mhm.
and
And vice versa, right?
well,
They
like
both
holism
they
would
both
be
can do the same.
so like
Wholeness can
holism would
overwhelm a
be
structure.
in what way?
Well, think about it this way. Let's say, for instance, it depends
So
on
we
what
can
part of the process it's in. So,
either
let's say,
okay, damn it, I'll just let you
go
go.
ahead.
I was just gonna say add like individualism and collectivism needs to have a balance. That's
Yeah, exactly. So you can either lean too much left or too much right. Well, you're gonna get a collapse on both sides. You're gonna get a collapse on the left side where things become so rigid that you essentially starve the structure, right? Because you're not allowing flow to introduce itself. It's like a closed off mind. A closed off mind over time becomes stagnant. And what happens? Well, they're forced in the subconscious mind. Now you have the opposite where you have someone who's extremely fluid, right? If you become too fluid and you don't have enough structure, well, now you have flow overwhelming structure, and that forces a collapse. So you can look at that as the extreme of someone going going crazy, right? They have all this abundance of information that they're trying to process, and yet they don't have a coherent structure. At that point, when you're observing it, you're like, yeah, that's chaotic as fuck. That's a collapse. You know, that dude is fucked. So there's two spectrums to it. You have the collapse where flow overwhelms structure, and you have the collapse where structure overwhelms flow.
Yeah. Yeah, I've definitely noticed a lot of this in myself. So, let me think. So, like, my way of visualizing so, like, yeah, it's like you're basically right with the emotional side, but it's just like a matter of getting that personal connection, you know, like getting. So, like, do you know who Daryl Davis is? He was like a black dude who like converted a KKK wizard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so like it's like that approach that's needed, and I think a lot of people just have difficulty having that level of maturity or even
Patience.
like, dude, there's so many. Yeah, patience. Yes,
Patience
patience.
is a big one.
And a lot of it is because people want to do so much fucking shit in their lives. Like if they're not working, they want to be having fun and so on and so forth. They're not trying to be doing shit that's important for the community or for knowledge and so on and so forth. I feel like in a lot of ways, our culture sort of imposes a kind of like cap on maturity. Like I don't want to say that across the board, obviously, but
Yeah, it does. It's controlled. I mean, if you really think about it, look at the environment they're putting us in. You really think that they're gonna just allow chaos to exist and for it not to be controlled? I mean, that's how a system gets overrun. So every system, every part of the dynamic is controlled. So, for instance, again, let's go back to the five senses. Look at how society regulates a lot of these senses. What they let you hear. You know, music controlled, entertainment, what you're seeing controlled, and what exactly is that? Well, it's emotional regulation. You know, they only allow
Right.
you to do as much as they allow you to do. Right? You can't just go around killing. That's why they have laws. There's caps for everything. They don't allow you to eat just anything, right? Because then we'll be able to eat humans. That's a collapse waiting to happen. You know, that forces just like population control, right? People just ate people,
Or a
and
hierarchy
you know
in
that'll
general.
end up being a collapse. And at one point that was probably a thing, right? Where people just eat people for the fuck of it, you know, to survive. But they realize that's not a solution. So again, there's a cap on that. Even what we smell, right? If the world smelled like shit, you know, how would that make people feel? What kind of brain adaptation would that force?
It
You
wouldn't
know,
smell
if
like it
everything was
wouldn't
just
smell like shit
extremely
honestly
fucking
anymore.
cool. Yeah, exactly.
We
Well,
would
right,
evolve
but
to it.
and that yeah. So everything has a specific result, which is why it's controlled. Like, yeah, we're not gonna let this. We'll give them the freedom that they think they have. You know, that free will that everyone talks about. It's the illusion of free will, but the free will is actually
A myth.
only exists in the recursion in that submission that we were talking about, right? Because only then when you submit that you're truly happy. You're like, okay, I don't have to worry about this. I'm not going to control anything. There's no more tension. That's free will. When you submit, that's when you get that feeling like, oof, I don't have to worry about anything now.
Right. Yeah, it's the same as it's basically almost being like the carefree lifestyle, like but actually like truly living it. Where like, so like I tell Brandon all the time, like
Yeah.
when you like there's a you, like there's three versions of you almost at every moment. There's your true self, like you, who knows yourself. There's like the close people that know you and know like this much of you, and then there's like the outside world that you let see like this part of your life. Like there's three versions of you simultaneously at almost every moment of your life. Because even right now, like if a friend thinks about you right now randomly in a thought, you know, he knows this version of you. He doesn't know the true self of you, or in same as you know whoever else. You know, like, but people don't realize that like people do that, like, and we do that like willingly. Like it's not like we're forced to. We just do it. You know, why do we do it? I don't know, because shame maybe or guilt. I don't know why we do it, but we all do it though. It's something that we all have in common. We don't actually
Part of
really
Yeah,
the
I
see
mean,
our
alliance, I
true
guess.
selves.
Yeah. It's hard to get people to see true. Well,
But
see,
I'm
like, and then, but then it's like, what is the true self? How can I say? Well, I mean, like, there's different levels of inhibition, right? But
mm-hmm.
I don't know if we can say like one is more true than the other, though. You know,
well,
like
That's why I said
that's
that's why I
the
said
thing.
different
it's
We
all
can't.
versions.
semantics. It's all
No, I know.
semantics,
That's
really.
why I
But
preface with it's just a different version of you. There's three
yeah,
versions of you. Like
yeah,
they're not
yeah.
they're not different. They're all you, but they're all different versions of you. Like I said, this person might know you as the party person. This person might know you as the deep thinker person. This person might know you as the best caring, help me cook best person. You know, like whatever the fuck. You know, like, but they're all
Mhm.
you. But only you actually know, like all of you. Like you know that you can do all these things. Not everyone knows. They just know parts of you, and the people that are closest to
Yeah,
you know the most of you, but they still don't know everything probably about you. You know, like, but they know more than everybody else. You know, or like, like I don't know. It's a fun thought process when you actually think about it.
yeah,
Yes, that duality becoming a singularity again.
Yep.
So it's like a triangle, right? You have the left, the right, and then the point of integration.
Yep.
It's, I think a lot of times it comes down to that acceptance, right? Because a lot of people, they can play the facade of, hey, I have my shit together and this is the person I want you to see.
Yep.
But if your internal structure, if your internal structure is fragile and you don't have that internal structure that you need to fully accept that this is the version of you, well, then that imbalance is going to be off.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have a facade that if someone were to challenge it,
It
it'll
crumbles.
immediately shatter, right? Yeah, it's gonna crumble,
Mhm.
and now, well, now you have the hurt side of them. Now you're gonna get the person that, hey, I don't want to address this fragileness inside of me, so I'm just gonna attack you.
Yep. And I mean, to me,
Huh?
that's what most modern right wing people are. Is exactly what we just described.
Yeah,
Or they,
listen, and I
they,
get that. I
I know
get
you
that,
do.
man. People are terrified.
It's
People are
great.
terrified,
They are.
and and I understand it. More than a lot of people that it's terrifying to face that demon that we don't really want to face because, well, we can't predict it.
The
It's not
thing is,
predictable.
it is
Human
unpredictable,
experience.
but you can not really predict, but at least you can learn like what's most likely to be the outcomes if you actually challenge yourself and do force yourself to be uncomfortable in certain situations and stuff. Like there is actually like good in doing it. We just, like I said, I don't know if it's shame or fear or pride that we just don't do it enough.
Oh, it's fear. Fear's gonna be the root of it. It's always gonna be
I
the
think
root of it.
so. I think so, honestly,
Right?
too. Because
Because
fear is a super motivator. Like it really is.
yeah, well, we can't have curiosity without fear. So a lot of people who are extremely fearful, you know, they shoot for curiosity. They shoot for that specific control over that fear,
I
which is
think
curiosity and
think that
being
was
extremely
me.
logical.
I think that was me. Like I said, when I was religious and all this shit, the reason why I became unreligious is because I was fearful of like what are all the God beliefs and stuff, whatever kind of thing, and I started like trying to find out the truth. So I started researching a little bit of everything to fucking try to prove that I was right. But unlike most people, it showed me I was wrong, and I just accepted it. Versus most people that hold on and begrudgingly hold on to that I'm right, even though when all the evidence shows you're wrong. And I,
Okay, so you said that you accepted it.
mm-hmm.
So what exactly did you accept? Like, are
that I
you
was
are
not
you
that I
ex-
wasn't like as smart as I thought, or I didn't know what I thought I knew. Like
okay?
all this evidence that I just got shown. Like one of the big things for me, like for religion, was like these books are like 30 years after it happened. Like the whole telephone thing. Like when you think about like how do you have telephone for 30 years and that story is gonna be true? Like that was like the first one. Like okay, like and even then that thing is like the size of a credit card. So I'm gonna trust the size of a credit card is going to be right to the whole book of Mark, and this all true throughout all these. Like this is like okay, that like me accepting that's probably bullshit. That was like the first big grain of being like okay, and then from there, like I said, I started like studying, like I started learning like more philosophy, like what's epistemology, what's fallacies, what's these, and I started going down these roads and I've been like, okay, I've been thinking wrong this whole time. Like I need to relearn how to think and learn, and from there it just kept going, and to what I am now, I
Mm.
guess. But I think the fear
Okay.
thing was right. Like I think I was fearful of not being smart and not just understanding that there's a lot of things I just don't know, and for me to say like blindly that I do know is wrong.
Yeah, I think it's fear of not knowing. That's the deepest. I think that's one of the deepest fears that we have is that uncertainty.
Yep, that's why I tell like
We
Brandon
don't
all
want to accept that uncertain.
yeah, I tell Brandon all the time like that's what sucks. Like as humans, we have infinite amount of things to know and a finite amount of time to learn them. Like, and that's frightening for us because we technically we want to know everything. Like especially if you actually are curious, like who wouldn't want to know how like gravity works, how fucking the planets work, how fucking microscopes work, how bridges are made, everything. Like who wouldn't want to learn that? But we can't. Like there's not enough time for one individual to learn all these things. And that's where it comes down to like we need to start trusting our fellow man and whatever to know the parts that I don't know. I can't know these things. So you can learn this thing, I'll learn this thing, and you learn this thing, and we'll all trade and learn off each other, and help each other out. Like that's where society and people's thought process need to start thinking. Like I always say, it's the we versus me. You gotta stop thinking like I'm the only thing that matters. Like no, we all matter. We all can help each other out. You can't do this on your own. It's too
Mm.
big. World's too big for you to do
Yeah,
everything on your own.
yep, that's for sure. That's why there's two. That's why there was two people,
Oh,
right? That duality again
Mm-hmm.
that we speak about. Someone can't exist by themselves. It's not likely. I don't care what anyone says.
True. Yeah. I mean,
Not likely.
everybody's like, I always struggle to say like when people go like to their cabins, whatever, they're always like, "Oh, I can live out here forever." Like you would never want to live here forever. You just want to live here for like 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks at most. After that, you start losing your shit when you couldn't talk to nobody or do anything. Like you're silly because everybody takes things for granted. It's you don't miss your fucking pinky until you miss it, right? Like you don't care about things until you're gone. That's the problem for a lot of people.
Yeah, well, if you don't have that mirror, that's gonna force you to go fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of us intellectuals, like if we don't have that connection where we can say, okay, this shit that I'm thinking about is fucking crazy,
Mm-hmm.
especially if you're not having someone that understands it, right?
Sure.
So, um, a lot of times we need that mirror. We need someone to say, okay, yeah, you exist. I'm here and I'm acknowledging that you exist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It comes down to you want to know that you're not like alone in your thought processing, like because I think also like let's say you're so smart. This is probably what struggles for a lot of people too. That like actually are super super smart, but like you're so smart and you try to explain things to people and nobody has any idea what you're talking about. That's got to be so frustrating.
Yeah, it is.
Like
It is. Like when I talk to you guys, I hate it because sometimes, like the shit you guys talk about, I understand it like 100%.
mm-hmm.
But it's like for me to take all the shit I know and compress it into precision, that feels like an impossible fucking task
Yeah, I get that.
because I'm compressing a lot of information. It's like I would rather speak in a symbolic language
Mm-hmm.
where I can synchronize or synthesize information between realms, between disciplines,
Yeah.
than say, "Oh, I'm gonna use specific words to dictate a specific singularity." I can't do that. That's why well, Brandon knows more than anything. He knows how I speak on the video chats where I don't really have that precision that a lot of everyone else has.
Mm-hmm. Scatterbrained or whatever you want to call it, almost.
Yeah, I like to say it's recursive,
he
lack of compression,
Mm-hmm.
like lack of precision.
Yeah.
I would
Which
say he identifies patterns with specific structures and like patterns. Yeah. So he's like,
Yeah, so like for instance, when you guys talk to me, I'm not filtering it through my own lens.
Mhm.
I just listen to whatever my brain tells me.
Yep.
Like,
Off the
if you
cuff.
guys are telling me something, images are coming up, and I have to interpret those symbols into something.
On the fly.
And of course,
too.
I reflect it through my own experiences, but it's not through my own lens. It's like I'm just listening to the vibrations or listening to the echoes of what my mind is producing.
Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it's like we were talking about something earlier, but like, if somebody's colorblind and you try to explain like purple, like how do you do that, or color to some, like, like,
Yeah,
there's really no right
yeah.
way
I
of
think
doing it, but you do your best and you try to fucking come up with creative ways of manipulating the thought process. But I mean, it's pretty much impossible, right?
yeah. That's why you always leave it for open for interpretation.
Yep.
So if you use symbols or you use metaphors,
Yep.
they're going to be able to interpret it however they want. But at the same time, their interpretation is going to tell you exactly where they're at in the spectrum, where they're at on the spectrum.
Yep.
Like, oh, are they leaning towards rigidity where they need more precision, or are they leaning towards a balance where they can understand what you're saying logically, but also understand what you're saying fluidly, emotionally.
Yep. Yeah, man.
Yeah, but back to what we were talking about earlier. We were talking about that duality. What were we first talking about?
Ideologies, ideological
Yeah,
conflict,
ideologies. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
religion and morality, government, law, the original state of nature, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
as pertains to, not knowing the mind of the other.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you guys had anything else you wanted to say about that.
We're scattered.
Nothing except for I think evil as a concept comes through interaction in a state of ignorance, where
Yeah.
two or more minds don't understand what the conditions for malice are, and then like evil just comes to me through, somebody not having like
Empathy.
inclusion, not being included, not being recognized as a person, and then of course there's greed as well, but that's also, I would say that's fear of not having access to the goods of society. And like I always say, the attitude that seems to become prominent is exploit or be exploited, dominate or be dominated.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that has a lot to do with perpetuated malice. But I don't think evil in itself is real. I don't think anybody is evil.
Yeah, it's a concept.
Yeah,
And
it's
Yeah,
the social
everybody
construct
has it in them.
to me.
Like everybody in this world can be evil, and everybody can be an angel. Like there's no. It's just what happens at that moment. Like what the
Psychological state.
triggers, the whatever. Like it's one of those like. You don't condone serial killers, but I understand why they're serial killers, or not serial killers, but like whatever, killers in general. It's like,
yeah, psychopaths and shit.
yeah, like you don't have to love what they did, and but you can understand it. We should be able to.
Yeah, well, it's hard too because a lot of people, in order for someone to truly understand a psychopath, they need to be able to feel what they're feeling, and that feeling is terrifying.
It is.
Like no one wants to feel what a psychopath has been through. Like in order for someone to become a killer, you gotta be put through fucking complete hell.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And that's hard. People would rather feel fucking anger than sadness.
How about
sadness is fucking long, anger is sharp and fast.
It's like being a cop and shit, dude. You gotta understand. Like if you're trying to catch like an actual like you're a detective, you're trying to catch killers and shit. It's like, dude, you have to actually try to understand where these fuckers are coming from. If you're gonna actually be ahead of them, like if you're gonna be step behind them all the time, then I guess whatever. But you're never gonna catch the actual predators.
But I mean, my main point, like like my analysis always was like the belief in evil
Mhm.
perpetuates evil because we're
True.
treating people as if they are evil rather than somebody to be rehabilitated or understood.
Yeah.
You know, and like that's what I reduce things like the Israel and Palestine conflict to. You know, like all these constant wars. Of course, there's greed involved too, and
Yeah. There's a lot of things, but yes, I get what you're saying.
Mm.
There's a lot of things.
Now, does evil have a purpose?
Yeah, it does.
Does bad have a purpose? So what does it do? What is that representing?
Technically, I would say some of it's individualistic because, like, someone makes a rule, and you try to be like that rebellious, like, I gotta, like, because I think everybody has that a little bit of that nature in them, and for a lot of things, it's fine. Like, if you want to like go 3 to 5 over the speed limit, that's fine. Like nobody's gonna really say like that's like horribly evil, but technically by like the letter of the law and like how we just receive it as morality, that is evil. You're doing something that is not right consciously or like willingly or whatever to fucking call it. So I mean that's technically evil. There's levels of evil, I would say, like like murdering somebody. Is that right?
Yeah, it goes back to that spectrum of that spectrum we were referring to.
Mm-hmm.
That rigid versus fluid.
Yeah, I'm all for fucking. There are very few things that are actually truly black and white. There are some things, but most things are not one or the other. It is mostly, like you said, a spectrum. You can call it whatever you want to call it. Like.
Yeah, I like to use the gradients.
Yeah, I'm saying.
You have black and white as the outskirts, and the colors are in between.
Mm-hmm.
Or vice versa, right?
Yep.
The inward is going to lead to that same dynamic.
Yep. So yeah, I get very frustrated with people when they try to do the whole black white fallacy and shit. It's like, dude, it's not the way it is. Like Brandon was saying, like, is somebody if you were beat as a child, if you were like molested and all this shit, and then you become a fucking serial killer, are you evil? Probably not. You're raised evil and you became evil, I guess, whatever. But like, are you in your nature as a being, as a person, are you actually evil? Probably not.
I think people identify with evil probably just to deal with the dissonance of being labeled as evil. Then it's
Some
like,
of
all
it,
right,
yeah,
what?
totally.
Fuck all of you. I am evil. Fuck all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it gives them that connection.
Yep.
Because you can be swallowed up by that pain if you don't have any grounding, and a lot of times that's why if you really pay attention to the people that go through that chaos, you either have them worshiping the devil, right, where they're allowing themselves to be grounded to something that's chaotic, that represents their inner turmoil, and then the opposite. So there's a specific dynamic to it. It's recursion again. It goes back to recursion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. We just need to be conscious as creatures. We need to get to that level of consciousness, that level of awareness of what kind of being we are, how we function. And we just haven't reached that point because education hasn't been good. And we've got fucking stupid media keeping us fucking stupid and unable to introspect and constantly concerned about external signifiers of our worth.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, that's was that Pluto chick the other day talking about like Edward Bernays and all the like the marketing and shit. Like, yeah, I mean that's crazy how much we spend and do on that, and nobody even.
Oh, that's something I consider to be a bullshit job, like a waste of our fucking
resources.
a complete. So it's like, yeah, it's a waste of our resources and manpower, and then it's making us stupid on top of that. So it's like, we don't even know what the fuck we're doing.
Well, it's all subconscious because the thing is, these people are like psychologists basically or whatever. Like they're smart like that. They know how. It's always
the marketing.
They know how they know how people think, so they can manipulate how you think. They're like mentalists and shit, basically. and they know how to manipulate you. I mean, that's what their job is. And they're good at it. You ever watch Brandon? Have you ever watched mentalism shit? You ever watch people do that shit to people?
No, but I kind of know what it is.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, how do you get people to
They lead you.
pick
They
your
like,
random numbers and shit? You know, like
yeah,
people think it's magic and shit. No, they just know how you think and they know how to manipulate how you think, so they get you to do it
yeah,
without you noticing. Because I've watched a lot of people go over it and talk about like little things they could show you. You know, they don't tell you anything. You know, but yeah, it's just
There's a
imagine
trick to that.
there is a
There's a trick to yeah. I can do that. I can do that. I mean, I've learned over time how to do it.
yeah.
Um, yeah, it's like looking at the specific situation that you're in and just um, adapting to uh, the emotional you call it what's the word for it. Um, I like to pay attention to five senses, right?
Hmm.
Okay, how is their body reacting? Um, what are they seeing? The micro expressions. What are they feeling? What are they smelling? You know, that all counters in. That all factors into to being able to determine where they're going to be at next.
Hmm.
It's like looking at the logical structure, but instead of looking at the logical structure, you're looking at the tension, the structure with intention, intention, not intention.
Hmm. Yeah.
Just like being able to feel pressure without
Hmm.
having that logical structure to it.
Yeah, man.
sort of like a gestalt, I guess. Like you're taking like the whole structure at the same time.
Yeah, you're just fragmenting
Yeah.
it. So it's like imagine if there was a wall that was made of water and you just walked into it. Well, if that water was invisible and you didn't know it was there, you'll feel something. You'll feel that tension.
Hmm.
Hmm.
It's the same. It goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where if me and you were, or if me and you were in a room and we just acknowledge each other, there'll be tension that we'll feel because well, we don't understand what's going on. That tension can be mapped out in micro steps. Just depends on what's going on. It's just a lot. It's micro expressions and everything else. Just look at the five
I've
sentences and
felt
break
that
it
with
down.
people. Yeah, feel the tension. Like kind of like sort of like I don't know how to say it.
You're navigating
There's
chaos
like
essentially.
vectors to it, sort of.
Yeah,
For a
exactly,
better word.
exactly. No, vectors is perfect. Um, yeah, I mean, essentially you're gauging the emotional tension. That's all there is.
Mhm.
There's specific interactions. So like, it's like being able to navigate through vibrations instead of points of dissonance or points of interaction. Where, let's say, instead of you being able to read the notes and play those notes, you're able to read the vibrations and play the vibrations.
Mhm.
Vibrations have just as much structure as those points do. Those moments where you're hitting the strings. But a
People
lot of
talk
people
about
don't realize
energy a
it.
lot. That's I guess that's kind of like an energy mode of
Well,
proceeding.
they're fractal points of logic. People don't see it, but it's just fragmented version of logic. Thing is, logic is the wholeness of it, where you have the numbers in between. Back to what we were talking about before, 0 to 1. You have one being that interaction, that main interaction, and then you have the numbers in between 0 and 1, which are the micro points of logic leading to that wholeness.
Mhm.
But the only difference is we can't see those micro moments, but we can feel the tension. We can feel how difficult it would be to count from fucking 0 to 1 and look at all those micro numbers and fucking count that up. Imagine us counting in fucking fractions.
Well, it's definitely a right brain thing.
Yeah.
Looking at the whole, you're taking in multiple. It's like parallel processing versus serial processing,
Hmm.
where like many computations at the same time versus just straight and linear.
Hmm.
Yeah, people like the easy way out. Most people, they don't want to actually think in complex like actual thought processes.
Well, like exploring the mind is like it's like a journey. It's wondrous.
Yeah,
Exploring
Yeah,
the
there's
potential. Yeah.
there's no easy
Like-
way in either.
Nope.
Every
Yeah.
time you're forced into that headspace, it's because you collapsed.
Something did.
There was something, some interaction that you had with something that didn't end up good, and it forces you to self-reflect.
Mm-hmm.
Because the reality of it is that moment, that interaction, it was either you overwhelmed the situation and you had to self-reflect and think about how you can adjust yourself, or vice versa, where somebody came into you hot and attacked you, and it broke you internally because, well, their flow overwhelmed your internal structure. That forces you to self-reflect again.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's both ends of the spectrum.
Right.
You know, when you guys you say right, it sometimes it's like those filler words. You know,
Yeah.
you don't know what to say next, and you just say yeah,
no,
yeah.
it is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, we all got them.
I think that's just hilarious.
It's
Like,
funny.
bro,
when
we
you-
can sit and
I don't want.
to.
I don't want to like. I don't have anything to add, so it's like
No, I
I
get
don't
it.
want
I
you to
do the
seem
same shit.
unacknowledged. You know.
Exactly. I
I
want
do
to
it.
acknowledge that we heard your point, and I
Yep.
I agree with you, because if you didn't, I would have said like, excuse me, this is what I think. It was actually
My
Yeah.
brain's
thoughts.
fucking fried, anyways. My brain's been fried for like months. It fucking sucks. I'm trying to get out of this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all drowning, brother. We're all drowning. I was so tempted to smoke. I'm like, fuck, I need to stay away.
Good.
Oh, man.
Good job, man. I don't know if you're talking about weed or cigarettes, but
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's just,
Oh, dude, fuck cigarettes. I'm fucking putting one out right now. I'm fucking so sick of this shit. It's so
Mhm.
fucking stupid.
it's hard.
Uh,
Like, that's the one thing that kind of calms your nerves, you know? Like, I found myself fucking at, like, earlier, before I got on the line with you guys, I'm like, fuck, I'm tired of writing. My brain is going a million miles an hour. I got to fucking just go outside and walk. And it's, mind you, it was 12 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Just walking outside, no external stimulation as far as, like, internet and
Nature, whatever.
phone go. Yeah. I was like, you know what? I'm going to just listen to what the fuck's going on in here at night and let my nervous system kind of recalibrate.
Mm-hmm.
I love sitting outside.
That's good.
I haven't been doing it this year though, man. Like fuck.
So like the last 3 of my weekends, which is Tuesday, Wednesday, I've had rain, so it's been kind of upsetting. I'm like, oh, it's my weekend. Oh, it's raining again. In the house we've had.
That's
Yeah, my
it's
mental
another fucking day.
shit. It's fucking getting me down. It's wearing away at me.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta find those connections, man.
Yeah.
It just forces bro, just go outside, fucking walk. Like,
I'm
I
just
realize
torn
that.
between this just two different points of like looking for this state of acceptance and then like fuck, now I'm not even thinking or I'm not like doing shit. So like what?
But sometimes you need to stop thinking in the sense of like to recharge. I mean,
Yeah.
even me, like I took like a week off of streaming for a minute just to fucking just like, all right, let me just live life, do things, blah blah blah. You know, like because sometimes you got to do that. You know,
Yeah.
like to recenter yourself, to like refresh your brain or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You know.
Yeah.
I think it's difficult too to put yourself out there. Because like, if you already feel that alienation and that isolation that we put ourselves through when we don't feel that we have a place,
Yeah.
that's like that confrontation of, hey, this motherfucker doesn't he doesn't understand what I'm saying, or
Yeah.
you don't feel like you have a place. And I think the idea is that you make the place for yourself. You create a home for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the
Yeah.
acceptance, that's part of that acceptance, right? Where, okay, you don't need to feel valid. You don't need to have people validate you, to feel like you. So it comes down to the acceptance again.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a place for where you can truly be you, well, then you make it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Figure out how to make it. Put yourself out there. You know, maybe you meet people.
Yeah, man.
You
Yeah,
got it
no,
wherever you
dude.
want it. It's easier to just submit and fucking sit at home and watch yourself wither.
I do okay when I do all right. Like I usually find a way to develop a rapport with people. Yeah, my issue is more like I don't have a job. Like the job I was gonna get, I don't think it's gonna happen, Wally.
Mm-hmm.
And because I fucking lied and said I have high school diploma. I don't.
Oh, really?
And
Did
yeah,
you
and I
get
don't
back?
have my fucking car. Like so I'm just kind of like stuck here. It's like that's like my main fucking issue. Like I'm not around anybody else, and my mom is like a hardcore Trumper. Like I can't talk to her about anything unless it's what are we gonna eat or
Mm-hmm.
whatever.
Yeah, that's fucking rough.
I know.
Know how that feels. Well, I mean, the only thing you can do is like, what are you aiming for? What are you wanting to do? Because I mean, right now you're essentially you're at the bottom of the totem pole.
Yeah.
So, what can you do to make the first step? I think that's going to be the biggest
Getting a
challenge.
job
Always.
and making money again.
Well, if you need to
Save
get a
up my
fucking GED,
hand.
you need to get that first,
Yeah.
right?
Can you do a GED online? I'm assuming you can.
You should be able
I
to.
don't think so.
Really? I'm not
No?
sure. Like I said, I would
See,
assume.
I went to like do these assessment tests like a couple years ago, and they were supposed to email me something. They never did, and I was just like too annoyed to fucking go back with it. Like I had a girlfriend at the time too, and there was kind of a lot going on. I was working, so that's why that didn't get taken care of.
You have to go to a GED testing center. You have to take 4 different tests in math, science, social studies, English.
Okay, yeah.
Dude, you'll kill that shit. You would even. I know you'll pass that shit with flying colors.
Let's see here.
I just have to make sure I remember everything.
No, no. You
Oh,
have,
I mean, shit.
you have to relook up a
We
couple
can go
things,
over it
but
together.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we can go over that shit together.
It costs.
I don't mind that at all.
Costs $144 to take all the tests to get your whole GED. It's $36 per exam, basically. And there's 4 of them. Hold on.
So if ending settle for something fucking less right now, and then go.
Free GED Hub. For a limited time period, first-time GED takers can take the exam at no charge in Minnesota. It's actually your first time you take the test, it would be free.
Huh.
You must have a current Minnesota address or take the GED exam at least Minnesota Test Center while residing in a border town. Okay. To benefit from this offer, you need to enter the promo Minnesota Sheriff during checkout. There you go.
Yeah, me, I would look at that situation and I would like, yeah, that sounds like a lot.
I get it.
It would just overwhelm me. I'll go straight into analysis paralysis.
No, I mean that's procrastination. That you probably have ADD to an extent too, because that's what I have.
Yeah, ADHD, and autism.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
best of both worlds.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Do you have the ADHD or do you have like both of those?
Oh, I have ADHD.
Okay.
High functioning autism with ADHD.
I know I have ADD for sure. Everything else, I don't know technically.
I don't really like move around that much, but I fidget a lot. My eye contact isn't always the best. I don't know. I don't really try to label myself.
It's not about labeling yourself. It's about mapping yourself out. It goes back to that self-reflection again. It's like you can't. It's like trying to remember, a whole symphony, and it's going to take some time. So, in order for you to remember the symphony, you need to remember the notes first. So you need to layer it.
There's too many like different perspectives. That's the whole thing. Like interpreting it is a bitch. Same with like the MBTI type bullshit. Like,
well, you got to educate yourself, right? Only way you can tell something is right or wrong.
The whole thing is there's too many different perspectives. That's really it. There's too many different like interpretive possibilities, really, or like a whatever.
See, that's the thing. When you dive deep into self reflection, it becomes all the same shit. Because that variation is a variation of something. It's a variation of the origin. So you need to figure out what that origin is. And in order for you to get past those variations, you need to break down your own lenses, your own walls, your own dissonance, trauma. Once you get past that, you start to see with more clarity, and it's not just a
Yeah, I've been
perspective
through it a
shaped
lot.
by your own lens. And that's hard. That's fucking. It's hard as fuck. I'm not gonna say that shit's easy because it's not.
Nope.
I think people like to settle on a certain label or whatever, like a certain model, and go with it. When there's really like an insane amount of different takes you can have on the mind in like your
Mm.
functional core.
It takes a lot to strip down. You need to strip it down all the way to the core till you see only two things. You see black and white, chaos and order. You see that duality. So you gotta strip it down. Strip it down. Take the leaves off, take the feathers off, take the colors out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Remember,
maybe.
we're programmed to dissonance.
But I have to
You
go
know,
to bed.
moments.
I have to work tomorrow. But I love y'all. I have to go to bed.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
sure,
Later,
man.
Peace out.
Later.
what'd you say?
Shit, I gotta go to bed. I could keep talking all night. It's actually been good combos.